I've just arrived at my new territory, the Riverbank territory in the floating cloud province of the Alpha Kingdom. A convoy escorted by 500 soldiers brought me to this desolate little town. In the carriage, a green-haired, twin-tailed elf lowly named Tisna was sound asleep, leaning on me. "Are we there yet?" she mumbled groggily. "Yes, we're here. Go back to sleep," I said, gently stroking her silky smooth back. Her skin was so soft it felt like water might drip from it. You might not believe it, but I'm a transmigrator. 50 years ago, I reincarnated straight into a dragon egg, a hybrid of a red dragon and a gold dragon, which, by all logic, shouldn't even be able to reproduce together. There weren't any adult dragons around when I hatched, so I'm guessing my mother was a red dragon. After all, only chromatic dragons tend to abandon their eggs. Fortunately, I have an extraordinary ability. At night, I can absorb the essence of moonlight and condense it into a miraculous liquid that accelerates the growth of extraordinary plants. By gorging myself on these mystical plants, I grew to the size of an adult dragon while still in my juvenile phase, and soon enough, I broke through to legendary rank. In the world of Ionar, I'm now among the strongest. Publicly, I only claim to be a gold dragon. My golden scales are a ticket to universal admiration. "Stoll, set up camp here," I instructed my captain of guards. "Yes, my lord," he replied. These 500 guards were a gift from the king. Not that it matters. I can use my dragon aura to turn them into loyal half-dragons within 3 years. The floating cloud province lies in the northern part of the kingdom, right on the border with the Orc Empire. It's a dangerous but opportunity-rich frontier. As long as I'm strong enough, I can seize land from the orcs and maybe even capture a few to work the fields. My goal is simple: to become the largest lord in the region and establish a duchy. With my moonlight essence sustaining the mass production of extraordinary plants and my dragon aura building an army of half-dragons, success is all but guaranteed. To keep trouble at bay, I went straight to the king and requested a frontier charter, essentially securing royal backing. After all, I'm here to enjoy the life of nobility, not suffer through tedious politics. As I stepped down from the carriage, 3 little elf girls, each barely 5 feet tall, hopped after me energetically. These aren't your average elves. They're natural spirits, a unique phenomenon in this world. There's a type of spirit bug here that can be born from any plant and influences crop growth. Over time, these spirit bugs can evolve into little spirits and then greater spirits. Greater spirits can manage thousands of acres of land and even transform regular crops into extraordinary plants. But my 3 girls are special. They're dragon spirits, evolved from greater spirits under my influence. Typically, natural spirits are excellent at supporting agriculture, but dragon spirits. Right, introductions. My name is Hardy. I'm now the lord of the Riverbank territory and ready to make my mark on this promising land. I can turn them all into half-dragons loyal only to me. The Flowing Cloud province lies in the northern part of the kingdom, right on the border with the Orc Empire. It's a dangerous area, but one ripe with opportunity. With enough strength, I can seize territory from the orcs and even capture some to work in the fields. My goal is simple: to become the greatest lord and establish a duchy of my own. With the mass production of extraordinary plants through spirit liquid and the creation of a half-dragon army powered by my draconic energy field, success is inevitable. To minimize trouble, I went straight to the king and got a formal frontier expansion document, which essentially gives me royal backing. I came here to enjoy the life of nobility, not to be humiliated. Stepping off the carriage, 4 feet 9 inches tall little elven girls bounced along behind me. But these aren't ordinary elves. They are nature spirits, unique to this world. In this world, there exists something called spirit bugs, magical creatures capable of being born from any plant, influencing crop growth. These spirit bugs can evolve into small spirits and then into greater spirits. Greater spirits can affect thousands of acres of land and even transform regular plants into extraordinary ones. My 3 followers are even more special. They're dragon spirits, evolved from greater spirits under my influence. While ordinary spirit lords excel at providing support, dragon spirits are highly skilled in combat. My little dragon spirits are exceptionally powerful. Their draconic bloodlines make them far stronger than typical spirit lords. They're proficient in both magic and martial arts, and can transform into dragons. For example, Tisna, a high-level dragon spirit, transforms into a 165-foot-long golden dragon. Don't be fooled by their small frames. They're actually peak-level Tier 8 powerhouses. Even your average Tier 8 Sky Knight wouldn't stand a chance against them in a duel. "Tisna, this place is so barren," she said, her white socks shimmering under the sunlight, a stark contrast to her blue and white puffed dress, like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. She hopped along behind me, her voice full of complaint, but her glowing expression betrayed her excitement. "It's fine. It'll grow prosperous soon. I reassured her, patting her on the head. Tisna's face flushed as she leaned into my palm, purring softly like a pleased kitten. Ivira, Amelia, you two watch the camp. I instructed the other two dragon spirits. Leave it to us, they chirped, thumping their small chests with confidence. Before I could say anything more, Tisna had already shifted into her massive golden dragon form. I jumped onto her neck, ready to scout the surrounding orc tribes. This area is inhabited by gnolls, minotaurs, and centaurs. Minotaurs are naturally gifted warriors, and centaurs excel as cavalry. While they might be trouble for others, to me, they're prime candidates for labor. Diplomacy won't work? I have fists. Minotaurs and centaurs, they'll make the perfect workforce. As for the gnolls, mischievous and ruthless, I'll just get rid of them. Hardy, there are people up ahead, Tisna warned me. On the plains below, a group of human smugglers was trading with orcs. They were exchanging food and weapons for resources. This time, a group of cat girls bound in ropes. Should we deal with them? Tisna asked, hovering over the scene. I'll handle it, I replied, my eyes lighting up. After all, as a noble, cracking down on smugglers is my duty, and it's a fast way to accumulate wealth. In a flash, I teleported above them, raining arcane missiles down like a storm. The smuggler leaders and armed orcs dropped instantly, leaving over 200 mercenaries and catgirls as spoils of war. You're getting better at this, Tisna said, blushing slightly as she skillfully assisted me in gathering up anything valuable. That night, in the tent, the architect nervously unrolled his blueprints in front of me. My lord, the city design is complete. His plans showed a massive city with 2-kilometer-long walls standing 60 feet high. It was clear the architect was anxious. How could such a large project ever be finished on time? Go get some rest, I said, dismissing him. I wasn't worried. I had an army of treants, enormous, 33-foot-tall creatures capable of lifting tons of stone with ease. Building city walls for them is like playing with toy blocks. Not to mention, my dragon spirit's use of the mud to stone spell easily transforms dirt into bricks, solving any material shortages. After the architect left, Tisna and the others emerged from the inner chamber. Ivira and Amelia stood behind me, kneading my shoulders. Hardy, is this really going to be our home one day? Tisna asked, her big, round eyes sparkling with curiosity. That's right, I replied, giving her a gentle head pat. Starting tomorrow, you'll help with the construction as well. Tisna was my first nature spirit, born from a golden-veined blood orchid. When I first hatched, there were no adult dragons around to guide me, and I had to hunt for food on my own. When I discovered the blood orchids, I used spirit liquid to accelerate their growth to sustain myself. The spirit liquid even evolved the orchids into golden-veined blood orchids, far more potent than the original plants. Thanks to my greater digestive powers as a half-dragon, I could absorb the energy of these orchids in just half an hour, a process that would take ordinary golden dragons an entire day. Within mere months of being born, I'd grown to over 30 feet in length. It was around that time that Tisna appeared. Hardy, Tisna, her face bright red, perched herself on my lap, her petite, silk-covered feet dangling and kicking softly. I scooped her up, eliciting a surprised squeak from her as she clung to me like a koala. Meanwhile, Stoll was busy training the elite guards. Although their natural talents were far from extraordinary, I had golden-veined blood orchids. These orchids significantly enhance strength and physique, all while speeding up the condensation of combat aura. Once the elite guards become fully fledged knights, the orcs will have a headache to deal with. And not only that, trained knights are remarkably efficient at farm work. A few hundred of them can plow and harvest fields faster than you'd believe, at least as efficiently as driving hundreds of cattle and horses. Once they're developed enough, I'll pay the Minotaurs a little visit to secure more workforce. After all, Minotaurs are just large bulls, cost-effective and highly efficient labor. The next morning, as I stepped out of my tent, I was surrounded by over 20 greater spirits. Good morning, Hardy, the fastest one chirped before planting a quick kiss on my cheek. The spirit bugs gifted to me by the royal family had all evolved into greater spirits on their very first night. My spirit liquid not only fostered the growth of extraordinary plants, but also accelerated the evolution of spirit bugs. Good morning to all of you as well, I replied. These greater spirits had all bonded with me through a contract, and every single one of them regarded me as their most precious being. Seeing the crowd of bronze-skinned, mischievously giggling greater spirits swarming around me, I knew one thing for sure. If Tisna hadn't been by my side, they'd have already swarmed me. Every one of their sparkling eyes radiated eagerness. They were raring to go. I touched my forehead and let out a small sigh. Was this what they called a happy trouble? As soon as I told them I needed help casting the mud-to-stone spell, the adorable little fairies lit up with excitement. Leave it to us, Hati. We'll do our best. Should we go capture some orcs? They eagerly waved their tiny, delicate hands, practically jumping at the chance to help. As greater fairies, their magic level was on par with that of fourth-tier mages. Casting mud to stone was a walk in the park for them. More importantly, this was about building their future home. How could they possibly complain about the effort? I made my way to the outskirts of the abandoned town. There, Stoll and his personal guard were busy digging up dirt, ready to transport it for Tisna and the others to transform into bricks. Reaching into my bag, I retrieved an oak seed, planted it firmly into the soil, and dripped a bit of life essence onto it. Instantly, the seed transformed into a towering tree over 30 meters in height. While it was an ordinary oak species, the infusion of life essence aged it 1,000 years, imbuing it with a pure and vibrant spirit. Awakening ritual. I cast my druid spell on the colossal oak tree. The ancient boughs creaked and groaned as the tree began to morph. In the end, it transformed into an enormous 20-meter-high treant, its trunk now carved with the face of a wizened elder. Treebeard greets you, master. The treant knelt on one massive knee. I had to crane my neck just to meet its gaze. This thing was as enormous as a 7-story building, its body thick and formidable. That's huge, Avila and Emily murmured, their mouths agape. But I wasn't done yet. Calling upon the reserves of 2,000 drops of life essence I'd gathered over half a century, I set about awakening an army of treants. Each treant required 5 drops of essence. All at once, I summoned 50 of them, 10 mighty oak treants and 40 ironwood treants. The latter boasted iron-like bark, impervious to orc axes. When the architect beheld these towering creatures, his legs nearly gave out. "Oh Lord," he stammered nervously. "Treebeard is their leader," I explained calmly. "They'll assist you in building Deer Harem's walls." Deer Harem, the name of our new city. The walls were to be constructed to fortress standards, 18 meters high, 10 meters thick. That afternoon, Tisna and her fellow greater fairies started fortifying the foundation with magic, while the treants hauled in massive stones, each weighing nearly 20,000 pounds, as if they weighed nothing at all. The architect could only gawk, dumbfounded. With this kind of efficiency, we'd be ready to start building the walls by tomorrow. Later that evening, Tisna snuggled into my arms like a koala bear. As a nature fairy, she had never feared my golden dragon form. "Tisna, tomorrow I'll be heading to Vaneburg," I said, stroking her smooth back. "I'm leaving the territory in your care." Vaneburg was the capital of the Luyun province and home to a bustling slave market. The frontier needed population growth. The kingdom was far too poor to provide much support. Orc raids every year left the land drained, and tax revenue was a joke. If we wanted development, buying serfs was the only viable option. At the break of dawn the next day, I departed with 200 personal guards. These warriors, having consumed diluted dragon blood, had sprouted small dragon scales, making them physically as strong as full-fledged knights. The journey to Vaneburg spanned 200 kilometers, a straightforward trip. The return, however, would be a pain, as we'd have thousands of serfs in tow. Mass acceleration spell. Casting a speed-boosting spell over my guards, I aimed to minimize wasted time on the road. My territory bordered Lake Vane, a massive water body connected to one of the main rivers of the central continent. Were it not located right next to the Orc Empire, this region would have been unimaginably rich and prosperous. Unfortunately, life here was anything but easy. The Horlerwin family, rulers of Vaneburg and marquises of the borderlands, had a hard time finding solace in their riches. The family was powerful, with a knightly order and 2 elite military regiments under their command. Nevertheless, it was a constant struggle against the endless tide of orcs. It wasn't a matter of losing fights. It was that no matter how victorious you were, it always came at a cost. Training a single elite soldier cost a fortune. What about the orcs? They bred quickly. Their cannon fodder was seemingly infinite. Among the most troublesome were the boarfolk. They reproduced annually, twice a year if food supplies were sufficient. Each litter brought up 4 to 5 children, who reached full maturity in just a few years. While not as formidable as the bearfolk, they were still stronger than regular human soldiers, and they were ready for war as soon as they came of age. The military power of the Alpha Kingdom was still largely composed of ordinary humans. There were some extraordinary legions, but they were far too few. The orcs bled the kingdom dry year after year, yet Alpha somehow managed to hang on, a miracle in and of itself. Thank goodness boarfolk lacked foresight and strategy. They didn't mine or forge weapons, constantly squabbled amongst themselves, and couldn't organize large invasions effectively. Even so, dealing with them was an exhausting ordeal. The boarfolk were voracious feeders with sheer numbers on their side. Yearly raids southwards always included hordes of them. Facing such an unending wave of beasts, the Horlerwin family adopted a strategy of grain hoarding and mass evacuations into their fortresses. Confronting the orcs head-on in open battle was out of the question. Lose, and you suffer. Win, and you suffer even more. Elite human soldiers couldn't be replaced easily. Orc losses, on the other hand, consisted of little more than expendable cannon fodder. Wipe them out this year, and they'd simply come back with new recruits the next. Within the study of Vaneburg Fortress, the Horlerwin Marquis, a woman of commanding presence, scanned a letter with furrowed brows. It was delivered by a messenger from the Roderland Kingdom. Recently, Roderland had waged a war against the Half-Elven Kingdom, conquering several provinces and capturing vast numbers of half-elves. Now, they were looking to offload those captives as slaves onto the global market. I understood their logic. The war wasn't over, and selling slaves quickly replenished their finances. Keeping those prisoners would only lead to future risks, especially if they managed to escape or were liberated by their homeland, which would immediately turn them into enemy soldiers. Thus, Roderland decided it was better to take a loss and get rid of them, shipping them as far from the front lines as possible. Instead of selling them locally, where half-elven spies might facilitate their rescue, they arranged for transport to the northern and southern continents of the world. Central human kingdoms weren't particularly unified. In fact, many neighboring states were happy to see Roderland weakening itself, even if it meant buying discounted half-elves to make a profit. Roderland nobility, wary of sabotage, opted to ship their captives far and wide. Their requirements weren't ambitious. Just get something in return. Just cover the shipping fee. Worst case, let's just sell it and call it a loss. In the letter, asked the Marquise if she's interested in half-elf slaves. I wouldn't mind buying a few if it's a small amount, but the timing is off right now. These half-elves have just lost their homeland. To them, Roderland Kingdom and Alpha Kingdom are the same. It's all humans, all enemies. The Marquise does need more people to populate her territory, but these half-elves are unstable elements. They can farm, but they can't be soldiers. After considering the issue, the Marquise decided to pass on the opportunity. Even though the price is seriously cheap, regular male slaves cost 3 to 5 gold coins, with female slaves fetching about the same. Beautiful or specially trained ones. Sky's the limit on those prices. Half-elf slaves, being exotic, are usually even more expensive. A few dozen gold coins wouldn't be surprising under normal circumstances. But right now, ordinary half-elves are going for just 3 gold coins. Attractive female half-elves cost a bit more, but not by much. From the tone of the letter, buying in bulk could lower the price even further. The Roderland nobles are sly with this tactic. It's so cheap that it's bound to tempt someone. Buying a few dozen would cost only a few hundred gold coins. Even though alpha nobility are broke, they can scrape together that kind of money. If every noble house buys a handful, they could rid themselves of tens of thousands of half-elves. As for whether they'd be obedient or rebel, at these prices, who cares? 2 days later, I arrived at Windberg with my draconic guards. Marching 200 kilometers fully armed in 2 days was pushing even the half-dragons with knight-level physiques to their limits. Finally, we can rest properly. The journey back won't be as grueling. My first order of business upon reaching Windberg was registering my identity at the governor's office. Most pioneer knights register before even heading out to the frontier. Looking at the officious sneer on the governor's clerk as I handed over my documents, I couldn't help but find it amusing. He'd clearly intended to give me a hard time. That is, until he saw the king's personal signature on my charter of settlement. His demeanor flipped in an instant, his face now plastered with an ingratiating smile. "Honored sir, your information has been recorded. You can present this certificate at the logistics office to claim your supplies and serfs." He also stamped my certificate with a special seal, likely a message to the logistics officers not to try any tricks. I studied the certificate in my hand with a hint of amusement, then walked out without sparing him another glance. After leaving the governor's office, I frowned at the sight of the main street. Filth and muck, human and animal waste, everywhere. If the main road was this revolting, I didn't want to imagine what the slums looked like. Behind me, Emily and Avila also wrinkled their noses in disgust. I silently resolved to build plenty of public restrooms when I returned to my territory. No way would I let my own domain turn into this kind of cesspit. At the slave market, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Very few knights were willing to develop the Wind province. It shared a direct border with the Orc Empire, after all. While walking through the market, I suddenly noticed a massive group of half-elf slaves. Their faces were vacant, their expressions hollow, and the prices? Outrageously low. Money was never an issue for me. Thanks to my unique abilities, I could cultivate extraordinary magical plants using spirit elixirs from the moment I hatched. My rate of growth far outstripped the norm. While other wormlings were still relying on their parents for food at 3 or 4 years old, I was already 10 meters long and hunting independently. By the time I reached my teens, I had a body length of 40 meters, the equivalent of a fully grown dragon. Through constant adventuring, I had accumulated a fortune of over 1 million gold coins. I could have made more, too, if I hadn't spent 20 years asleep after overindulging on magical delicacies during my breakthrough to legend status. Influenced by my red dragon and gold dragon lineage, I refuse to prey on common folk. Instead, I target the wicked, pillaging wealth from evil organizations. Including magical equipment, my total assets could buy 500,000 human slaves. If we're talking half-elves, the number would be even higher. But here's the thing, I hate spending money. My red dragon bloodline makes me a fan of no-risk, high-reward ventures. Do you need anything, sir? The manager in charge of selling half-elf slaves spotted me and practically galloped over. My aristocratic aura stunned him at first glance. As a legendary gold dragon, even in my human form, I exude an innate majesty that's impossible to ignore. Half-elf slaves, perhaps? We have a wide selection, all at unbeatable prices. And if you buy in bulk, we'll even throw in some specialty half-elves. The manager offered a knowing grin, making it clear they were bundling noble half-elf girls and knightesses with ordinary slaves to sweeten the deal. I barely suppressed an eye twitch. Asterisk bundling sales. In this era? Really? Asterisk. The manager proceeded to show me their inventory. Blacksmiths, carpenters, tailors, brewers. They had everything. I felt a strong urge to buy, but paying for it just soured my mood. How much is the friendship of a legendary gold dragon worth? If I could get this deal on reputation alone, it'd be ideal. I want to speak with your master, I abruptly said. The manager wasted no time fetching Count Snow. Count Snow, a court-appointed noble and the king's advisor, initially showed up looking irritated. But upon seeing me, his expression underwent the usual shift to overly polite. After the obligatory pleasantries, he asked, "How many half-elf slaves does Sir Hardy need?" I raised 5 fingers. 50,000, along with plenty of skilled workers. The Count's eyes widened, pupils constricting at the figure. 50,000 slaves? That's a 200,000 gold coin deal. However, his expression quickly turned troubled. Sir Hardy, these half-elves harbor intense animosity toward humans. With 50,000 slaves, an uprising would be catastrophic. You'd need at least several thousand professional soldiers to keep them under control. I lounged on the sofa, recognizing his hesitation. He was worried that a half-elf uprising within the Alpha Kingdom would fall on him to clean up. But come on, I'm a legendary gold dragon. You think I'm afraid of a bunch of half-elves far from home? Leaning back and folding my arms, I locked my gaze on Count Snow. Next moment, my appearance began to shift. Golden slit pupils replaced my human eyes, fine metallic scales spread across my face, and a dangerous aura radiated from me. I was terrifying and magnificent. Dragon fear filled the room in an instant. Count Snow turned pale as a sheet. The 8th-rank Sky Knight stationed at the trade hall burst in but immediately dropped to his knees, unable to breathe under the oppressive force. Though my experience in combat as a legendary dragon is limited, my aura alone is enough to rival others of my kind. The dragon fear dissipated as quickly as it came, but in those brief seconds, Count Snow was drenched in sweat. As for the Sky Knight, even more pitiful, he collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with terror. Legendary, Golden Dragon. Earl Snow's trembling voice broke through the air. He quickly collected himself and stammered, "Your Majesty, as many half-elves as you desire are yours. To express my deepest apologies, I'll give you a 50% discount on all transactions today. Plus, a special gift when you leave." 50% off? Not bad. I replied, my mood instantly lifted. Earl Snow breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that golden dragons belonged to the benevolent alignment. So long as compensation was adequate, they wouldn't hold grudges. Since I was getting everything at half price, I decided to buy more. I had enough half-elf civilians and craftsmen. This time, I needed several thousand half-elf warriors. Half an hour later, outside the Merchants Guild, "Your Majesty," Earl Snow said respectfully, "the remaining 50,000 half-elves will be delivered to your territory within 40 days. This time, I had purchased over 54,000 half-elves. Vaneburg could only muster 3,000 right now, with the rest requiring the full 40 days to prepare. After seeing me off, Earl Snow immediately penned a letter to the King of Rodlan, reporting his encounter with the legendary Golden Dragon. Shortly after, he received a reply. Instead of reprimanding him, the king praised his adept diplomacy, earning the friendship of a legendary Golden Dragon while maintaining the kingdom's honor. Rodlan Kingdom was aiming to ascend as an empire, and the friendship of a powerful legendary Golden Dragon was invaluable to their goals. After leaving the Merchants Guild, I purchased large quantities of iron tools and grain. It was late February, and northern regions would begin planting by late March to early April, so I needed to stock up on farming tools. The 50,000 half-elves would need to cultivate at least 100,000 acres of land. Fortunately, I owned over 20 crop-boosting wheat and barley dryads, allowing for significantly increased yields. By afternoon, my 200 personal guards and the guild's escort team began the journey to transport 3,000 half-elves to Darim, a trip that would take about 2 weeks. The sheer number of half-elves leaving the city inevitably attracted attention. Marchioness Clara Hallraven heard the news and immediately sent her steward to the Merchants Guild for information, but the only response they received was, "An exceptionally esteemed guest." Agitated, Clara leaned back in her chair, her full chest rising and falling lightly with the movement. "Are there any frontier knights with a special background visiting Flocloud province recently?" she asked. "Indeed, Marchioness. There is one knight granted a pioneering charter directly signed by the king. His background is completely blank," the steward replied with his head bowed. "Is he still in town?" "Yes, Marchioness. Summon him here immediately." "As you command." A glimmer sparked in Clara's eyes. As a border governor, the Hallraven family never annexed other nobles' lands. Conquered nobles wouldn't fight wholeheartedly, and in the end, they wouldn't be able to hold the territory. Instead, whenever unoccupied land emerged, Clara would attract second sons of mid-southern nobles to settle and pioneer. These pioneer knights became the first line of defense against orc raids, buying time for her people to harvest crops. Without such cannon fodder, her family would have to bear all the losses themselves. Minutes later, the steward returned, escorting someone into her estate. I leisurely walked into Vaneburg and made my way directly into Marchioness Hallraven's study. The steward frowned continuously as he led the way, his expression deepening after we entered the study. He realized I wasn't showing the nobility any respect, not even a hint of deference to Clara, who governed the borders. Even a prince or princess would at least show some courtesy to someone of her station. Clara Hallraven, Marchioness of Flocloud, also furrowed her brows slightly. A woman's intuition told her my gaze lingered a fraction too long on her chest. She wore a cerulean velvet gown embroidered with intricate gold vine patterns. The sunlight illuminated her alabaster skin, making it even more radiant. The tailored dress hugged her curvaceous figure tightly. By nightfall, within the small bedroom connected to the study, Clara rose to her feet unsteadily. As a border governor, her talent was average, but sheer resources had propelled her to the status of a fifth-tier silver knight. Resources that could have nurtured 4 to 5 silver knights. In Flocloud province, all the silver knights combined were barely more than a few dozen, over half of whom were from the Hallraven family. Baronial families simply lacked the resources to cultivate silver knights. Beyond funding, major nobles intentionally withheld training legacies. Clara had leveraged ample resources to become a silver knight for self-preservation. Every year, the invading orc empire sent assassins targeting major nobles. Even if she couldn't defeat an assassin, at least she could hold out long enough for reinforcements. But now, her legs were still trembling. What happened in the afternoon had been utterly insane. Her face flushed red as she took a deep breath, then turned to me. "Lord Hardy, are you satisfied?" Even now, her mind was spinning, unable to recall exactly what had transpired. At one point, she had even wondered if magic was involved. But given the situation, she decided to maximize the benefits. To share a bed with a legendary golden dragon. If not for her own unique status, she might have even boasted about it outright. I waved a hand gently, a breeze lifting her into my arms. Her body tensed at first, then softened, her jade-like arms wrapping around my neck and the majority of her body pressing against mine. "Darim will take route along the kingdom's border and help relieve the pressure on Vaneburg," I said, wrapping an arm around her waist as my other hand caressed her cheek. "When the Orc Empire launches a large-scale invasion, I will ensure that the Hallraven family legacy continues unbroken." Clara, in her early 30s, had maintained herself well. As a silver knight, she looked no older than 27 or 28, with skin as delicate as a young girl's. Honestly, this promise wasn't a significant concession. Even without today's incident, I had already planned to establish Darim in the northern borderlands. While the orc armies could contend with 8th-tier warriors, they didn't stand a chance against a legendary dragon. If I wanted to retreat with my people, they wouldn't be able to stop me. Unless, of course, the Orc Empire truly intended to annihilate Alpha Kingdom, in which case, humanity's nations would unite and crush them. The orcs had learned this the hard way 2 centuries ago when they nearly faced extinction. For Clara, however, the promise was more than enough. She hadn't truly sacrificed much, and truth be told, she had thoroughly enjoyed herself. Her husband, a bishop in the Church of Justice, resided mainly in the capital, and, well, his preferences leaned toward young boys over her. She could barely remember the last time she had let her guard down like this. Reassured by my promise, Clara closed her eyes and fell asleep, resting her head on my shoulder. I gently patted her smooth back, understanding her concerns. The last all-out orc invasion had been 50 years ago. The next, this has happened several times over the past years. The orcs reproduce too quickly, and after 50 years of growth, the Great Plains have reached their carrying capacity. If they don't want internal conflicts and civil war among their people, they have to redirect the tension outward. Every time the orcs launch a nationwide invasion, the Flowing Cloud province almost always falls. By the time the Alpha Kingdom's main forces are finally assembled, the border provinces are long gone. For nearly 2 centuries, the Hallraven family has stood to defend the borders. After each war, the kingdom always returns their lands to them. To be fair, Clea doesn't even realize she's part of the strategy. The Hallraven family is essentially being used as a meat shield. Flowing Cloud Province is honestly a terrible place. It gets overrun about once every few decades. None of the other noble families want to take responsibility for it. But as long as someone from the Hallraven family escapes during invasions, the land ultimately remains under their name. The other noble families are willing to help rebuild because they know spending a little now is better than having armies of orcs marching straight into their own provinces next time. Nobles in the central provinces monitor the north closely. If all 9 northern provinces fall, they know they'd be the next northern nobles on the front lines. This cursed job? Let whoever wants it take it. No thanks. As the night descended and the stars twinkled, I sat in the study at Waynister Castle. I sat at the head of the table, staring at the map of Flowing Cloud Province Clea had handed me. It was far more detailed than the one that had come from the king. The map highlighted various mines, including their locations and material quality. I noticed a sizable iron mine on the western side of Dehiram, but the area was crawling with monsters, goblins, kobolds, and gremlins. There are 2 distinct types of kobolds in this world. Orcish kobolds belong to the Beastman Empire. They literally have dog heads and are at the bottom of the societal hierarchy, much like orc pigs. Monstrous kobolds, however, resemble miniature dragonfolk. Their heads are dragon-shaped, their bodies are covered in scales, and their statures are squat, just 3 feet tall. Despite their small size, they are intensely devoted to dragons. If another noble wanted that mine, they'd have to mobilize a whole army to clear it of monsters, with additional forces stationed regularly to defend it. Monstrous kobolds breed absurdly fast, 2 to 3 clutches per year, laying 2 to 4 eggs at a time. Eggs hatch in months, and within a few years, the kobolds are ready for war. Luckily for me, this was a simple problem to solve. All I had to do was transform into my true dragon form and make a brief appearance. The kobolds would surrender immediately, handing over the mine in exchange for the privilege of serving me. Effortless acquisition of iron and free labor. Sure, there are downsides to monstrous kobolds, but free is free. Clea has always been envious of my natural gifts. She couldn't wrap her mind around why kobolds worship dragons. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone rapping on the door interrupted my thoughts. Come in. Clea's commanding tone returned, her voice carrying the regal authority of a marchioness. A few heavily armored knights entered, carrying a large pot of elven buggrass. Put it here, Clea instructed, pointing to the side of the desk. The knights complied and quickly left without so much as glancing up. I approached the pot, examining the buggrass. Earlier, when Clea had just regained consciousness, I'd struck a deal with her. I promised to help one of her family's elf bugs evolve into a great elf in exchange for 10 different kinds of elf bugs. I wanted these elf bugs to bolster my growing territory. Peanut elf bugs for oil, birch elf bugs for timber, grape elf bugs for wine production. Clea had her doubts, but agreed to the deal. My terms were clear: payment only upon success, nothing owed if I failed. What she sent was barley elf buggrass, a variety capable of increasing yield for 300 acres of barley. A middle-tier choice, not bad, not amazing either. I concentrated for a moment, condensing a single drop of glowing green spirit liquid. With precision, I let it fall onto the plant. The next second, the bug grass grew wildly. The small elf bug quickly began its evolution. Clea was absolutely stunned, her mind racing to process what was happening in front of her. Truth be told, a single drop of my spirit liquid could instantly evolve any elf bug into a great elf. However, that level of power would draw far too much attention. Helping an almost ready elf break through its evolutionary bottleneck seemed more plausible. In just minutes, what was once a foot-tall elf bug had transformed into a 5-foot great elf. Clea, I evolved. The great elf gawked at itself in disbelief. Clea, meanwhile, was bursting with excitement, nearly trembling with joy. A great elf buggrass could drastically increase agricultural output, boosting yields for up to 4,000 acres. Without it, those fields would produce no more than 390,000 pounds of grain. With its help, however, Clea could harvest 1.6 million pounds, an over 4-fold increase. The grass also produced spirit barley, a rare resource for cultivation. watching Clea's chest rise and fall in her exhilaration. Well, let's just say it was quite a sight. I leaned back in my seat, arms crossed. Honestly, my estate already had countless great elves. Unless something truly rare like a dragon elf or an elf lord appeared, I wasn't easily impressed. Lord Hardy, thank you, Clea said earnestly. The Hallraven family will deliver 15 elf bugs to you. If we don't have the specific ones you need, I'll find them elsewhere. She voluntarily offered 5 more than she initially promised, clearly trying to cultivate favor. Her gaze brimmed with ambition, no doubt hoping for more great elves in the future. Clea walked over to my side, placing her hands on my shoulders to massage them. Lord Hardy, is there anything else you need? Smart. She wasn't overreaching or requesting too much at once. Instead, she was showing her worth. No, I responded lazily. Then let me help you relax, she purred softly, leaning in to kiss me. At some point, her clothes had slipped away. Clea had made her decision. She would become my mistress unapologetically. As for her husband, a man obsessed with young boys who had only come home 15 times in 18 years, she couldn't care less. With a flushed face and burning cheeks, she grasped my face and made her feelings unmistakably clear. More than 10 days later, I left Waynister Castle and returned to Dehiram. As my massive form broke through the clouds, descending upon Dehiram's outskirts, I spotted the first batch of half-elf slaves being delivered. Roar! I unleashed a thunderous dragon roar that shook the entire city. The half-elf slaves all gazed upward, their eyes locking onto me in awe and terror from the ground below. I landed heavily, towering over the ground with my 200-meter-long body glittering like a golden mountain. The ground trembled violently as I landed, causing half-elf slaves to lose balance, many tumbling to the ground. Lowering my colossal head, I let my golden, slitted eyes sweep across the trembling crowd of 3,000 half-elves. Only moments ago, they'd been brimming with defiance as they eyed my personal guards. Now, some were petrified, others fainted in fear. Clearly, they were all thinking, wait, wasn't our buyer supposed to be a human? What the hell is a golden dragon doing here? If they'd known earlier that a golden dragon was their master, they wouldn't have dared to resist. I am Hardy, I declared, my voice amplified by powerful waves of dragonic might. From this day forward, I am your master. My voice, infused with the force of draconic majesty, swept across the entire scene. In my tone and demeanor, I embodied more of a tyrannical red dragon than a benevolent golden one. Watching the half-elves kneel one after another, I knew that Durarum was about to soar to greatness. Just 2 days ago, the second batch of over 6,000 half-elven slaves arrived at Fort Vane and were already on their way here. Count Snow also mentioned that in 4 to 5 years at most, the kingdom of Rodron would destroy the half-elven kingdom. By then, the price of half-elven slaves would skyrocket, so I should stock up now. Under the pressure of my dragon's might, the 3,000 half-elves gave up any thought of resistance. A slight regret. I'd initially planned to send the unruly ones to the Bloodclaw tribe to mine. For the half-elves, submitting to a dragon was far better than submitting to those who destroyed their kingdom. Looking at my mountainous form, even if they had thoughts of defiance, they'd have no choice but to swallow them. Within the crowd, there were a dozen or so half-elven noble maidens, gifts from Count Snow. Though the long journey had left them disheveled, their every gesture still bore the unmistakable grace of nobility. The noble bloodlines of the half-elves were pure, and they were all attractive. If not for the elven blood in them limiting their physique, they would have been flawless. Of course, there were exceptions. I locked my gaze on these trembling noble maidens. They'd be perfect as managers to help me oversee the populace. At the very least, they were literate and could follow orders. Loyalty? That's simple. I'll transform them into half-dragons. That solves everything. As for the other half-elves, I wouldn't waste my dragon blood on them. With the dragon's force field present, they'd naturally start to develop dragon-like traits in a few months, becoming my most loyal vassals. The noble maidens, unaware of my intentions, only felt their spines shiver as I stared at them, as if falling into an ice cellar. But a few minutes later, their initially terrified faces took on a different look. They bowed to me devoutly, and then began to work, sorting craftsmen, organizing the commoners to build houses, cooking meals. In the past 10 days or so, Treebeard and the others had completed the outer city wall. Now, they and the High Elves were constructing a 400-meter square inner fortress, a building that would serve as my future palace and as the headquarters for my personal guard. The half-elves gradually busied themselves. I looked toward the direction of the Orcish Great Plains. Tisna, have the half-elves set up stables and a few large livestock barns first, I commanded, remaining in my dragon form. Understood. Tisna promptly responded. Durarum currently lacked livestock and warhorses. Though I could purchase them from Fort Vane, why buy when I could simply take? A common warhorse cost over 10 gold coins, a high-quality one went for dozens, and those superior warhorses with magical bloodlines could cost hundreds. Moreover, the warhorses bought from the market were all gelded and couldn't reproduce at all. As a true-blooded hybrid dragon with red dragon lineage, why would I waste my resources on buying? I could always borrow some from the Orcish Great Plains. Once the stable was ready, I'd pay a visit to the nearest orc tribe to borrow livestock. For orcs, farming was as arduous as ascending to the heavens, but raising livestock? That was second nature to them. As for horses, I need to find centaur tribes, as only they knew how to breed herds of horses. I'd also have to bring back some centaurs to tend the herds. At Durarum's northern new pasture site, half-elves were chopping wood and building fences. I arrived at the center of the pasture and planted a stalk of purple alfalfa wormgrass, one of 15 elven worms and wormgrasses I'd obtained in previous exchanges. Purple alfalfa was premium forage, highly nutritious, and suitable as top-grade feed for warhorses. This wormgrass would significantly enhance the quality of the purple alfalfa it produced. I dripped a drop of spirit liquid onto the wormgrass. In the next second, the originally 1-meter-tall wormgrass rapidly shot up to 3 meters, resembling a vibrant, energetic little tree. The purple alfalfa worm perched on my shoulder was suddenly bathed in white light. Its form shifted from that of an insect, growing to a 30-centimeter-tall sprite, then rapidly enlarging further to become a grand purple alfalfa fae. Haughty. As the white light dissipated, the newly evolved grand fae threw herself into my embrace, affectionately nuzzling her petite face against my chest. She possessed dazzling innate gifts and wore nothing but a grass skirt woven from purple alfalfa. From now on, you'll be called Ziyue, I said, patting her small head. Ziyue nodded vigorously, her eyes narrowing like a contented kitten as she continued to nuzzle. Haughty, I'll work hard to grow more extraordinary grade purple alfalfa. Extraordinary grade purple alfalfa could turn ordinary warhorses into extraordinary warhorses. Though these horses wouldn't have magical bloodlines and would be at the bottom of the extraordinary tier, they could be produced in large quantities. Even the standard purple alfalfa that couldn't be consumed entirely could be sold as high-quality feed. For many count-level families, it could serve as a foundational industry. Let's go. With 4 grand fae accompanying me, I moved to the next site. Next, I planted 2 birch wormgrasses and 1 white mulberry wormgrass. The birch wormgrass would supply Durarum with wood, while the white mulberry wormgrass was for sericulture. High-quality silk and true silk were always in high demand. The white silk stockings Tisna and the others wore were made from premium silk. Outside, a single pair would cost 5 gold coins, more expensive than a half-elven slave. The other grand elves in the castle also favored wearing white silk stockings. While it was pleasing to the eye, the cost was steep and the consumption high. Clearly, I needed a way to achieve self-sufficiency. Night fell. I rested my head on Tisna's fragrant, soft lap as Amiri and Avira knelt by my side in revealing camisole nightgowns and white silk stockings, massaging me gently. These styles weren't my invention. They already existed in this world. Stockings were initially worn by male nobles for riding and dueling. It was only later that women adopted them more commonly. In the Alpha Kingdom, nobles seldom wore them like this, simply because they were poor. Stockings made of true silk were exorbitantly expensive and only lasted 3 days at most. Haughty, Amiri and Avira's faces slowly flushed red. I placed my hand on their delicate feet, while my thoughts turned to the state of the territory. The arrival of over 3,000 half-elves had freed my 500 half-dragon guards from menial tasks, allowing them to focus on growing stronger. With the aid of the Golden Vein Blood Orchid, all 500 of my half-dragon guards had advanced to official knight status. They now looked even more burly and robust, with fine golden scales beginning to grow on their chests. Even in the future, if their blood became denser, at most they'd grow dragon horns and wings, but never a full coat of dragon scales. I could rapidly foster a great number of draconic sorcerers, yet I have no intention of doing so. On one hand, it would require a large quantity of my blood, plunging me into a period of weakness. On the other hand, my current life as a feudal lord feels akin to a simulation game. I've already leveraged my unique talents to unlock an infinite resource cheat. Giving too much blood would simply steal all the fun. As a legendary tier golden dragon, I am blessed with a life of great longevity. I thoroughly enjoy the journey. If I were to activate a god mode cheat right from the start, I might as well retreat to an isolated corner and spend the entirety of my time napping with Tisna and the others. Of course, I'm not one to make life difficult for myself either. Being a hedonistic golden dragon, I plan to advance my domain step by step, savoring the aristocratic lifestyle to its fullest. It's just that my notion of step by step is likely perceived by others as if I've hit the fast-forward button. starting off with 500 full-fledged knights? For comparison, even an average baronial family might only have a dozen at best. What's more, my half-dragon personal guards far outclass ordinary knights. Their draconic bloodline isn't just any bloodline. It's potent enough to crush the vast majority of knights with ease. On top of that, I've placed an order for over 50,000 half-elves with the Kingdom of Radlan. They should be delivered over the next month, among whom are thousands of half-elf warriors. Once those 50,000 half-elves are settled, the population of my territory, Durailum, will rival that of most baronial domains. However, its military strength will be capable of overwhelming even an old established viscounty. With 50,000 half-elves in place and warhorses for my 500 half-dragon guards, a single charge could obliterate opposition. But of course, I remain nonchalant. A little helper cheat hardly counts as cheating. As I mused along these lines, Avera and Emily, their cheeks flushed crimson, allowed me to toy with their delicate feet without resistance, afraid to disturb my thoughts. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, I woke. With my legendary tier strength, I no longer require sleep for rejuvenation. My reason for embracing slumber is more indulgent, holding Avera and Emily in my arms as they snuggle against me in soft bodies, especially Dragon Elf Lolas. Their exquisite suppleness enables all manner of poses. Good morning, Hottie. The moment I stirred, Avera and Emily awakened as well, their petite faces glowing as they kissed both my cheeks. Apart from Tisna, they've accompanied me the longest. Born from the Millennium Red Lotus, they are natural-born spirits. Though the fire attribute may have nurtured them, their personalities are particularly gentle. Even when sensing my mischievous hands wandering, they simply redden further and curl tighter against me. That said, they do have their little worries. They often feel disheartened whenever they look down. As children favored by nature, how could they end up as barren as the elves in certain areas? Especially after seeing some of the half-elf girls during the day, many could rightfully be described as voluptuous, and even my Nicomaid troop was more ample than them. Despite my reassurances that small is also adorable, they still wish to grow a little more. To the west of Durailum lies the desolate plains of Mosul, the location of the iron or mine I've set my sights on. For any noble domain, iron goods are of critical importance. Durailum, bordering the Orcish Empire, particularly requires its own iron mine for the mass production of arms and armor. Solely relying on purchases is not only costly, but also contrary to my miserly inclinations. Acquiring slaves was a necessary exception. Without manpower, little can be accomplished. However, anything solvable through labor? I'll never pay a dime if I can avoid it. The Mosul wastelands harbor iron mines and plenty of free labor. Why pay for it when I can seize it instead, cultivating craftsmen to forge equipment on site? With qualified artisans, I'll be able to commission armor of any thickness I desire. For instance, after my half-dragon guard rises to the rank of full knights and their physical strength increases significantly, I intend to craft them superior steel plate armor. The wasteland is home to numerous monster clans, including kobolds, hobgoblins, bear goblins, and ogres. Ordinarily, conquering such a region to exploit its resources would pose immense difficulty. However, in my case, a mere appearance suffices. Showing my face is all it takes for these monsters to pledge loyalty. Hobgoblins would make up dedicated soldiers, kobolds fanatical miners, and best of all, they're completely free. After all, who could say no to free labor? Put any other frontier knight in my place, and even the hobgoblins alone would give them endless trouble. Hobgoblins differ drastically from standard goblins. Towering at 2 meters, they are rigorously disciplined and run their clans with military precision. Each hobgoblin clan boasts over 100 members, outperforming most noble armies. What's more, these clans are often led by bear goblins and supported by ordinary goblin ranks as frontline fodder. In the Mosul wastelands, hobgoblin clans like this are not uncommon. According to Klea's intelligence, there is even a super clan deep in the region, consisting of several hundred hobgoblins and dozens of bear goblins. They have entire units of wolf riders and an expansive army of cannon fodder. Facing such a formidable force, even an experienced noble viscount would struggle. At this moment, in the heart of the Mosul wilderness, roar! My massive dragon form grazed the sky at low altitude, my majestic wings cutting through the air. Trailing behind were Avera and Emily, who had shifted into their red dragon forms. The 3 dragon spirits accompanying me form a formidable trio, with Tisna embodying golden dragon bloodlines while Avera and Emily draw theirs from red dragons. Kobolds and hobgoblins, ferocious by nature, are particularly inclined to serve under true dragons, red dragons being their ultimate preference. After all, red dragons' temperaments most align with their brutal needs. Upon arrival, I loomed over the iron mine from high above. Situated merely 20 kilometers from Durailum, This site was highly convenient. I envisioned paving a stone road to facilitate or transport. If coal deposits lie nearby, constructing blast furnaces in situ would ensure efficient iron smelting. The mine was currently under cobalt occupation. Judging from the hundreds stationed at the camp outside and swarming in and out with manual carts, they were clearly adept miners already. Roar! Flapping my mighty wings, I issued a thunderous draconic bellow. As I burst through the clouds, heralding my descent, the kobolds below froze in terror. Many succumbed to the shock of my roar, either fainting outright or being swept away by the turbulence. Yet a minority of lucid kobolds dropped to their knees, their eyes alight with fervent worship. This so-called Bloodfawn clan boasted over 1,000 kobolds, marking itself as one of the larger clans within the Wastelands. Their leader, Bloodfawn, was a second-tier sorcerer who had awakened traces of red dragon lineage. As a scholar figure among kobolds, he immediately recognized the golden and red dragons before him. But now Bloodfawn was utterly bewildered. He actually detected a resonance of bloodline within me. Staring at my shimmering golden scales before glancing down at his own scarlet scales, Bloodfawn didn't dare question me. Instead, he began doubting the purity of his own ancestry. Could it be that his bloodline was actually golden dragon lineage all along? Yet despite his confusion, Bloodfawn wasted no time. Scrambling urgently forward, he fell prostrate at my feet. Bloodfawn greets the almighty master. I scrutinized Bloodfawn, who was kneeling before me. A clever little fellow. Bloodfawn was much bullier than the average kobold. Unfortunately, even after awakening the red dragon bloodline and becoming a draconic sorcerer, he stood only 85 centimeters tall. However, the pair of bat-like wings on his back was rather unique. The bloodline's inheritance told me this guy wasn't just a draconic sorcerer, but also an Erd, an exceedingly rare winged kobold subspecies capable of low-altitude flight. Master, Bloodfawn followed behind me with uncontainable excitement. The entire Bloodclaw tribe had been brought under my rule without objection. Following a dragon was their ultimate lifelong dream. Are there other kobold tribes in the vicinity? I asked Bloodfawn. There are plenty, but Bloodclaw is the largest, he replied, brimming with both pride and sycophancy. I turned to Avira and Emily and instructed, bring all those tribes under our control. All kobolds would be integrated for streamlined management, taking shifts mining. Grouping them together would also allow my dragon aura to more effectively enhance their bloodline concentration. The current Urds were indeed weak. However, if they could grow to the stature of draconic offspring, 2 meters tall and weighing 130 kilograms, they would become powerful aerial units in the future. Bloodfawn informed me that the Bloodclaw tribe was subjugated by an external Minotaur tribe, forced to deliver iron or monthly or risk slaughter if their quota wasn't met. Minotaurs? Towering giants averaging 2.5 meters tall, wielding single-handed axes heavier than an entire kobold. An idea popped into my head. Darim was in desperate need of oxen for its fields. Using Minotaurs as beastly labor seemed like a good plan. Night fell, and by then, Avira and her team had brought back over 3,000 kobolds. It was enough for now. I planted some woodier mushroom spores, and the kobold-grown mushrooms now yielded a weekly harvest, their production capacity multiplying several folds. I contacted Clea, asking her to procure additional spores for the strain. According to Bloodfawn, the Wastelands harbored not just copper and coal mines, but also veins of magical crystals deep inside. That afternoon, I granted Bloodfawn a single drop of dragon's blood. He evolved instantly into an ancient kobold. His height surged to 1.5 meters. His rank ascended to tier 3, and his wings grew more akin to dragon wings. Now Bloodfawn was strutting around the tribe, flaunting his new form like a proper sycophant. At Vaneberg, inside Clea's study, she reclined lazily against her chair, her cheeks glowing red at the thought of Hardy. She admitted silently, dragons did indeed excel in certain areas. Once calmness returned, she instructed her housekeeper to arrange additional trades for the woodier mushroom spores. As the governor of the Luyan province, Clea was deeply familiar with the Moser Wastelands. The magical crystal veins in its depths were real, but the Horal Raven family lacked the resources to exploit them. The costs were extraordinarily high and compounded by threats from magical creatures and the Orcish Empire. If orc tribes decided to sabotage their operations, any upfront investment would go up in flames. But knowing that this vast wasteland might soon become Hardy's backyard filled Clea with envy. Kobolds were poor fighters, but exceptional miners. Their dragon-worshipping fervor drove them to labor ceaselessly, without rewards. With so many untapped veins, even selling raw ores could rake in 200,000 or 300,000 gold coins annually. If the resources were processed into steel equipment, yearly earnings could easily surpass $1 million. In the Alpha Kingdom, There was no shortage of demand for arms and weapons. Only delayed payments were an issue. Whenever orcs invaded, the nobles inevitably became the kingdom's creditors, stuck with piles of IOUs that wouldn't be repaid for 20 or 30 years. Apart from kobolds, the wastelands housed goblins and hobgoblins. The militarized hobgoblins were naturally born soldiers. If I were to claim control of the Moser wastelands and assemble all the hobgoblins, I could swiftly form a formidable infantry division. Given a few decades of development, a fully armed hobgoblin heavy infantry corps would be at my disposal. Clea couldn't help but feel fortunate. The one claiming this territory was a legendary golden dragon, and this dragon happened to share an intimate connection with her. With my reign over the wastelands, the Horlraven family might even gain benefits from it. If, on the other hand, an evil red dragon had moved in, Clea was certain she wouldn't have a single night of peaceful sleep. Neither would the governors of neighboring provinces, for that matter. While contemplating how to extract more benefits from me, the magical equipment I had left her suddenly shimmered briefly. Clea placed her hand on it, and my voice resonated in her mind. Locate the whereabouts of cloud giants. Offer greater sprite evolution as reward. The device allowed for a message of only 20 words, so I conveyed my meaning succinctly. Cloud giants generally resided atop mountain peaks, places completely inaccessible to ordinary beings, making them difficult to locate. But the reward I offered was something Clea couldn't resist. If the Horlraven family could secure a few greater sprites, Vaneburg would be impervious during the next Orcish invasion. Orcs weren't fools. When they realized a fortress was too difficult to conquer, they typically moved on to easier targets. Thus, Clea resolved to mobilize every contact her family could muster to search for them. Cloud giants had fair white or pale blue skin and were far more civilized than other giant species. They possessed skills in weaving, forging, animal handling, agriculture, and construction. In terms of raw power, they ranked among the top within giant kind. A full-grown cloud giant, purely through strength and physical prowess, could rival a Tier 5 Silver Knight. Trained, they became even stronger. Some among their ranks were spellcasters as well. It was a well-known fact that golden dragons loved recruiting cloud giants to act as castle guardians. I remembered this only after Bloodfang mentioned that wild giants once roamed the Moser wastelands. Hence I decided to seek some cloud giants as servants. The arrangement between golden dragons and cloud giants appeared equal on the surface. Cloud giants maintained and protected the castle, while golden dragons offered their guardianship. However, in reality, due to the overwhelming might of golden dragons, the dynamic was more akin to that of master and servant, especially when a golden dragon ascended to become a legendary being. I didn't have particularly high demands. Securing just a few hundred would suffice. On the battlefield, a few hundred cloud giants would be far more terrifying than several bearfolk heavy infantry regiments combined. Moreover, cloud giants excelled at breeding griffins. If luck was on my side, I might even assemble a Griffin Knight Corps. After the Bloodclaw tribe was subjugated, Durim dispatched 2 greater sprites alongside 10 ironwood treants to construct a stone-paved road connecting Bloodclaw to the western gate. The following day, dozens of half-elf craftsmen set off for the Bloodclaw tribe. Since the area contained coal mines, I planned to set up blast furnaces nearby. Such intricate work couldn't be handled by kobolds. It required the skill of the half-elven artisans. Blast furnaces yielded pig iron, which was too brittle for direct forging. By employing the steel refining process, I could convert it into steel, a material vastly superior to both cast iron and wrought iron. However, while I understood the theory behind it, extensive experimentation was still necessary. Half a month later, at the beginning of March, I had completely taken control of the entire Mosel wasteland. This piece of land spans 170,000 square kilometers, just slightly smaller than the Flowing Cloud province. But the land is terribly barren, probably due to the excessive number of buried mines. After occupying it, the kobolds under my command grew from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Even that number was a result of me not incorporating all of them. Otherwise, it would have increased by an additional 20 to 30,000. With such a massive base of numbers, I managed to assemble a kobold mage corps composed of over 100 scaled sorcerers. While most of them are quite weak and limited in the number of spells they can cast each day, it's still a considerable achievement. I also formed 5 squadrons of Urds as an aerial kobold force. 500 Urds rising into the sky simultaneously is a rather grand sight. During the occupation, I casually disposed of all the ogres. These creatures are innately brutal, low in intelligence, and difficult to domesticate. In the end, the ones ultimately recruited into my ranks were primarily the mining proficient kobolds, along with goblins, hobgoblins, and the slow-witted but obedient beast goblins who follow the orders of hobgoblins. Oh yes, there were also over 3,000 minotaurs. These minotaurs belonged to a tribe that regularly collected protection fees from the Bloodclaw tribe every month. The Bloodclaw tribe was merely their first stop. They were supposed to continue to other places after that. But this time, they encountered an immovable force. More than 500 boisterous minotaurs marched into the Bloodclaw tribe, only to find themselves facing. I had reverted to my true form as a golden dragon. While a young golden dragon might appear elegant, noble, and even adorable upon reaching adulthood, especially after breaking into the legendary rank, it exudes nothing but an overwhelming sense of majesty and oppression. As an exceptional entity over 200 meters long with a wingspan exceeding 500 meters, my presence brought an unspeakable sense of terror to the Minotaurs. And so, I gained another 500 or so Minotaur vassals wielding massive battle axes. With their guidance, I ventured into the Orc Empire's territories, taking control of the remaining Minotaurs as well. Faced with my gargantuan form, how could the Minotaurs refuse? They obediently relocated to the border of the Mosul wasteland. This location was ideal, not too far from my territory, making it convenient for them to herd. Apart from herding, the Minotaurs were also assigned to transport extracted or to the Bloodclaw tribe using Kodo beasts. Kodo beasts are colossal beasts of the plains, measuring 8 meters in length and 4.5 meters in shoulder height. They resembled enormous lizards covered in sturdy scales, with horns for battering atop their heads. Despite weighing 8 tons, these creatures can run swiftly. Their stamina is exceptional, well-suited for long-distance travel, and they can even perform short sprints. To the Minotaurs, the Kodo beasts serve as both mounts and livestock. At specific times, they are slaughtered for food, and their scales are used to craft protective gear. During their transport, hobgoblins always accompany as guards, though they're actually acting as supervisors. Hobgoblins have a natural inclination to follow dragons, and their loyalty to me far exceeds that of the Minotaurs, so I entrusted them with monitoring the newcomers. Standing in my true form, I looked down upon the Bloodclaw tribe as the diligent kobolds below worked like diligent ants, orderly building houses. Interestingly, with me towering here, it seemed their work ethic improved significantly. The Bloodclaw tribe now boasted over 10,000 kobolds. I summoned architects to plan the construction of a kobold city. According to my vision, all mined minerals in the Mosul wasteland would be processed into ingots here before being transported elsewhere. This would become an industrial city. 10 blast furnaces were already built outside the tribe. Each could smelt 2 tons of pig iron at a time. Honestly, Dararim couldn't utilize this capacity, yet since its craftsmen were still in training. Even with an assembly line system where each craftsman was only responsible for one procedure, it would take 3 months to train a regular half-elf into a competent craftsman. This period wasn't just about learning a craft, but also about adapting to high-intensity, high-temperature environments. I watched as the kobolds opened the blast furnace outlet, pouring orange molten iron into containers. The molten iron naturally cooled and met quality standards, then was sent to crucibles for stirring to increase its carbon content, transforming it into steel. Though kobolds worked diligently and endured hardships, their lack of intelligence and strength proved subpar. While they did manage to produce acceptable steel, its quality remained inconsistent, sometimes overheated into wrought iron, which could only be used to forge farming tools. At least it wasn't entirely wasted. Across from the blast furnace area, the clang of metal echoed within a massive stone house. It was the sound of hobgoblin craftsmen producing pickaxe heads for the kobolds. While kobolds could dig through softer soil with their claws, extracting ores was far too challenging for them. The current Bloodclaw tribe was unrecognizable compared to what it had been half a month ago. Its size had expanded more than tenfold, transitioning from a primitive tribal state into a civilized community brimming with intelligence and boasting significant military power. On the training ground outside the tribe, 3,000 hulking hobgoblins were undergoing military drills. These forces were so formidable that even the baronial lords of the Alpha Kingdom would struggle to withstand them. A viscount's retinue might fare slightly better, but they still wouldn't be able to defeat such a force in the wilderness, especially since hobgoblins typically led additional goblins and beast goblins as vanguards. To survive, one would be better off barricading within a castle and awaiting reinforcements while praying they'd arrive swiftly. Otherwise, no fortress could sustain long enough. The reason I could recruit so many hobgoblins was because there was a supermassive tribe hidden deep within the Mosul wasteland, home to over 1,000 hobgoblins and more than 100 beast goblins. Combining those with others I found scattered across the wasteland, I formed 3 regiments of hobgoblin infantry, totaling 3,000 fighters. As for the remaining hobgoblins, aside from serving as craftsmen, they were dispersed among the goblin tribes as managers. Their duty was to oversee production and ensure sufficient food for both hobgoblins and beast goblins. After taking over the entire Mosul wasteland, I issued orders strictly prohibiting ordinary kobolds and goblins from freely mating and spawning. In the absence of war and with the abundance of food supplied by the 8 giant spirit mushrooms, their numbers could balloon alarmingly if left uncontrolled. With several tens of thousands of kobolds now, they could easily grow to hundreds of thousands by next year, not counting goblins. Such weak races, no matter how numerous, were of no practical use. They wouldn't even make passable cannon fodder due to their frailty. I planned to wait until the kobolds' bloodlines were significantly strengthened before encouraging their numbers to grow. Hobgoblins, on the other hand, required no such restriction. They were to serve as the main force in battles against orcs in the future. Master, while grazing, the Bloodhoof tribe discovered traces of bearfolk. They're about to come searching for us. A minotaur came running toward me in haste, his tone filled with anxiety. The Bloodhoof tribe had previously been tasked with collecting protection fees from the Bearfolk's tribe. The iron mines in question actually belonged to the brown bearfolk. As royalty within the Orc Empire, the bearfolk were terrifyingly powerful. Their suspicions had been piqued since the iron tribute failed to arrive on time. Given the weight of the Kodo beasts, the trails they left behind were impossible to hide. If the bearfolk arrived, Cain dared not imagine. Bearfolk. I turned my gaze toward Cain. I investigated the legacy of dragons. This world's bearfolk include brown bears, black bears, polar bears, and even the eastern black and white bear. Honestly, I'm more interested in the black and white bear, but unfortunately, there are none in the Beastman Empire. Bearfolk are indeed born warriors, but they're far too proud. They won't submit as easily as kobolds would. As a royal tribe, the bearfolk boast at least 8 legendary warriors. I'm unafraid of facing a single legendary opponent, but a 1-on-8 fight would be troublesome. Luckily, this suit of golden dragon scales I have is my greatest shield. Metallic dragons are particularly united. Gold dragons like me especially enjoy the favor of Bahamut, the dragon god. If I can't beat them, I can always summon help. If they dare gang up on me, Bahamut himself might manifest in response. To ensure my standing, I cast an alignment detection spell on myself. Chaotic good? That surprised me a bit. I thought I leaned towards lawful evil. But chaotic good isn't bad. It means Bahamut won't abandon me. In fact, this alignment might even be more intimidating. Typical gold dragons are lawful good and won't act recklessly. But chaotic good? That's a game changer. If I strike first, it could rally other metallic dragons, and Bahamut, who can't stand harm coming to his own, might appear. At that point, it'd be a scene right out of legend. Bahamut roaring, "Who dares bully my child?" On the Beastmen Prairie, a bearfolk centurion was leading his troops, tracking the trail of a Minotaur tribe. He had initially just come to inquire about the delayed shipment of ore. But when they reached the Minotaur settlement, the entire tribe had vanished. This was no small matter. If the Minotaurs had defected, their punishment could only end in genocide. As they pursued the trail, a massive golden dragon scale descended from the sky, striking the centurion directly on the head. The centurion wasn't killed, just dazed. "Boss, look at this." A subordinate picked up the scale. The moment he saw the golden dragon scale, the centurion's expression drastically changed. He could feel the overwhelming aura it emanated, filled with the dragon's oppressive majesty. A dragon scale falling from the heavens, coupled with the disappearance of the Minotaur tribe. "Retreat. Pull back now." The centurion turned and ran full speed, desperate to report this to the chieftain. In the heart of the bearfolk settlement, an 8th-rank bear chieftain examined the golden dragon scale, his face grim. He was, at the end of the day, just a typical ruler. Why was he dealing with something of this scale now? The chieftain could clearly sense the terrifying power radiating from the dragon scale. Most likely, it belonged to a legendary gold dragon, an entity far beyond his ability to handle. Taking out a magical artifact reserved for emergencies, he prepared to inform the Bearfolk Royal Court. At the Bearfolk Royal Court, the clan leader fell silent as he read the report. A legendary gold dragon? Moser Wastelands? That desolate place known for its iron deposits and little else? Logically, he found it implausible for a legendary gold dragon to appear there. Yet, he couldn't afford to gamble. Perhaps it was just a deceitful red dragon brandishing a gold dragon scale to intimidate them. After all, the treatment of legendary gold dragons versus red dragons differed markedly. A legendary gold dragon had an entire circle of allies and Bahamut backing them. Any provocation would spell disaster. A legendary red dragon, on the other hand, was nothing more than a walking treasure trove in the eyes of the Beastman Empire. That same evening, 2 legendary bearfolk were dispatched to the Moser Wastelands. When I sensed the arrival of the 2 legendary bearfolk, I immediately cast alignment detection on myself again. The 2 warriors were completely dumbstruck. Chaotic good gold dragon? What the hell? Seeing that my golden dragon scales were genuine, they both only had one thought: run. killing a legendary gold dragon? They didn't have that kind of audacity. If word got out, even the Beastman Empire couldn't protect them. Not to mention whether they could even win. What? Did they think I'd stick around if things went south? I can fly, after all. One of the bear folk, staring at the chaotic good radiance emanating from me, appeared to short-circuit entirely. The other reacted faster, grabbing his companion and shouting, "Run! This guy's not right." They abandoned the Moser wastelands altogether. A barren land like that wasn't worth clashing with a chaotic good legendary gold dragon. In her room at Vaneburg, Clea stood silently. Lately, she'd noticed her body changing. Her clothes were becoming shorter, and her height had increased by 3 centimeters. She was already in her 30s. How could she still be growing? Moreover, she looked younger. Ordering her maids to leave, she sat alone on the sofa. The fire in the hearth burned unusually warm and bright. Absent-mindedly, she extended her hand into the flame, only to find it didn't hurt. On the contrary, it felt pleasant. Startled, she jumped back several steps, her heart racing. Reflecting on it, these changes began happening soon after I'd left a few days ago. Growth spurts, flame resistance. Her face flushed in embarrassment. Was she becoming a draconic sorcerer? The reason? Perhaps she had consumed too much of something. As a legendary gold dragon, my blood and bodily fluids were infused with highly concentrated draconic magic. It wasn't entirely impossible. But how could she explain this when the Horwin family had no history of draconic sorcerers? Picking up the magical artifact I left her, she decided to confirm her suspicions. A draconic sorcerer? How is that possible? When the message reached me in Durim, I had just finished receiving the second group of 8,000 half-elves, including 1,000 warriors. Leveraging my status as a legendary gold dragon, I easily won their loyalty and used diluted dragon blood to transform the warriors into draconic vassals. Now, Durim housed more than 10,000 half-elves. The first group was building houses, while the second was cultivating farmland. With the help of the Minotaurs, efficiency was high. Leaving Tisna to guard the settlement, I flew directly to Vaneburg. Clea's room. She hadn't expected me to arrive so quickly. Lord Hardy. She turned to greet me, completely unaware that she was standing nude before her mirror. The body of a 5th-rank silver knight was already well-maintained, but with her awakening gold dragon bloodline, her skin had become delicate and radiant, glowing as though one could squeeze water from it. Clea was only momentarily shy before she naturally walked towards me, her tone composed. "Lord Hardy, you came so quickly. I've prepared nothing." I glanced at her body. If not for my curiosity about her becoming a draconic sorcerer, I might have teased that her preparation seemed plenty adequate. "Don't move." I grasped her wrist, my eyes shifting to pale golden slits. Her form transformed in my gaze, appearing as a blurry figure, but the changes in her spine were unmistakable. Particular vertebrae were beginning to shift into draconic wing bones. "You're indeed awakening as a draconic sorcerer," I informed her. "But it's still in its early stages." Clea furrowed her brows slightly. At first, the signs of change had left her panicking. It wasn't something she could easily explain to others. But now, calm and collected, she found herself filled with anticipation about growing into a powerful draconic sorcerer. Hearing my explanation, a glimmer of determination sparked in her eyes. It seemed she had an idea forming. Nightfall arrived, and Clea hosted an elaborate banquet, bringing with her 2 elegantly adorned companions, Lady Anna and Lady Helen. Both were widows of barons, their husbands killed by orcs a decade ago. Now, they served as Clea's trusted aides. "Sir Hardy." The 2 ladies curtsied gracefully, their low-cut gowns accentuating their alluring figures. Clea leaned closely against me, her intimate gestures shocking the 2 ladies, who widened their eyes in astonishment. Clearly, they hadn't expected Clea to be so forward. "Don't you like the gifts I prepared for you?" Clea asked tenderly, gently wiping a bit of sauce from the corner of my lips. The next day, Clea awoke from her deep sleep around noon. The first thing she did was to sense the changes in her bloodline. Becoming a dragonblood sorceress not only enhanced her power, but also significantly prolonged her lifespan. While an ordinary 5th-rank knight could only live up to 120 years, a dragonblood sorceress would start with a lifespan of at least 300 years. Later, in the study, Clea leaned lazily against me, her gaze still somewhat dreamy. "By nightfall, bring me an elf who has advanced for at least 20 years as well as some bloodstem fungus," I instructed. "What?" she asked in a moment of confusion. I lightly patted her to bring her back to her senses. "Consider it your reward." Clea's expression instantly brightened with excitement. This meant another great elf for the Halravin family. She decided to go with a wheat elf for the evolution, as it would guarantee a more stable harvest. The reason I was willing to help her was her undeniable competence. During our earlier territorial expansions, she had always managed to fulfill my needs with remarkable speed. efficiency that was deserving of reward. At my private estate outside Dehiram, I had planted rare gold-veined bloodstem fungus. Though the influence of this specialty fungus was limited in range, even if Tisna fully evolved into a dragon elf, it could only enhance an area of a few dozen acres. Those acres alone, harvested every 3 years, would yield a treasure trove of gold-veined bloodstem flowers, enough to sustain the cultivation of several extraordinary military units. The Halraven family only possessed 3 types of elves that met the requirements for evolution: wheat, peanut, and cabbage elves. Clea didn't want to gamble on the other 2, uncertain of what their evolution would produce. The precedent set by a wheat elf as a great elf was safe and proven. Yes, of course, Clea answered enthusiastically. It was the spring planting season, the perfect time to evolve the elf into a great elf for maximum benefit. The thought of an unprecedented autumn harvest and extraordinary food supplies thrilled her to no end. More food meant supporting more troops. In the slave-based Alpha Kingdom, food was the largest expense in training soldiers. Clea sat on the desk, her fiery gaze fixed on me, her black gown accentuating her curves, with a high slit revealing pale, slender thighs. The dress was of Central Continent design, tailored by the Halraven family's seamstress. She wore it exclusively for me when I visited. I took hold of her delicate foot, and one thought filled her mind. Only by staying close to me could the Halraven family strengthen itself and ensure survival against the looming invasion of the Orc Empire. Moments later, Clea lay sprawled across the desk, biting her lip, her jade-like hand resting on my shoulder, and her soft foot hovering in midair. Later that afternoon, I paid a visit to the slave market and encountered the steward. He informed me that Count Snow was in the capital. The half-elven kingdom had stood for over a millennium, and unlike pure-blood elves with their painfully slow reproductive rates, half-elves reproduced almost as quickly as humans, with a lifespans of around 120 years. Today, their population was in the tens of millions. The 50,000 half-elf slaves I had purchased were only a fraction of the whole. I instructed the steward to deliver a message to Count Snow. I intended to purchase another 50,000 half-elf slaves. The kingdom of Rodrin sought to destroy the half-elven kingdom and ascend to imperial status, but I wasn't optimistic about their chances. Positioned at the heart of the Central Continent with tens of millions of square kilometers of land and a population exceeding 1 billion, Rodrin vastly outmatched the half-elven kingdom in power. Yet their enemies weren't limited to the half-elves. To their east lay the Silvermoon Forest of the Elven race. The Elven High Court had no intention of bordering humanity, and the half-elven kingdom had been established as a buffer state to protect themselves. While Rodrin currently held the upper hand, if the half-elven kingdom weakened significantly, the Elven kingdom would inevitably intervene. As a race with eternal lifespan, the elves had accumulated countless legendary powerhouses and elite military forces over the centuries. Once war broke out between the 2 nations, it would engulf the entire continent. I could feel it. The raging inferno of continental-wide warfare was rapidly closing in. The following morning, I departed from Vaneburg. Both Dehiram and the Morsal wasteland were developing rapidly, and I couldn't afford to remain away for long. After my departure, Lady Anna and Lady Helen finally exhaled in relief. Over the past 2 nights, their bodies had nearly fallen apart, though they admitted their efforts had been worthwhile. "My Lady Marquis, about His Excellency," Lady Anna tentatively inquired. "It's late. Get to work," Clea cut her off coldly. The 2 ladies straightened their posture immediately, fearful and obedient. They knew my identity wasn't theirs to pry into, yet they couldn't stop themselves from wondering, would they ever have the chance to meet me again? I returned to Dehiram swiftly. In the 2 days since my absence, the half-elves had already cleared a fair amount of land. The lands around Dehiram had only been abandoned for a short time and were easy to reclaim, and with the assistance of the Minotaurs, progress was rapid. The Northern Horse Ranch was now complete, and purple clover had been sown. With the enhancement of Great Elf and the bloodstem fungus, the clover could be harvested in just 70 days. At that point, I'd negotiate a loan of horses from the Centaur tribes. For now, the focus remained on land reclamation, soldier training, and equipment production. The population of Dehiram had already exceeded 10,000, consisting of the first 2 waves of half-elf slaves and 1,500 human serfs. The 3rd batch of half-elves was set to arrive soon, while the treefolk engineering teams worked non-stop to construct new residential areas. When I inspected the new settlements, I was surprised. They weren't simple at all. Scattered around Dehiram, the settlements were designed as perfect squares, 400 meters on each side, each surrounded by walls 8 meters high and 4 meters thick. Were these villages or small fortresses? The architect cautiously explained, with walls and the militia, there will be no fear of orc ambushes. When the Orc Empire's invasion begins, these settlements can act as a network of small fortresses. It made sense. However, with this approach, I'd have no ordinary villages in my lands. Everything would transform into a network of fortresses. Once Tisna and the others had time, I'd have them reinforce the walls with hardening spells. I then visited the Morsal wasteland to inspect operations. Everything was running smoothly, with development proceeding rapidly in both territories. After ensuring everything was in order, I took up residence on the open plains near the Bloodclaw tribe. The grand castle that could accommodate my dragon form still existed only in plans. For now, I had to make do. The kobolds of the Bloodclaw tribe became extremely excited upon seeing my massive body. By contrast, the trained earth goblins remained steadfast and composed. I took out a golden seed. It was something that had been sitting in my personal dimensional space ever since I broke out of my eggshell. My personal space is a miniature demi-plane roughly the size of an acre, designed to only accommodate extraordinary spiritual plants, spirit insects, and grand spirits. This golden seed was the sole native inhabitant of the space. Despite pouring over 1,000 drops of spirit essence into it, the seed had never sprouted. Yet, every single drop of spirit essence was completely absorbed by it. It intrigued me enough that every so often, I'd offer it a few drops, curious if it would ever grow. As a legendary golden dragon, I have plenty of patience. But today, whether it was an illusion or not, the golden seed appeared brighter than before, exuding a strong vitality. Using one of my claws, I dug a small hole, planted the seed, and dripped 10 additional drops of spirit essence on it. This process was something I had repeated countless times in the past. However, this time was different. The seed sprouted. Though the 10 drops of spirit essence merely coaxed out a tiny green shoot, my excitement was immense. After years of effort, I had finally seen progress. After the excitement wore off, I turned solemn. At this rate of growth, could I even hope to raise it to maturity, with the lifespan of a legendary golden dragon? Every year, I can only condense about 300 or so drops of spirit essence, most of which is consumed by other extraordinary plants I cultivate. The remainder allocated to this seed would likely be insufficient. As I thought through this predicament, the tiny green sprout broke through the soil, growing to 5 centimeters tall. It swayed gently under the sunlight, and the previously barren land around it began rapidly sprouting grass. Instinctively, I stood up, gazing at the small patch of greenery that had appeared beneath me, then back at the cheerful-looking little sprout. A faint green glow shimmered above the sprout. Then darkness. On the 4th of April, I stirred from a month-long slumber. During that time, Durem had flourished. The first batch of 50,000 half-elves had all arrived, with part of the second batch now delivered as well. Count Snow did not seem worried that I might default on my promises. At present, the Durem territories included 20 or so fortified villages, each with 8-meter-high walls, in addition to the capital city. Over 10,000 half-elves resided in the main city, while the others lived in outlying villages, where they engaged in agriculture and livestock farming. Within the city, the half-elves worked primarily as craftsmen, and my trained assembly line blacksmiths were soon to graduate. The newly arrived half-elves were very cooperative, having borne witness to my dragon form, as well as the earth goblin and kobold tribes, and to the fact that they were no longer enslaved by human nobles. Plus, seeing that noble half-elven women were serving as my officials, their resistance had significantly waned. After a month-long slumber, I awoke. For a legendary golden dragon like me, sleeping for a month was hardly more than a nap. But this time, something was different. My status remained that of a low-tier legend, but my body now held 3 points of natural divinity. I froze. Divine entities have a quality of life that outstrips even dragons. Consider creatures like the phoenix, which possesses the ability of rebirth through flames, or the Quetzalcoatl, which is legendary the moment it reaches maturity. The question was, where did these 3 seamlessly integrated points of natural divinity come from? They had directly transformed me into a divine being. No matter how powerful a dragon, it cannot absorb divinity directly. Beneath gods, all are mortal. Even legendary dragons are still mortals. But now, having become a divine being, all of my resistances saw a major boost. Magical, physical, negative energy, and mental resistances all significantly enhanced. Because this was natural divinity, my druidic magic grew substantially more powerful. All my specialties in this domain reached their peak. I could now summon legendary elemental spirits as natural allies, or even raise entire elemental armies at will. My health regeneration and lifespan also received incredible extensions. Spells related to scrying or curses were ineffective against me. My strength had effectively doubled, and the ceiling of my potential had been lifted. If I were to sleep for a few centuries, I could awaken as a Saint Tier or even High Saint Tier entity. For a long moment, I stared down at the tiny sprout, now only 5 centimeters tall. It swayed gently in the breeze, as if greeting me. From it, I sensed pure joy and intimate affection. Instinctively, I lowered my body back down to its original position. Looking at the tiny sprout felt like gazing upon the whole of nature itself. The 3 points of natural divinity, it had given them to me. Somehow, in a manner beyond my comprehension, it had perfectly fused this divinity into me. 1,000 drops of spirit essence in exchange for 3 seamlessly integrated points of divinity. This was the best deal I had ever made since hatching. At the sprout's invitation, I stayed with it for 3 more days. During that time, I became entirely accustomed to my new powers and summoned a friendly wind elemental spirit, forming a contract with it. Now, if I encountered 2 legendary bearfolk, I could subdue them with no effort. Upon leaving, I looked back one last time at the little sprout swaying in the wind, as though waving goodbye. Hardy. Returning to Durem, Tisna ran toward me, excitedly throwing herself into my embrace. Every evening, she would join me at the grassy plain, unwilling to leave until dawn. Avila and Emily would often do the same. Hardy, it feels like something about you changed? Tisna sleepily rested her small head on my shoulder. As a nature elf, she could sense the aura emanating from me, a presence that she found deeply comforting, urging her to stay as close as possible. I just gained a few benefits, I said, smiling as I held the little elf girl who now clung to me like a koala. A moment later, we were in the office. Despite her petite stature, Tisna was none other than Durem's chief administrator. Hardy, the second batch of half-elves has started arriving in succession. Count Snow also came, so I gave him the gold coins you left in the castle, she said, sitting on my lap, her cheeks slightly flushed. Count Snow came, I asked, surprised. She nodded. She still remembered the befuddled look on Count Snow's face. Be it the paved roads, the grand stature of Durem, or the 8-meter-high walls of the fortified villages, everything had struck him as absurd. Durem was immaculately clean, with no excrement to be found in the streets, a level of cleanliness that led the Count to believe he had somehow wandered into an elven or dwarven city. In this world, only elves maintained this level of cleanliness out of love for nature. Dwarves, on the other hand, were forced to, since their cities were nestled within mountains. Leaving waste around would quickly turn their confined spaces into unbearable cesspools. I didn't pay much attention to these details, simply noting them down. Next time I visited Wainburg, I would make sure to pay Count Snow a proper visit. Tisna suddenly said, Hardy, while you were sleeping, I established the White Raven Knights. I even had someone teach them the White Raven swordsmanship. The White Raven swordsmanship is renowned across the multiverse, standing equal to Steel Soul and Iron Heart as one of the 3 supreme sword arts. This swordsmanship is not particularly strong in a one-on-one duel, but it belongs to the category of command-based swordsmanship. When combined with formations, it wields immense power. The fully developed White Raven swordsmanship enables coordinated positioning, synergistic attacks, mutual protection among teammates, triggering tactical strikes, maneuvering to assist others, and repositioning to block pathways. The half-elf warriors of the Knights had previously learned a bit of its basics. Now, they are formally studying it, with the addition of the golden pattern blood orchid I provided. Among the 4,000 White Raven Knights, the lowest rank is that of trainee knight, while those who joined in the first batch have already become full-fledged knights. Tisna also told me that Durem has completed its spring plowing, planting the cereals of wheat and barley elven fungi in various regions. Currently, the formal army consists only of the Half-Dragon Guard and the White Raven Knights. However, all villages are protected by militia patrol teams that safeguard the fungi fields. Over the past month, Clea also sent word that the Horlevan family discovered traces of cloud giants in the knightly kingdom of Bretonnia. Bretonnia lies to the west of the central continent, directly south of the Alpha Kingdom. It is home to the best knight academy on the continent and the Holy Grail Knights. The Holy Grail Knights number just over 100, but every one of them is a legendary knight. 200 years ago, when the Orc Empire invaded the Alpha Kingdom, it was the knightly army led by the Holy Grail Knights that first arrived to provide aid. The Orcs thought that behemoths, bearfolk, and rhinofolk could hold back the Knights' army, but in the face of the Holy Grail Knights, they were as fragile as paper. Even when the Orc legendary warriors tried to pin down the Holy Grail Knights, the knightly army still had vast numbers of Tier 6 and Tier 5 knights. Although Orcs are innately strong, they were stripped of extraordinary abilities. Most of them are just ordinary Orcs. The entire knightly army of Bretonnia possesses extraordinary power, and the leading several thousand knights are all silver-ranked. With their lances, they skewered behemoth heavy infantry like candied hawthorns, wiping out Orc legions numbering in the tens of thousands in a single clash. Elite legions of hundreds of thousands of behemoths, bearfolk, and rhinofolk were harvested like wheat. The Orc Empire's legendary warriors ended up as sacrifices offered by the Holy Grail Knights to their goddess. Initially, the Orcs had reached the gates of Alpha's royal capital, but were forced back to the Orc grasslands by the Knights in a single battle. Even the head of the behemoth Beast Emperor was brought back in triumph. Since then, Alpha's nobles have enjoyed studying at Britannia's Knight Academy. Some have even converted to the worship of the Lady of the Lake. The Lady of the Lake is the faith upheld by Britannia's knights. When I read the news, I was momentarily stunned, then glanced at the dragon spirit girl in my arms. During our past travels, we had visited Britannia and gained some understanding of this foremost kingdom in the central continent. Britannia's knights are paragons of faithful believers, and they always shout for the Lady of the Lake when charging into battle. The strength of the Holy Grail Knights comes partly from rigorous training and partly from the waters of the Grail. After drinking the waters of the Grail, they gain powerful resistances, and even Tier 8 Sky Knights have a chance to break through to the legendary level. To become a Holy Grail Knight, one must at least possess the power of a Tier 8 Sky Knight, and then embark on a pilgrimage with the effigy of the Lady of the Lake. A pilgrimage represents abandoning everything and walking the path of the Grail. The Lady of the Lake grants a divine mandate, and the knight must spend months or even years completing the trial of the Grail. Most knights fail, for the trials aren't as simple as clearing out goblin camps. Sometimes, they must storm a dragon's lair alone, and battles with demons or devils are common. The few who complete their trial return to the terrestrial divine kingdom of the Lady of the Lake, meet her avatar, and drink the waters of the Grail. No one knows exactly how many Holy Grail Knights the Lady of the Lake commands. The rumor of there being just over 100 stems from the fact that, 2 centuries ago, 80 of them were dispatched to aid the Alpha Kingdom. To humanity, the Holy Grail Knights are living saints. But to other races, they are no different from devils. After defeating the Orc legends 2 centuries ago, these living saints mercilessly slaughtered ordinary orcs. Amid that bloody era, the fertile lands surrounding Alpha's capital delivered abundant harvests year after year. I once encountered a female knight on her pilgrimage and learned of the Holy Grail Knights from her. Now, hearing from Clea that there are cloud giants in Britannia, my first reaction is disbelief. It's just a vast plain, after all. Although that plain has birthed a kingdom of knights feared by outsiders. Don't cloud giants typically dwell in mountainous regions? I took out a map and searched for the location Clea mentioned. After a long search, I indeed found a mountain range. This range is not far from the Lady of the Lake's terrestrial divine kingdom. Though it isn't a forbidden zone, powerful knights frequently patrol the area. Well then, cloud giants are difficult to find. I can't let any clues slip by. I set off for the Knightly Kingdom. Anyway, as long as I don't step into a restricted area, those knightly lords are fairly approachable. Britannia has a city called Gabred, whose lord is a legendary gold dragon. A double-digit number of adult metallic dragons reside there year-round, and the kingdom doesn't seem to care at all. It seems as long as one doesn't question their goddess, there won't be any trouble. Flying over the Rose Mountains, the fortress of the cloud giants was easy to spot. Built on a mountaintop, it was massive and conspicuous. It didn't take long to locate it, along with the griffins they were raising. Roar! I let out a thunderous draconic roar to announce my arrival. Cassius was preparing to lead the griffins and direwolves on a hunt. He had a wife and 4 children to feed. The draconic roar left him stunned, his domesticated griffins whimpering, while the direwolves backed away with their tails between their legs. GGG, Gold Dragon? Cassius froze as he watched me descend from the sky. I surveyed this cloud giant, my gaze sweeping over the griffins and direwolves in the courtyard. These were fine creatures indeed. The human nations are currently fascinated with magical beast cavalry units. The Alpha Kingdom is too poor to afford them, but I have both wealth and resources. This household alone had 4 or 5 griffins and 6 or 7 direwolves. If I could find a few more cloud giant families, I could gather dozens of these creatures. In 10 or so years, I could form a formidable magical beast cavalry unit. To the west of the Morsal wasteland lies a magical beast mountain range, ensuring a steady supply of fodder. Honored one, what brings you to us? Cassius regained his composure. Are you willing to serve me? It would be my honor, my lord. Cassius immediately knelt on one knee without hesitation. While the contracts between cloud giants and gold dragons are typically equal, let's face it, submitting to such a majestic gold dragon is no disgrace. Are there other cloud giants nearby? I descended into the courtyard, shifting into human form. Yes, my lord. There are many more within the mountains, and deep in the range lies a tribe of cloud giants. Take me there. Yes, my lord. Cassius immediately led the way. Throughout the afternoon, under Cassius's guidance, I visited 8 cloud giant families, all of whom joined without hesitation. Including Cassius, I now had 18 adult cloud giants and 30 juveniles. with the youngest being only 8 years old, a full 40 years away from adulthood. Early the next morning, I directed Cassius to take me deeper into the mountains. We flew for a long time before finally spotting the Cloud Giant tribe, a gathering of over 40 adult cloud giants and dozens of their children. Amazingly, there was even a legendary cloud giant mage among them. Honored One, welcome to our tribe. The legendary mage gave a slight bow, flanked by the tribe's adult members. Seeing my towering form, the cloud giants were both awed and reverent. Those with quick minds, noticing Cassius's presence, swiftly guessed my intentions and turned their gaze toward the tribe elder. Would you be willing to serve me? I asked directly, cutting straight to the point. The cloud giant elder hesitated. As a legendary ranked individual, his pride made it difficult to immediately submit. However, standing before me, he found it hard to make a decision. Were I an ordinary legendary gold dragon, he would undoubtedly refuse. After all, he was a legend as well. His tribe also boasted 3 8th-tier warriors and 4 8th-tier mages, plenty of strength to handle most threats. But meeting me today had shaken the very foundation of such confidence. I watched the scene with a deepening sense of anticipation, turning my gaze briefly toward the lake nymph in my thoughts. While the cloud giant elder wrestled with his decision, I suddenly radiated a burst of natural brilliance, imbued with the aura of yet another legendary being. The elder instantly recognized it. This was a targeted summoning spell, and what's more, it summoned a legendary entity. He immediately bowed deeply, saying, "Honored One, it is my privilege." Seeing this, the other cloud giants all knelt on one knee in unison. "Now pack your things. You'll accompany me back to my domain tomorrow," I said, scanning the gathered giants. "As you wish," they replied in unison. This was an incredible haul, nearly 60 adult cloud giants, including a legendary mage. And that's not even mentioning the fact that mages outnumbered warriors in their ranks, a prospect that promised an abundance of magical equipment in the future. The only complication would be the size discrepancy with human-made equipment, requiring the giants to exercise extra care while enchanting. As the cloud giants busied themselves with packing, I felt an unfamiliar sensation and instinctively looked skyward. Then came a voice, gentle like a melody, resounding in my ears with sacred overtones. Standing tall, I turned my gaze toward a distant direction, the earthly divine realm belonging to the lake nymph. She was calling out to me. Dragons hold a wealth of knowledge passed down through bloodline inheritance, and there were legends of her within that vast reservoir of lore. It was said she was once a holy maiden elevated to godhood, but in truth, she was not human at all. Instead, she was an ancient spirit of nature. In the misty, ignorant dawn of time, she had been a primordial deity. As an era of change swept across the cosmos, most of the old gods perished. Yet she, through a new divine ascension, regained her godhood and even established her own divine realm on the earthly plane. Now she had sensed the pulse of nature emanating from me, prompting her summons. Frankly, when I first heard of Bretonnia and its lake nymph, my urge to flee this world was nearly overwhelming. All I could think about was whether some high-stakes drama involving prophesied gods or an apocalyptic judgment awaited me here. Thankfully, it was all a misunderstanding. I hesitated briefly. Meeting the lake nymph posed no threat to my life. She was a lawful and benevolent deity, after all. That said, her knights had, in her name, eradicated innumerable non-human tribes throughout history. Case in point, 2 centuries ago, they nearly brought the entire orc race to extinction. With no immediate danger, though, this might even turn out to be profitable. Worst case, I could always call upon the Platinum Dragon God for backup. Gold dragons with divine characteristics are vanishingly rare across the multiverse, and the Platinum Dragon God is fiercely protective of his children. Ignoring my plight would be unfathomable for him. Having an almighty backer, what a delightful advantage. Swiftly, I made my way to the earthly realm of the lake nymph. Along the journey, I encountered no resistance whatsoever, evidence that the lady herself had instructed her Grail Knights not to hinder me. Arriving at the mystical lake's edge, I reverted into my humanoid form. Facing a being of greater power, even a dragon would offer its due respects. I gazed at the shimmering surface of the lake, where a statue of the lake nymph stood, holding the sacred chalice in both hands. The statue began to glow with a golden light, and the lake nymph herself appeared. "Greetings, gold dragon blessed by nature." She wore a flowing white dress, her bare feet hovering just above the ground as she cradled the golden chalice in her hands. "Your divine grace." I inclined my head in a respectful bow. She glided closer, her azure eyes appraising me intently. It wasn't my minor endowment of natural divinity that caught her interest, but the powerful, primordial natural energy emanating from my being, something imperceptible to lesser creatures. "Hardy," she said earnestly, "remain in Bretonnia. I can make you the next king of knights. Power, status, wealth, everything you desire shall be yours. If you agree to stay, I will crown you as the king of Britannia. I will even marry you and hold a grand wedding before all my faithful." I was utterly stunned. The lake nymph's influence over Britannia was unparalleled. She could indeed confer knighthood upon me, enable me to launch a grand crusade, and grant me victory so sweeping that my ascension to knightly royalty would be unquestionable in its legitimacy. Yet what shocked me most was the latter half of her statement. She intended to marry me. This was no secret tryst in the shadows, either. It was only after a long, dumbfounded pause that I regained my composure. "I am sorry, Your Grace, but I already have a domain elsewhere. I cannot stay here." Becoming the king of knights was indeed tempting. Britannia was the premier human nation on the central continent and wielded unmatched influence. The sheer power of their Grail Knights alone struck terror into their enemies. For instance, the Orc Empire to the north had plenty to testify about their fearsome might. When Grail Knights charged, their swords could effortlessly annihilate hundreds of mighty beast folk, such as bearmen or rhino-men, in mere moments, striking multiple times per second. A full-scale charge of the Grail Knights across a battlefield created a sweeping tide of blade light, reducing even the mighty behemoth brigades, lauded as the continent's strongest, to mincemeat in an instant. Has Britannia been quiet in recent decades? That's only because all its neighboring non-human tribes have been hacked to pieces and turned into fertilizer. The survivors have scattered deep into the mountains, devolving into primitive societies. And what about marrying the lake nymph? I won't deny it, it was tempting. The lake nymph's features were strikingly delicate, her skin smooth and fair, and her figure curvaceous in all the right ways. Her white gown clung to her form in a way that elegantly highlighted her graceful silhouette. Looking further down, her slender ankles and dainty feet were also exposed, so finely sculpted one could describe them as masterpieces. Which reminded me of something curious. Despite the overwhelming power of the Grail Knights, their adversaries loved to mock the sacred chalice, calling its water the lady's foot water. After all, every time the nymph appeared, she was barefoot. Just like now, her fair and delicate bare feet lightly stepped onto the grass. Only upon closer inspection would one notice that she was actually hovering slightly above the ground. Half a month later, in the Britannia capital city of Galan. Although I declined the offer to stay in Britannia, I still agreed to spend some extra time here at the Lady of the Lake's invitation. Who could resist the tempting rewards she offered? Large amounts of Britannian specialties and flawless gems. Thus, I stayed temporarily, touring the major cities under her personal guidance. The Lady of the Lake had deeply rooted herself in this land since ancient times, almost becoming one with it. Therefore, her true form could descend here with ease. At this moment, we were seated in a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 elven horses, slowly entering the capital city. The Lady of the Lake was observing me with keen interest. After spending half a month together, her curiosity about me had only grown. "You truly are an anomaly among dragons," she said, "willing to invest hundreds of thousands of gold coins into developing your territory. I've lived for so long and know full well how miserly dragons can be." I gazed outside the window. This was the second to last stop on our journey. We had already visited many places before, starting with the first Grail Chapel at the Castle of Bordelos and the blessed city of Carcassonne with its white walls and spires, the center of Grail worship. Now, we had arrived at the Britannia capital. This city boasted the continent's most renowned Knight Academy, which attracted nobles from all over to study every year. As a public institution, it didn't force students to change their beliefs, though, of course, those who worshiped devils or demons wouldn't be admitted. Enrolling in the Knight Academy required rigorous examinations, with tens of thousands eliminated each year. Yet, every enrollment season still saw crowds swarming in. Registration occurred in February, and classes began in March. I had obviously missed this year's window. Inside the Knight Academy, I sat in the carriage, lifting a corner of the curtain to glance outside. The Britannia Knight Academy was indeed worthy of its reputation as the continent's foremost academy. It sprawled across dozens of square kilometers, even having dedicated training grounds for warhorses. On the main road, many young men and women rode past on horseback. Some of the Britannian nobles proudly rode half-blood elven horses, lifting their heads with pride whenever passers-by looked their way. Elven horses were a Britannian specialty, magnificent warhorses bred through magic, known for their speed, endurance, intelligence, and most importantly, their ability to form a mental bond with their rider. They were the dream of all knights, though rarely exported. Only half-breeds were sold occasionally. Lilith leaned against me and, noticing where I was looking, smiled and said, "When you leave, I'll have the Grail Knights prepare a pure-blood elven warhorse for you." "Ahem, could you make it a stallion?" I asked, a little embarrassed. I had already refused to settle in Britannia, so making requests now felt rather shameless. But I truly needed a stallion. With a stud horse capable of breeding, paired with high-quality mares, I could breed half-blood elven horses myself. Near the Beastman grasslands where Dhelim was located, acquiring hundreds of mares wouldn't be difficult. Of course, Lilith replied, her tone tinged with teasing and indulgence. She understood my intentions perfectly. After agreeing, she lazily leaned back into my arms, resting her head on my shoulder. The natural aura emanating from me seemed particularly appealing to her. Whenever she leaned on me, she appeared to sense the essence of all nature. I glanced at her profile, feeling my heart race. I had to admit, undergoing divinity twice had made Lilith impossibly flawless. She was incredibly forward now, clinging to my arm as she leaned against my shoulder. Since the beginning of our travels through Britannia, she had been nothing but kind to me. But I couldn't completely let my guard down. This was no ordinary woman. To have lived from ancient times to the present and personally established the most powerful nation, she certainly wasn't simple. A gift offered on a silver platter was fine to accept, a friendship worth forging, but vigilance must not be discarded. The carriage stopped near the training grounds. I disembarked first, then extended a hand to help Lilith down. Normally barefoot, she wore high heels today, which made her figure even taller and more elegant. "Shall we, my knight?" she said naturally, taking my arm. We strolled along the edge of the training grounds, watching the young knights train under the blazing sun. Pride shone on Lilith's face. These very knights had spread her faith from Britannia to other human nations. Although the goddess of justice remained the dominant religion, the Lady of the Lake had become an undeniable force. Occasionally, I glanced back at the guardians trailing us from afar. The young trainees on the grounds surely had no idea that these fully armored protectors were all Grail Knights, with the 4 leading them even at the sanctuary level. The total number of Grail Knights far exceeded the 100 or so mentioned in legends. It might easily be double that. In terms of developing one's domain, perhaps I could learn a thing or two from Lilith. Suddenly, my steps halted. In the distance, on the training grounds, was a petite young boy, shorter than his peers but agile and powerful in his movements. Even at a young age, his aura marked him as a high-level knight, with the potential to graduate as a great knight. The most striking aspect, however, was his striking resemblance to Clea. He shared about 70% of her features, making him a rather beautiful boy. I recalled Clea mentioning that her child studied at the Britannia Knight Academy. Could it be him? Yet, I didn't approach. My position was far too awkward. How would I introduce myself? That I was a close friend of his mother? That would surely come across as provocation. Lost in thought, I didn't realize the Lady of the Lake had followed my gaze. Her eyes lit up, as though she had unearthed something interesting. In the afternoon, she led me to the stables behind the academy. As soon as I entered, I was captivated by the sight of the war horses. There were hundreds of purebred elven horses here, along with even more Britannian war horses, hybrids of elven horses and local breeds. These large, high-endurance steeds were the perfect mounts for heavily armored knights. In addition, there were also Royal Pegasi and Royal Hippogriffs. Royal Pegasi, originating from the Silver Ash Mountains, were intelligent and loyal, reserved for the Grail Knights. Royal Hippogriffs, with their horse-like bodies and eagle-like heads, served as the mounts of Britannia's aerial knight corps. No griffins? I asked, surveying the area but noticing the absence of these airborne predators. Many kingdoms used griffins to form aerial units, particularly the Kingdom of Rodland, famed for boasting the finest Griffin Knight corps on the continent. And yet, not one could be found here. When I'd sought out the Cloud Giants a few days ago, even they had tamed several golden-plumed griffins. The Lady of the Lake rolled her eyes at me. Britannia's knights prefer horses. I actually think griffins are pretty great. The Kingdom of Rodran not only has tens of thousands of griffin knights, but has also used magic to create half-griffins. These creatures resemble griffins in every way except they lack wings and are slightly smaller. They formed a terrifying heavy cavalry regiment with these half-griffins. While they may not outrun war horses, their massive size, even larger than heavy draft horses, allows them to effortlessly crush infantry phalanxes. Wherever they pass, not even a complete corpse is left behind. Unfortunately, Rodran never sells half-griffins to outsiders. They are only occasionally gifted to allies as a token. As the evening grew dark, on the returning carriage, the Lady of the Lake casually sat sideways on my lap, her full, curvaceous figure pressed against my chest. "My knight, with only the Kingdom of Alpha, you cannot defeat the Orc Empire. If you wish, I can bring Britannia into the war. The Grail Knights will help you establish an empire on the grasslands." She wasn't wrong. The fact that Alpha had managed to hold out this long under the Orc onslaught was no small feat, and the Orc Empire is preparing to march south again. 3 to 4 years at the earliest, 7 to 8 years at the latest. It will be a brutal, drawn-out conflict where millions will die. But Britannia is different. They can easily gather 200,000 knights. Led by the Grail Knights, they could push the orcs all the way to the far northern wastelands. The continent is no longer littered with as many non-human kingdoms as it was 200 years ago. The only threats now are the High Elves, the Almanani Trolls, the Dwarves, and the Night Elves. But even these races are not united. The nobles of Britannia are devout followers of the Lady of the Lake. Regardless of gender or rank within their family, all their firstborn and secondborn undergo knight training. However, smaller noble families can't afford the expenses of the many warhorses and armors required, with the upkeep costing several times more than a standing army. Typically, they prioritize arming their eldest sons, while younger sons must try their luck on the battlefield. If they had the money, they could arm even more knights. My hand was on the slender waist of the Lady of the Lake, gently squeezing. Her smooth skin felt like it could melt into water under my touch. Establish an empire? It's an interesting idea, but I don't need Britannia's help. For me, building Durharem is like playing a management simulation game, and with my talents and the identity of a legendary golden dragon, it's as if I already have a minor cheat code activated. But if I accept Britannia's aid, it would be akin to enabling God mode. A single word from the Lady of the Lake, and the Grail Knights, who haven't been summoned in 2 centuries, would reassemble and demonstrate their terrifying prowess to the continent. My lady, thank you for your kindness, I replied. But I am fully confident in myself. Raising dozens of legendary figures to confront the orcs head-on within 5 years? Impossible. But forging a knightly legion strong enough to shatter the orcs' fangs? Certainly doable. Take, for instance, the White Raven Knights. Though they number only a few thousand, they can easily crush a boar-orc legion of tens of thousands. The Lady of the Lake looked at me with a curious expression. From her perspective, even with my dragon's field ability that can transform ordinary beings into half-dragons, 5 years isn't enough time. Maybe 50 years. Even then, a Dragonborn legion would only suffice to bully ordinary orcs. The Orc Empire still has powerful races such as behemoths, bearfolk, elephant folk, and rhino folk, beings whose innate talent rivals that of the Dragonborn. I caught the curiosity in her expression but chose not to explain further. After all, how could she possibly know that my territory harbors over 30 Grand Elves? These Grand Elves provide me with an abundant supply of extraordinary resources each year and can also enhance the fertility rate of spirit larvae. Once these new larvae emerge, I can immediately nurture them into Grand Elves. Over time, it's like a snowball rolling downhill, growing larger and larger. When the time comes, even if the Orc Empire invades, they'll break their teeth and have no choice but to go another way. The orcs only march south to cull their lower caste numbers, and the stronger races and royal families are not part of these campaigns. Moreover, Durharem's position is not even in the orcs' primary southern route. Orcs also prefer easy prey. As night fell, I stood by the window, contemplating strategies to acquire half-griffins from the kingdom of Rodran. Though they're slower than warhorses, these massive creatures are ideal for countering the royal breeds of the orcs. When crafting barding for them, I could add enchanted steel ram spikes to their helmets. Even if their charge speed isn't as high as a warhorse, their sheer size, combined with such enhancements, would deliver a delightful surprise to a bearfolk or rhinofolk caught in their path. The problem is, there's no information on how to breed half-griffins within the dragon heritage I've inherited. At that moment, the Lady of the Lake suddenly appeared. She wore a silver-white off-shoulder gown, her fair, delicate feet adorned with diamond heels. The form-fitting dress perfectly accentuated her flawless figure. Unlike Clea, whose allure was that of a ripe, juicy peach, the Lady of the Lake held a uniquely divine charm, regal and untouchable. "My knight, it's time for rest," she said. The next morning, a carriage escorted by Grail Knights departed Gorani, racing toward Gabaret. Pulled by 4 unicorns, the magical creatures traveling at astonishing speeds, the carriage sped along at over 100 kilometers per hour. Inside, the Lady of the Lake rested her silk stocking-clad legs on mine, gently brushing against me. "My knight," she purred. "It will take a few hours to reach Gabaret. The carriage has a soundproof enchantment, shall we?" I shook my head decisively. What kind of joke is this? At most, I'm currently a divine creature, while she is a mighty god. Just one night with her had me hallucinating, almost as if Platinum Dragon God Bahamut himself was calling out for me. I gripped her delicate foot and closed my eyes to rest, ignoring her teasing gaze. Once I become a demigod, I'll deal with her antics then. The Lady of the Lake seemed in a good mood. Leaning lazily against a pillow, she murmured, "Recently, the Grail Knights discovered traces of cloud giants, scattered across Britannia and Rodran. There's also a legendary ranked cloud giant." A legendary rank. My eyes shot open. Any legendary being wields overwhelming power. A legendary knight's full force strike can obliterate an entire city. Gaining the allegiance of a legendary cloud giant would be an immense advantage. It would ensure I'd no longer fear being surrounded by legendary orcs. And whenever I leave my territory, I wouldn't have to worry about being ambushed. Gabbard, my domain as a legendary golden dragon, is a place where many dragonborn and half-dragons can be seen. If you're lucky, you might even spot a golden or silver dragon in human form. Like now, we're not far away, I noticed a silver dragon maiden. She was exceedingly beautiful, her eyes silver white, her long golden hair flowing down her shoulders. She wore a white lace-trimmed dress, exuding an aura of elegance and gentleness. Under the sunlight, her skin shimmered like porcelain milk. This was my first time meeting a true kindred spirit, a dragon like myself, though she was a silver dragon. The silver dragon girl, Saria, who was selecting jewelry, sensed my gaze and was even more intrigued by the golden dragon aura emanating from me. She had also been drawn here by the bustling splendor of the place and was quite surprised to encounter a gold dragon upon arrival. Though, it seemed I might be younger than her. At 107 years old, Saria was already a standard adult dragon. "Hello, my name is Saria," she said openly, extending her delicate, pale hand. "Hi, I'm Hardy," I responded. After meeting the silver dragon girl, I suddenly had a new companion at my side. Saria appeared unable to see Lilith, who had been with me all along, and instead dove right into her role as a social butterfly, a typical silver dragon trait. She volunteered to act as a guide when she learned I had just arrived in Gaberlid, despite her own brief time here. Among dragonkind, gold, silver, and red dragons are the most powerful common breeds. Red dragons are known for their taciturn and domineering nature. Gold dragons are proud and sparing in their words, while silver dragons are classic chatterboxes. Saria, in particular, exhibited striking extroversion, acting like an old friend even though we'd only just met. Fortunately, her voice was crisp and pleasant, her features were quite lovely, and she was the first of my kind that I'd met. Otherwise, as a half-blooded gold and red dragon, I might have silenced her physically by now. A recently adult silver dragon doesn't typically have much wealth. As we passed a jewelry shop, I purchased some accessories for Tisna and Avila, while the silver dragon girl lingered nearby, gazing longingly as I pulled out nearly 5 figures in gold coins. Saria looked at me in puzzlement, apparently unable to understand how someone younger than herself could possess personal wealth. What she didn't know was that this gold was provided by the Lady of the Lake, who had also given me many flawless gemstones. Any of those gems could easily fetch thousands of gold coins and were top-notch materials for spellcasting. Night fell, and in the luxurious inn, the Lady of the Lake stood before the mirror, gazing at the necklace I had just put around her neck. A satisfied smile graced her lips. Even though it had been bought with her wealth, she didn't mind at all. "Thank you, my knight," she said, turning to look at me with her gentle, affectionate gaze. I simply said, since the beginning of our journey, she had been addressing me this way. At first, I tried to correct her, insisting that I wasn't her knight. As a golden dragon, I had my own beliefs, though I wasn't particularly devout. No matter how often I explained, she would repeat it the next time. Eventually, I stopped trying to explain. After all, from a certain perspective, I was indeed her knight. Barefoot, the Lady of the Lake approached me and sat naturally on my lap, her slender, pale arms softly wrapping around my neck. "Still thinking about that silver dragon from earlier?" she asked softly. "Yeah," I nodded. I'd noticed during the day that Saria's bloodline wasn't ordinary. There were traces of celestial and starlight energy around her, suggesting she was a variant silver dragon who controlled the power of starlight. This type of silver dragon was exceedingly rare, but now and then, dragons with unique abilities would emerge among our race, so I was curious, though not entirely surprised. Being newly adult, Saria was already at the 8th tier and nearing its pinnacle. Her bloodline's potency surpassed that of an average gold dragon, and she would likely reach legendary status in her prime. Normal gold dragons require old age to achieve the legendary rank, and silver dragons take even longer. I myself am also a variant dragon. My unique trait lies in my superior digestion. I can rapidly convert food into nourishment, which is why I've grown exceptionally fast. As we chatted, I mentioned to the Lady of the Lake that I would be leaving tomorrow. This time, she didn't try to stop me. She had known this day would come and felt confident that we'd meet again soon enough. Since the separation was only temporary, there was no need for her to hold me back. However, before parting ways, she wasn't about to let me go so easily. The following morning, I sought out Saria to bid farewell. She was reluctant but promised to visit my domain after her travels were over. By the time I returned to Decrame, it was already late April. This journey took more than 20 days. During the first half of the month, I traveled through Britannia with the Lady of the Lake and obtained over 100 pure-blood elven horses, both stallions and mares, so they can breed on their own in the future. In the following days, I used the Holy Grail Knight's intelligence to search for cloud giants, even going all the way to the Kingdom of Rodland, where I found more than 200 adult cloud giants and 2 legendary mages. Including the first batch, there are nearly 300 adult cloud giants and over 400 children, for a total population of nearly 800. I need to consider whether the Beast Mountain range can support so many cloud giants. Adult cloud giants are over 8 meters tall, and the stronger they are, the taller they become. The legendary mages are over 15 meters tall and require a huge amount of food. They also brought tamed griffins and dire wolves, and these big guys need to eat meat too. I'm planning to have the minotaurs raise more Kodo beasts, cattle, and sheep. Just hunting is enough to feed the current cloud giants. But if I want to form a Griffin Knight order, things get a bit difficult. Not enough pasture? No problem. I can have Klaya bring a few purple alfalfa elf insects and cultivate them into great elves, and that'll be enough. At this moment, hundreds of cloud giants were standing on the wasteland in family groups. The adult cloud giants all felt curious. Normally they lived with their families, and even if there were tribes, they were never this large. The children were even more excited. Respected Your Highness, building a tribe and hunting don't require so many cloud giants. Do you need some to follow you to your territory? The legendary cloud giant warrior Tider asked respectfully. Tider was a legendary high-ranking warrior, 25 meters tall. When I first tried to subdue him, he demanded a fight first. Then, I pinned him to the ground and beat him senseless. He was indeed very strong, with storm giant bloodline in his body, and in battle, he could summon thunder to form golden spears. Very cool, but unfortunately useless against me. My divine nature granted me immunity to massive amounts of damage, whether physical or elemental. My body size far exceeded that of other dragons, giving me terrifying strength. Tider still thinks back on it and feels his worldview collapse. He is the only cloud giant who knows I possess divinity. He believes I may have awakened an ancestral dragon bloodline. There was once an ancient dragon lineage thousands of years ago that could become demigods in the era of the elder dragons. Although they have now gone missing, occasionally a dragon can awaken that bloodline through atavism. In his view, my enormous size could only be explained that way. Taken together, these reasons made Tider, who possessed Storm Giant bloodline, decide to submit. Storm Giants value their promises, and, once they make a decision, they do not easily change it. Then select some Cloud Giant mages to come with me, I said. After thinking for a moment, I spoke. On the way back, I had already made arrangements with Tidel and the other Cloud Giants. They would help me mass-produce magical equipment. The Cloud Giant mages naturally wouldn't refuse. This job was far too easy for them. They already knew how to forge magical gear. Now they only needed to enchant the equipment that humans had made. The only thing to watch out for was not crushing the equipment flat. As for the payment, I didn't say anything, and they didn't dare ask. Cloud Giants weren't stupid. Who would dare demand gold coins from a golden dragon over 200 meters long? They knew how hard it was to pry even one coin from a dragon's grasp. Actually, I was planning to pay them wages. In any case, on the war-ridden continent of ENR, magical equipment was never hard to sell. After selling it, I could just give the Cloud Giants a share. Your Highness, I'll go gather the tribe at once, Tidel said respectfully. After settling the Cloud Giants, I led 50 Cloud Giant mages back to Dehirim at once. They would set up camp outside the city, which would be their workplace in the future. After 20 days away, Dehirim had become much livelier. The half-elf craftsmen had all graduated from training, and steel ingots from the Bloodclaw tribe were arriving non-stop. Now the armory could produce over 100 suits of steel plate armor every day. Soon, the Half-Dragon Guard and the White Raven Knights would be fully equipped, and they could even forge ordinary steel armor for the militia. Dehirim now had a population of over 100,000. The main force was the 4,000-strong White Raven Knights, and there were also more than 5,000 militiamen. Although the militia didn't have blood lilies, they could eat meat during training and have enough to eat in normal times. In the study, the 3 elf Loli, Tisna, Ivila, and Emily were all present. After listening to their reports, I immediately said, send someone to Vaneburg and take this list to the merchants. See which merchant guild can supply these materials steadily. Yes. Tisna took the list and glanced at it. It was all magical materials used for enchantment. I couldn't possibly have the Cloud Giants bring their own materials to enchant things for me. I needed to buy those from merchants, preferably from a powerful merchant guild, so it would be convenient to sell magical equipment in the future. After giving my instructions, I began checking the other figures. This spring plowing had opened up 170,000 mu of land, all planted with barley and wheat. There weren't enough great elves, so only about 100,000 mu were covered. At 400 pounds per mu, that would yield about 20,000 tons of grain. 20,000 tons sounded like a lot, but for a territory, it really wasn't much. I still wanted to buy more half-elf slaves during the autumn harvest to expand the population. If the yield was only this much, then when buying slaves I would also have to buy a large amount of grain. In the Kingdom of Alpha, bulk grain could only be bought from the southern provinces, and transportation costs were a major problem. I sighed. I had already worked very hard to increase production, even coming up with fertilizer based on memories from my previous life. But in areas covered by great elves, the land lacked nutrients, and the fertilizer's effect wasn't obvious. The main problem with the low yield was still the seeds. This year we used seeds bought from outside. Next year, with high-quality seeds selected from our own harvest, the yield should improve. In fact, compared with other pioneers, Dehiram was already pretty good. Many founding knights who had arrived earlier than me had territories of only 2,000 or 3,000 people in total, all squeezed into small fortresses, and they still didn't know whether they could survive the autumn invasion of the orcs. The grain problem troubled everyone. After returning to Dirium, my life became easy again. I left all government affairs to Tisna and the others, and only major decisions required my personal involvement. Those half-elf noble girls helped a great deal, managing the territory in an orderly fashion. Every day, I would inspect the territory, take a nap beside Little Green Sprout, and in the evening keep company with Tisna and the others, or go to Wine Castle to see Klaya. Life was simply too comfortable. Meanwhile, Dirium was quietly growing stronger. In the Mosal wasteland, a huge cloud giant tribe appeared. They occupied the land near the Monster Mountains and began trying to farm. In truth, this wasteland was no longer as barren as before, all thanks to the Little Green Sprout I had planted earlier. In another decade or so, this place might become a prosperous land. The kobolds changed the most. Under the influence of the Dragon Force field, the Bloodclaw tribe became stronger. Those scale mages and winged Urds now had an average height of about 1 meter and were no longer frail. Though they were still far from the dragon-blooded beings I had hoped for, at this rate, a few years would be enough. I found it incredible. Even if I was a legendary dragon, the Dragon Force field shouldn't have been this strong. I could only attribute it to the blessing of divinity. From late April to early June, I fed Little Green Sprout a drop of spirit fluid every day. It grew from 5 centimeters to 20 centimeters. Although there was no new divine reward, it allowed me to successfully break through to the mid-tier of the legendary rank. Prince Hardy, long time no see, Count Snow said with a smile as he stood up. I felt a little helpless. We had clearly only met half a month ago. For a golden dragon like me, half a month was like taking a nap. This guy was at it again. His enthusiasm was not only because of the half-elves, but also because his merchant guild had become Dirium's supplier of magical materials. Every month, he provided large quantities of enchanted materials and then purchased our magical equipment. The Kingdom of Rodlan was preparing to continue its war against the half-elf kingdom, and they knew the elf kingdom would join the war sooner or later. So they urgently needed magical equipment, especially our standard issue. I had nearly 200 cloud giant mages under me. Once they learned that making equipment could earn gold coins, their enthusiasm exploded. At least 1 item per person per day, that was 6,000 items a month. And the output was far more than that. Count Snow had made a name for himself before the king because of this deal. Exchanging the half-elves that Rodlan needed to deal with for magical equipment was an even greater contribution. The last time we met, he had given me gifts worth 100,000 gold coins. On the surface, he seemed to have paid a lot, but he earned even more. He had gone from a court noble to a landed noble. Although he only had 200 square kilometers of land and the title of baron, it could be passed down through generations. Unlike a court earl, which was only for life, once he lost his position, he would have nothing left. To curry favor with me, Count Snow had driven the price of half-elf slaves down to 1.5 gold coins each, a bargain basement price. Prince Hardy, the kingdom needs a batch of enchanted javelins, he said straight to the point. These javelins were prepared for dealing with the elves. Elves had good relations with monsters, so once war broke out, they would need to deal with those thick-skinned bastards. No problem. I nodded, but I need a large amount of grain. Dirium now had a population of 150,000, with many half-elves still on the way. I had discovered that I could never escape the problem of grain. Every month I had to import huge quantities, otherwise the entire territory would run out. This situation might not improve until next year's autumn harvest. No problem, I'll have people prepare it right away. Count Snow agreed immediately. Rodlan was actually short on grain too, but he had no choice. In order to satisfy my requirements, he would have to gather enough even if it meant buying from other kingdoms. Otherwise, the one on the throne would not let him off. Nowadays, many people were watching him, waiting for him to make a mistake so they could take his place. After all, whoever controlled this trade channel would gain a continuous stream of wealth and achievements. Count Snow soon took his leave. He knew he couldn't apply human social etiquette to a golden dragon. The fact that I was willing to see him at all was already giving him great face. Just as he left, Tisna appeared. Hardy, Count Snow also brought quite a few valuable special gifts. I put on a meaningful expression. Count Snow hadn't mentioned the gifts just now, as if those valuable presents were merely ordinary courtesy gifts. I was lounging lazily on the sofa. What gifts are there? Besides all kinds of gems, there are also 10 elf girls and 5 female mermaids. Count Snob had previously sent half-elf noble girls, and after they were transformed into half-dragons, they all became officials in Durim. Now the gifts were getting more and more outrageous. Pure-blooded elves, even. Could it be that the elf kingdom had already come into conflict with the kingdom of Rodland? Otherwise, where would these pure-blooded elves come from? And the female mermaids were even more absurd. The kingdom of Rodland didn't even border the sea. I rubbed my temples. Count Snob's gifts were becoming bolder and bolder. He probably realized that I was a little different from the other golden dragons. Forget it. Since they were already sent here, I'd keep them for now. Dirim's castle was already built, so adding a giant fish tank shouldn't be a problem. I went out to look at the mermaids imprisoned in the water tanks. Some had numb expressions, while others looked furious. The elf girls beside them were also staring at me with hostility. Then an idea suddenly occurred to me. I didn't lack elf girls, but I could use these elf captives to exchange for rare elf insects with the elf kingdom. Trading as a legendary golden dragon, the elves wouldn't dare refuse. I had the fairy of the lake behind me. The elf kingdom would have to think twice. What I wanted were extremely rare species like the blood orchid elf insect. If the bargaining chips weren't enough, I could buy more elf captives from the kingdom of Rodland and trade gold coins or magic equipment for them. Other people would recover their costs very slowly doing this kind of business, but I could use spirit liquid to quickly evolve elf insects into great elves. Even buying one rare species would be a huge profit. Hardy, how should these elves and mermaids be handled? Tisna asked. Put the mermaids in a bigger water tank and remove the elves' shackles. My pupils turned into pale golden vertical slits. Wine Castle, Claire's bedroom. Claire lounged lazily on the sofa, looking even more mature and alluring than she had a few months ago. Lady Anna and Lady Helen, seated opposite her, were uneasy. Changes from awakening dragon blood had also appeared in them. They were gradually transforming from ordinary people into draconic warlocks. At first, they thought it was just that a comfortable life had improved their skin. But when they discovered that they had become several years younger, their strength had greatly increased, and they no longer felt tired even after a whole day. The two of them began to panic. After testing each other, they found that they had the same changes, so they came together to find Claire. Watching the two of them fidget in their seats, Claire rubbed her temples. She had long anticipated that this day would come. In truth, with their ordinary human constitutions, they were more easily eroded by magical factors and transformed into draconic warlocks. The reason it had dragged on until now was that Claire had monopolized most of the magical factors, and she was now already a third-tier draconic warlock. Claire raised her index finger and condensed a large fireball. Scorching heat rushed over, but Lady Helen and Lady Anna only felt warmth. They looked at Claire in shock. After following her for so many years, they had never known that she could use magic. Don't worry, these changes are not harmful to you. I'm not a mage. Claire dismissed the spell and told them the truth. More than 10 minutes later, the two sat dazed on the sofa. Lord Hardy was actually a legendary golden dragon. Because of their intimate contact with him, they had become draconic warlocks. At the thought of this, both of their faces turned bright red. It was too embarrassing. But besides shock, there was also a touch of secret delight in their hearts. They had become transcendents and gained powerful strength. Now their power was already no less than that of official knights. They just looked weaker because they had never been trained. The two left the room in a daze. Becoming draconic warlocks was good, but how should they explain it to others? Especially after their daughter returned from the Knight Academy. Night fell. Claire returned to her room, and, seeing me sitting on the sofa at a glance, showed a delighted expression and hurried over. Lord Hardy. If at the beginning she had only regarded this as a transaction, now it was obviously no longer just that. The joy in her expression when she saw me was genuine. Clea sat sideways on my lap, and the feeling of her peachy softness was completely different from the elf Loli at home. I had just received an urgent letter from the governor's office of Lian province. It was early June, wheat was almost ripe, and the orcs were about to head south again to seize grain. The governor's office warned the border lords to prepare, advising everyone to join forces in defense and to concentrate and protect the serfs. But Dirim had nothing to worry about. Our population had already caught up with that of a viscount's domain, and our military strength was comparable to an earl's. 4,000 White Crow Knights could easily crush the 20,000 standing troops of the Halraven family, not to mention the Dragon Blood Guard, the Earth Goblin Infantry Corps, and 300 Cloud Giants. Clea leaned against my chest. She had been exhausted lately. The kingdom's representative will be here soon to inspect things before granting you your title. She looked up at me. With Dirim's strength, a viscountcy is guaranteed, and you could even serve as governor of Hukuro County. I nodded, not especially excited. At this pace, becoming a duke was only a matter of time. Clea mentioned that Lady Anna and Lady Helen would also become draconic sorcerers, and as she talked, her face grew red. At that moment, Anna and Helen came in. The head maid went up to them. The Marquis is waiting for you in the bedroom. The two ladies kept their composure on the surface, but inside they both trembled slightly. The next day, after returning to Dirim, Evola and Emily ran over with good news. The purple clover had a huge harvest, and 3 elf worms were born. 3. That probability was way too low. Usually, even with a great elf's help, only 1 would be produced. For nobles, getting even 1 elf worm from each harvest was already tremendous wealth. I rushed to the horse farm, where the militia had already been guarding the 3 worm grasses. My lord, they knelt on one knee. I contracted the 3 elf worms and used spirit liquid to evolve them into great elves. They had only just been born half an hour ago, so the little ones were still dazed. Purple Moon was the first to leap into my arms. Haughty, she was very proud that her own area had produced 3 elf worms at once. Looking at the elf lowly in my arms, then at the other great elves staring at me with longing, I suddenly realized there were already more than 30 great elves living in the castle. With the purple clover harvest plus 3, what about the wheat and barley harvest in a few days? I had more than 20 wheat and barley great elves, and had built more than 20 farms. If each farm produced 1 elf worm, that would be more than 20. Next year, I could build more than 50 farms, and the year after that, double it. If this kept up, the number of great elves would soon break 1,000. The castle seemed like it had been built too small. The half-elf official reported the yield. Fresh grass produces 5,000 pounds per moo, and after drying, 1,200 pounds. An elf horse eats 20 pounds of dry hay per day, with ordinary warhorses eating a bit less. But the White Crow Knights will ride hybrid elf horses in the future, will mainly use hybrid elf horses. From Waste Lord to Kingdom's Richest Man, Chapter 12, I need more purple clover to feed the cattle and sheep so they can be sent to market faster. Right now, there are only 4 worm grasses, and no matter how I calculate it, it's simply not enough. Fortunately, with the boost from Great Elf Worm Grass, purple clover can be harvested 3 or even 4 times a year, and each harvest can give birth to new elf worms. The numbers will gradually increase. In the beginning, I'll use spirit liquid to cultivate each elf worm into a great elf, and after that, I'll just let nature take its course. Night fell. The smell of blood hung over the borders of Dirim. Crack! The half-dragon sentry expressionlessly snapped the goblin wolfman's neck. Around him stood 9 more fully armed half-dragon bodyguards, clad in enchanted armor and wielding enchanted longswords. The goblin wolfman's claws and weapons couldn't even leave a scratch on the armor. As for the half-dragon's weapons, a casual swing severed the goblin wolfman's weapons. Another slash, and they were disemboweled. As their entrails spilled out, the goblin wolfman let out terrified howls. The half-dragon warriors kept cutting them down like chopping melons and vegetables, wiping out most of the goblin wolfmen within minutes. Captain, we deliberately let one escape as planned. It'll lead us to the nest. Follow it. Don't let them discover us. The half-dragons wiped out dozens of goblin wolfmen without a single casualty. But they didn't regard this as a victory. The goblin wolfmen were too weak. In the distance stood several hundred fully armed hobgoblins. Tonight's target: wipe out this goblin wolfman tribe completely for me. Somewhere on a barren plain of the Orc Great Steppe, a goblin wolfman whimpered as it ran back to the tribe. Before the guards could even react, a mass of unfamiliar auras appeared in the distance. It was the half-dragon bodyguards and the hobgoblins. The Orc Empire could invade south at any moment, so I ordered the guards to eliminate the goblin wolfman tribe in advance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The guards sounded the alarm. Unfortunately, before reinforcements could arrive, they were killed by the grinning hobgoblins. The hobgoblins were frenzied and bloodthirsty. After months of training, they had long been eager to kill. The half-dragons charged into the tunnels and began slaughtering without restraint. The goblin wolfman reinforcements were cut down in droves at first contact, with severed limbs and broken bodies everywhere. The goblin wolfman's morale collapsed. As soon as the chieftain appeared, 3 half-dragon bodyguards locked onto him. Less than 60 seconds later, he was hacked to pieces. The surviving goblin wolfmen began running for their lives. Kill them all, roared the half-dragon captain. For these evil beastmen, there was no need for any mercy. A few days later, the wheat and barley around Darum could be harvested. The great elven worm herb made crops yield more and grow faster. Before the orcs even invaded, the half-elves were already harvesting grain. By the time the orcs marched south, the fields would be left with only stalks of wheat or newly planted vegetable seeds. Royal officials arrived in Darum for an inspection. They were responsible for reporting upward and deciding what title to bestow. But they had never been this speechless. The wide stone roads were one thing. But what were those villages comparable to small fortresses? Half-elves were everywhere. Anyone who didn't know better would think they had gone abroad. Was this still the kingdom of Alpha? When they saw the towering city of Darum, only numbness remained on their faces. All requirements are met. We recommend granting the rank of Viscount. The leading official said expressionlessly. No one had any objections. I didn't even show up. I only had a few half-elven officials host them. Being able to buy so many half-elven slaves and make them obedient was itself a sign of strength. Add to that the towering Darum and the fortress network. It was hard to believe all this had been accomplished in just 4 months. Knowing I had backing, they wouldn't take the initiative to provoke me. Before His Majesty the King set out, he had also hinted that they should just leave things at roughly this level. The officials exchanged glances. One of them, with his guards, rode at full speed toward Veen Fortress. Orc Great Plains. I was leading a campaign in person, bringing 500 half-dragon guards and 2,000 White Crow Knights, preparing to hunt down the Centaur tribe near Darum. Back when I first came to this land, I had already scouted the Orcish races near Darum. There were 3 in total. The Minotaurs had already pledged allegiance, leaving only the Centaurs and the Gnoll tribe. The Gnolls originally had 2 tribes, and I wiped them both out. When Darum was first being built, Gnolls would always come to harass us. At first, our forces were too small, so we could only defend. But after the White Crow Knights were established, we switched from defense to offense, and recently we even went straight to their lair and wiped them out. Gnolls were smaller and weaker than wolfmen. Against my half-dragon guards, those guys were quickly finished. Even if they fled into underground burrows, they still couldn't escape the pursuit of half-dragons with dark vision. The half-dragon guards completely outclassed the Gnolls in strength, speed, and equipment. Now, the target had changed to the Centaurs. However, Centaurs were different from Gnolls. If they were willing to submit, I could give them a chance. Centaurs were born cavalry. An adult male stood 3.2 meters tall, with a 1.1 meter human torso and a 2.1 meter horse body. That body structure made them qualified cavalry without training. They were also skilled with bows and arrows, one of the rare ranged troops in the Orc Empire. And they had their own civilization, unlike the Gnolls, who were so savage and bloodthirsty. If not for being born on the Orc Great Plains, with their intelligence, Centaurs might even have founded a nation like the half-elves. Precisely because they were talented and not all that savage, I was willing to take them as my servants. This Centaur tribe near Darum was not large, with just over 4,000 individuals surviving by herding. They raised cattle and sheep for food, and horses to sell for money. Don't be fooled by how the Alpha Kingdom and the Orc Empire were mortal enemies. In private, there were still many smugglers running back and forth between the two sides. Merchants exchanged grain and weapons for orc fur and steppe resources, and war horses were among the most expensive goods. Thanks to smuggling, the Centaurs lived quite well, much better than the Gnolls. The Gnolls had only slaughter and plunder in their heads, not only robbing humans, but also other orcs, so everyone hated them. Whenever the Orc Empire went to war, the Gnolls were cannon fodder. My army soon surrounded the Centaur tribe. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible to encircle Centaurs with 4 legs using just this many men. But when I revealed my true golden dragon form, and Evola and Emily transformed into red dragons as well, the soldiers' eyes told me everything. I had this. I flapped my huge wings and descended from the sky, landing heavily in the center of the tribe and toppling a cluster of tents with a thunderous crash. Every Centaur froze, staring at me with shock and fear. In truth, I had already tried to restrain my aura as much as possible. Ordinary horses were very timid. If I fully released my draconic might, what I'd bring back wouldn't be live horses, but horse corpses. For the sake of wealth, I did my best to look a little gentler. But I was too big after all, and still frightened quite a few Centaurs. Some wanted to run, but when my gaze swept over them, their legs went weak and they collapsed. The Centaur chief arrived, a male Centaur over 4 meters tall. He dropped to his knees directly, holding high a chest filled with gemstones. Great Golden Dragon Lord, I am willing to offer all my treasure. Please calm your anger. As for the Centaurs I had just crushed to death, the chief pretended not to see them. I stirred the gemstones in the chest with claws that could pierce his body, and the chief was visibly trembling. After all, if I applied even a little force, I could pierce him straight through. After rummaging through them, I showed a bored expression. These gemstones were of far too poor a quality, nowhere near the ones the lake fairies had given me. I withdrew my claws and stared at the chief. Submit or die? The chief froze, seemingly not expecting me to be here to subjugate them. In his impression, gold dragons only took kind beings as followers. This kind of forceful coercion seemed more like a chromatic dragon. Still, he was very perceptive and lowered his head. Master. With the chief kneeling, the other centaurs also knelt one after another. By evening, the entire tribe had begun migrating to the Mozar wasteland. They were to live together with the Minotaurs on the border between the wasteland and the grasslands. The only downside was that the grazing routes would have to be farther away. But compared to their lives, that was nothing at all. The next morning, just after the gates of Dirium City opened, a caravan made up of more than 100 centaurs entered the city. The half-elves in the city had never seen centaurs before, and they couldn't help glancing over a few extra times, but soon hurried off to work. Everyone knew this place was ruled by a golden dragon, so it was normal for all sorts of strange followers to appear. The city guard didn't stop them, which meant these centaurs were fine. It was the centaurs' first time entering such a prosperous city, and they looked around everywhere while escorting the caravan. Only the centaur warrior at the front kept his eyes straight ahead. This fellow was nearly 4 meters tall, wearing plate armor and carrying a long spear, looking imposing and formidable. This group was the personal guard of the centaur chieftain, equipped with the very best gear. Among the group were two especially notable figures, two blonde centaur beauties who looked like mother and daughter. The elder one was named Maya, mature and alluring. The younger was Aaron, youthful and lively. Male centaurs were generally more than 3 meters tall, while females were only about 2.6 meters. Maya, despite being a 5th-tier expert, was only 2.8 meters tall, and her daughter Aaron was even shorter at just 2.6 meters. Maya's expression was cold. Being given away as a gift, how could she possibly be happy? When she saw the captain of the personal guard leading the escort, her face was full of sarcasm. In order to prevent her from escaping, her husband had sent along his most trusted guards. The captain of the personal guard was also 5th tier. In a head-on fight, Maya was no match for him. She was an archer, and forcing her into close combat was simply making things difficult for her. But Maya had no intention of running. If she were alone, she'd have a 70% chance of escaping. But her daughter was only 2nd tier. With her in tow, there was no way they could get away. Thinking of this, Maya gave a self-mocking smile, then returned to calm. As archers, the two of them wore only fur chest wraps on their upper bodies, their fair skin gleaming in the sunlight. It was hard to tell whether they dressed this way normally or if, after being offered as tribute, all their belongings had been taken, leaving only the chest wraps and the longbows on their backs. When they reached the castle, the one receiving them was just an ordinary half-elf official. The official glanced at the valuables delivered and, expressionless, waved a hand. The White Raven Knights then carried the treasure chests away. The only question was how to arrange this centaur mother and daughter, and that would require consulting the Lord. Inside the castle, when I heard that the centaur chieftain had sent tribute, the corners of my mouth twitched uncontrollably. The dragon race's reputation in certain respects was really too authoritative. Since they've been sent, keep them, I said. Have them take care of those mermaids. My voice was full of helplessness. After thinking it over, I simply decided to hand the job of caring for the mermaids over to Maya and the others. When the centaur chieftain sent this tribute, it was probably because he saw me acting like a red dragon. Since that was the case, he might as well send the best first and maybe win some favor. That made me feel pretty helpless. If I really were a red dragon, I might actually end up doing something with those two female centaurs. As for me, forget it. Unless they could turn into humans. Wait, my expression suddenly turned strange. Turning centaurs into humans didn't seem difficult. The 9th circle legendary spell, True Polymorph, could turn any creature into any other creature. With a few special materials, it could even allow them to switch freely between human and centaur forms. I wasn't a legendary mage, but I was a divine legendary druid, and I could learn that spell too. With my learning efficiency, even if a 9th circle spell was difficult, I could master it in a month. Just by inheriting the dragon legacy, that would be enough. This was the advantage of dragons. Their ancestors left behind an incredibly comprehensive inheritance. There was all kinds of knowledge, magic, history, geography. As long as one studied seriously, one could become a great mage, master all sorts of metamagic feats, and grow far stronger than dragons of the same age. Unfortunately, most dragons wasted this opportunity, preferring to sleep all day rather than study. As I thought about it, I searched the inheritance for True Polymorph. At this moment, Maya and Irene in the courtyard learned about their new job. Maya breathed a sigh of relief. She still wasn't prepared to serve a super dragon over 200 meters long, but she was also a little disappointed. She had originally wanted to take some kind of ruthless revenge on her husband, but now she hadn't even seen my face. At noon, the Bearman Royal Court. After learning that the gold dragon in the Mosul wasteland was real, the Bearman Royal Court began gathering intelligence on me and Dirium. When the Bearman chieftain received the news, he showed a troubled expression. Damn it, that gold dragon's forces are developing too fast. If it were only kobolds and hobgoblins, it wouldn't be so wary. The problem was that I had brought back over 100 cloud giants, along with several legendary beings. Last time they sent out 3 8th-tier brown bears to gather information. Only one came back alive, and not long after, he died too. The intelligence from that dying 8th-tier bearman made the chieftain even more sleepless. A terrifying legendary cloud giant was in the cloud giant tribe, and the other 2 8th-tier bearmen had been casually swatted to death by him. Send this intelligence to the behemoth emperor, the Bearman chieftain said gloomily. In a few more years, it would be time for the Beastman Empire's large-scale invasion. Fortunately, Dirium was in a remote location and not on the main route. By then, they could just send some cannon fodder to make a token effort. As for the Centaur tribe, just a few thousand of them. What waves could they possibly make? Back in Dirium, I was in the castle, watching dozens of cat girls in revealing outfits dancing. Cat people had soft bodies and could perform all kinds of difficult movements. In the Beastman Empire, they usually served as scouts to gather intelligence. Because they were smarter, the cat people also produced many priests. What they studied was not modern divine magic, but something closer to the ancient totem arts. Hottie, Emily sat on my lap and held a peeled fruit to my mouth. I subconsciously opened my mouth, but my mind was elsewhere. I was thinking about where to get a few dragons as my retainers. Metallic dragons and chromatic dragons were both hard to recruit, especially the evil chromatic dragons. If you didn't keep a close eye on them, they would cause trouble. Besides those 2 types, there were also gem dragons and heavy metal dragons, but they were even rarer. Gem dragons hid in the plane of earth elementals. If they dared appear in the material plane, they would attract a huge number of mages. As for heavy metal dragons, I hadn't heard of them for a very long time. Just as I was worrying about it, a white figure suddenly flashed through my mind. Right, white dragons. White dragons were known as the shame of the dragon race, living in the far north. Once they reached adulthood, their strength was far below that of other dragons, and before adulthood, their intelligence was only slightly better than a beast's. Some unlucky ones were even domesticated by frost giants. But white dragons also had an advantage. They were especially good at breeding. Among all dragons, they had the largest population, and they all live in cold places, unlike other dragons that roam everywhere. Unfortunately, because of their bloodline, white dragons can only break through to legend rank once they reach the ancient dragon stage. A white dragon that has just reached adulthood is only tier 5. Only those with good talent reach tier 6. You have to know that Maya, sent by the Centaur chieftain, was already a tier 5 silver knight. A red dragon becomes the lord of a mountain range when it reaches adulthood, while a white dragon looks like it was born just to be a joke. Of course, they themselves don't admit it and think they're just as strong as black dragons. Although white dragons are invincible among those of the same rank, their powerful bodies and dragon breath mean they aren't afraid even when facing tier 6 magical beasts or gold knights. If they can't win, they can still run. But in places where intelligent races live, they still have to be careful or they'll be skinned and stripped to the bone. Take the Kingdom of Alpha, for example. Aside from the 9 northern provinces ravaged by the orcs, which noble family in the central and southern regions, as long as it's a count or above, doesn't have a few tier 6 gold knights and tier 7 earth knights? That kind of lineup is enough to hunt down an adult white dragon. Looking out at the snowy world beyond the window, I felt that white dragons were actually quite pitiful creatures. They should go to lower-level worlds to make a living, where there are fewer powerful beings and they could still strut around. Although lower-level worlds have fewer resources and weaker magic, dragons rely on their bloodline, so it doesn't matter much. In a place like that, white dragons might even be able to rule the roost and wouldn't have to hide and sneak around like they do in INR. Only in the far north, where magical beasts are scarce, can white dragons survive. If it were a large magical beast mountain range, even adult white dragons could become prey. Still, no matter how useless white dragons are, they're still dragons. Their dragon breath is great for clearing out minions, and if they study seriously, they can even become dragon mages. Suddenly, an idea came to me. Capture more white dragons and use them as blood banks. Dragon blood has many uses. It can be made into medicine, used as material, or even fed directly to kobolds. If the Urds often drink white dragon blood, they'll grow stronger quickly. They're not obedient? No problem. Just make the white dragons obedient. The far north lies beyond the northern edge of the orc grasslands, and there are many white dragons there. I decided to take a trip over there, and, on the way, Capture some white dragons to bring back. White dragons don't have to live only on ice fields. They can also grow healthily in the Moser Wasteland or the magical Beast Forest. The more I thought about it, the more tempted I became. Capturing white dragons could increase Durem's strength and also give me something fun to do. Watching the territory develop is interesting, but if you keep looking at it all the time, it gets boring. The far north also has frost giants, mammoth men, special ice field magical beasts, and even the yak men, distant relatives of the minotaurs. This adventure was definitely going to be interesting. 2 days later, just as I was preparing to leave, a royal envoy arrived. The king formally granted me the title of Viscount, recognized my ownership of Durem and the surrounding 2,000 square kilometers of land, and appointed me as the governor of Hukuro County. A county governor is the boss of an entire county, and in all likelihood, the position can be inherited. As long as the family is strong enough, it can keep holding the post. In a place like the Kingdom of Alpha, where wars are frequent, nobles have to lead their own soldiers into battle. In wartime, armies are organized by county, with the county governor serving as the army commander. However, Hukuro County now only had a handful of nobles. Whether they could even gather enough for an infantry battalion was a problem. Being county governor only sounded impressive. After the conferment ceremony ended, the kingdom's officials immediately ran off. They knew the northern lands weren't safe, and the Orc Empire could invade southward at any time. "Hardy, I want to go with you too." Tisna threw herself into my arms, her eyes full of anticipation. She hadn't gone on an adventure with me for a long time. Last time we went to the Kingdom of Britannia, she wanted to come along but had to stay behind to guard the territory. I thought it over and nodded. All right, the far north is bitterly cold, so I need to capture more white dragons. I also need someone to watch the ones I've already caught while I'm out capturing more, so they don't escape. Tisna happily planted a kiss on my lips. The next day, I restored my dragon form and set out from Durem. This time I let Tisna ride on my back, since she flew slower than I did. I rushed at full speed toward the far north, which meant crossing the entire Orcish grassland. Along the way I saw all kinds of orcs, werewolves, lionmen, snakemen, scattered across different regions. This great plain was not just grassland, but also mountains, forests, deserts, and Gobi, with a total area of 16 million square kilometers, more than twice that of the Kingdom of Alpha. Every time the Orc Empire marched south, it would attack 3 human kingdoms at once: Alpha, Fierce Lion, and Nord. If the other 2 kingdoms hadn't helped share the pressure, Alpha would have fallen long ago. The Orc higher-ups had considered concentrating their forces to wipe out one kingdom, but their territory was too vast. It took more than 2,000 kilometers to travel from east to west. The Orcs were already in chaos internally, and forcibly assembling an army would take nearly a year. Food was also a huge problem. Boarmen, in particular, had no brains and would rob other Orc tribes for rations while marching. So now the Bears and Lion men in the west were responsible for attacking Alpha, while the Behemoth royal clan in the center attacked the Kingdom of Fierce Lion. Of course, there were also peaceful races, such as the Golden-Threaded Monk, orangutan monkey orcs, highly intelligent and strong. They prided themselves on being a civilized race, but if you crossed them, they would still strike back. After several thousand kilometers, I reached the edge of the far north. Everything before my eyes was a vast expanse of white, with temperatures in the teens below zero. Going deeper would only get colder. That was why the orcs only marched south and never north. Even the bears couldn't endure such low temperatures. Just after entering the ice plain, I sensed ripples of battle. Flying over to take a look, I saw 3 adult white dragons locked in combat. White dragons were the weakest of the dragon race. Even as adults, they were only 30 meters long, a size smaller than gold or red dragons. The 2 male white dragons in front of me were ganging up on a female white dragon, fighting no differently from beasts, constantly pouncing, biting, and tearing at one another. Only then did I understand why red dragons were unwilling to be compared with white dragons. What an embarrassment. Suddenly, I noticed an 8-tier frost giant standing at the foot of a hillside, 20 meters tall. I instantly understood. Those 2 male white dragons had been tamed. Frost giants and white dragons were natural mortal enemies, but they would capture young dragons and raise them. Frost giant shamans would prepare special potions to reduce the white dragon's already low intelligence, stopping them from developing further. Young white dragons had extremely low intelligence and could only be considered slightly smarter beasts. They were terribly short-sighted, cared only about food and drink in front of them, and were very easy to deceive. Under normal circumstances, a white dragon's intelligence would increase with age. By the juvenile stage, it would improve noticeably, from an idiot's level to that of an ordinary person who was somewhat foolish. Still dumb? Yes, but for a white dragon, that was already a huge improvement. But higher intelligence also meant they were harder to tame. Juvenile white dragons would become proud, begin to resist, and even try to escape. So the frost giant shamans would use potions to lower the white dragon's intelligence, keeping them forever beast-like, turning them into hunting tools, and even using them to attack their own kind. Just like now, those two male white dragons were madly attacking their own kin. At the sight of this, even I, a gold dragon, felt fury welling up inside me. No matter how much of a disgrace white dragons were to the dragon race, they were still part of the dragon race. We could shame our own kind however we liked, but it was not for outsiders to do it. You dare use dragons like hunting dogs? Then be prepared to bear the wrath of dragons. I believed it. Even the most evil red dragon would strike immediately upon seeing this scene, because it crossed a dragon's taboo. Roar! I let out a thunderous dragon roar, and my massive body instantly burst through the clouds and descended upon the icy plain. My golden dragon body shone brilliantly in the sunlight. The three white dragons and the frost giant in the distance all stopped moving. Seeing me fall from the sky, the three white dragons trembled in terror under my dragon might, while the frost giant's expression changed drastically and he turned to flee. He had tamed white dragons for many years and knew this was a forbidden act of the dragon race. Killing white dragons, skinning them, eating their flesh, that was the law of nature. But treating white dragons like hunting hounds and taming them, that was courting death. Unfortunately for him, how could he outrun me on the ground when I was flying in the sky? Before he had gone far, I swooped down and, with pinpoint accuracy, my dragon claw seized his head and lifted him into the air. He was still struggling to survive. I applied a little force, and the head of the 8th-tier frost giant exploded like a watermelon. His corpse fell in freefall and slammed heavily into the ground. The two male white dragons were so terrified that they wanted to flee. Just as they flapped their wings, another golden figure descended from the sky. It was Thisna, transformed into a golden dragon. Though she was only a little over 30 meters long, to these white dragons, she was already a monstrous existence. When her pale golden vertical pupils swept over them, the two white dragons immediately turned cowardly, whining pitifully in submission and obediently landing on the ground. The female white dragon was rather clever. She had already landed and lay flat on the ground, looking at me with reverent eyes. Respected Highness, Yuna thanks you for your help and protection. She regarded me as an ancient dragon over 800 years old. No wonder, my body length was now over 200 meters, and my wingspan exceeded 500 meters. Even among ancient golden dragons, I would be considered a giant. She didn't even dare lift her head, almost pressing her forehead to the ground. I glanced at her indifferently, then turned my gaze to the two male white dragons. They trembled all over in fear, wishing they could bury their heads in the dirt. I fell silent. It wasn't that I didn't want to speak. I just didn't know how to communicate with these two intellectually challenged fellows. If their intelligence were normal, I could just subdue them directly and be done with it. But now, I regretted it. I shouldn't have killed the frost giant so quickly just now. At the very least, I should have asked him how he controlled these two white dragons. As I was thinking, the two white dragons suddenly seemed to regain some intelligence. They cautiously crept forward and gently rubbed their dragon heads against my leg. Night fell. I transformed back into human form and sat on a giant rock. The white dragon Yuna lay beside me and said excitedly, Prince Hardy, there are two adult male white dragons in the mountain range ahead, and to the west there is a large frost giant tribe, several hundred frost giants, along with several adult and young white dragons. I had said I wanted to recruit white dragons as retainers, and she had agreed without the slightest hesitation. Smart and tactful. As the first one to join voluntarily, I decided to make good use of her. This afternoon, I gave her the corpse of that 8th-tier frost giant. In the spirit of not wasting anything, it was the perfect thing to help her recover. White dragons and frost giants naturally hunt each other. White dragon hide has extremely strong frost resistance, and white dragon meat is an exquisite delicacy. Conversely, an 8th-tier frost giant was a great tonic for the 5th-tier Yuna as well. Before, she only dared hunt 3rd and 4th-tier magical beasts, afraid that too much commotion would attract other predators. Now that she had suddenly eaten an 8th-tier frost giant, she was utterly satisfied. However, she only ate the most essential parts, while the rest was devoured completely by those two male white dragons, who even chewed up the bones and swallowed them. After getting a clear understanding of the situation, I leaped onto Yuna's back. Let's go. First, head to the nearest white dragon nest. I planned to subdue the white dragons in the nearby mountain range first, and then consider whether to deal with that frost giant tribe. A tribe with several hundred frost giants would definitely have a legendary powerhouse in charge, maybe more than one. Although I'm not afraid of the legendary frost giants, there are too many of them. It won't be easy to snatch the domesticated white dragons from their hands. Once they discover my intention, they'll very likely kill those white dragons first. After all, that's not a major loss to the frost giants. Most frost giants would kill their white dragons once they reach young adulthood. If they don't strike early, the white dragons could become a huge threat later. Even though the white dragon is the shame of dragons, it still grows stronger with age. For frost giants, an adult white dragon is no longer a qualified hunting dog, but a potential threat. Better to skin it and eat its flesh than tame a new young white dragon. Besides, white dragons reproduce extremely quickly, so finding them in the far north is no problem. Some large tribes even capture female white dragons to breed their own offspring. Of course, this mainly depends on the tribe's strength. As long as they're strong enough, they won't kill the white dragons so early. Some legendary frost giants even raise white dragons until the ancient dragon stage. Soon, led by the white dragon matron Yuna, we arrive beside a mountain range. Your Highness, this is the territory of an adult white dragon, Yuna said respectfully, excitement in her voice. She didn't know why I wanted to subdue so many white dragons, but she knew that from this day on, she had a powerful backer and could grow safely. So what if she was a white dragon? She could still become a legend in the ancient dragon stage. I nodded and directly reverted to my true form, flying toward the white dragon's nest. The adult white dragon was sleeping inside the nest. In the next second, my aura and draconic might swept over it, and it instantly jolted awake. All dragons have a bad temper when waking up. When forcibly roused, even the benevolent silver dragons will rage, let alone white dragons. But just as this adult white dragon awoke, and anger had only just begun to rise in its heart, it felt my terrifying pressure. That bit of morning irritability vanished without a trace in an instant. Shivering, it walked out of the nest and saw me, this super golden dragon, so huge it made it question dragon life. Submit or die. The adult white dragon knew far more about its kin than Yuna did. With its active cooperation, the number of white dragons behind me grew larger and larger. In just half a month in the far north, I already had 15 white dragons behind me. Honestly, that number left me somewhat silent. It was just too many. I knew there were many white dragons in the far north, but I hadn't expected there to be this many. If I continued exploring deeper, I was sure I could catch even more, maybe even obtain dragon eggs. The only regret was that among these 15 white dragons, there was only one old dragon, and the rest were adults and young adults. Mainly because the far north was dangerous even for young adult white dragons. With so many dying, the number of old dragons naturally dwindled. At this moment, Tisna and I stood on Yuna's back, watching the swarms of white dragons hunting below. As the weakest of the 5 chromatic dragon types, white dragons, once they reach adulthood, may choose to travel with other white dragons. But at most it's only 2 or 3 mixed together, nothing like now, with more than 10 white dragons surging out like wild horses. Seeing this, my expression turned a little ugly. These white dragons I had subdued had not been domesticated by frost giants, so their intelligence was normal. At the very least, they had the intelligence of ordinary people. But now they didn't seem like it. The culprit was the 2 adult white dragons I had subdued first. Because of the frost giants, their intelligence was still stuck at the hatchling stage. And thanks to special taming, whenever they hunted, they always charged out in the lead. Normally, that wouldn't be a problem. The issue was that they directly stirred up the other white dragons who also wanted to perform well in front of me, and then the dragon flock rushed out like a herd of untethered horses. It was like 2 huskies leading an entire wolf pack astray. At this moment, I didn't even know what to say, but I soon stopped bothering to think about it. I had subdued these white dragons in preparation for forming a White Dragon Knight Order, an elite force absolutely loyal to me, and one that could help me solve many problems. In this world, the vast majority of famous noble lords have especially renowned guards. For example, under Duke Northwind there is the Northwind Eagle Guard, a unit of several hundred men mounted on giant eagles. This aerial force is extremely famous throughout the entire Alpha Kingdom, and the lowest rank among them is an advanced knight. Right now, Dareem is also forming a Griffin Knight unit, using the golden feather griffins brought by the Cloud Giants. But how can Griffin Knights be as imposing as Dragon Knights? Once the White Dragon Knight Order is established, I'll use my talent to rapidly strengthen both the White Dragons and the Knights. As for whether the White Dragons will run away, we'll definitely sign contracts by then. I also plan to place the training grounds beside the Cloud Giant tribe, and Teto will be very willing to help me teach these white dragons how to behave. A moment later, the White Dragon Pack excitedly brought back their prey. For them, this concentrated hunt was a rather novel experience. They felt the power of unity, and most of the adult white dragons, whose minds were still immature, had excitement shimmering in their eyes. I noticed all of this. I suddenly felt that the future White Dragon Knight Order, once it steps onto the battlefield, might have a very different style from what I imagined. It may not be majestic and surrounded by wolves at all, but more likely like dogs being let out of their cage. That gave me quite a headache. I could only hope that in future training, I would be able to make these white dragons a little more proper. At the same time, the Alpha Kingdom was facing raids from the Orc Empire. The 4 provinces bordering the Orc Empire, Flowing Cloud Province, Northwind Province, and the others, had fallen into the flames of war, while the other 5 provinces were on high alert. The 4 provinces were all in a passive defensive position. If the Orcs attacked, the Alpha Kingdom's army would defend from within the fortresses. If the Orcs wanted to charge straight through, they would try to entangle them as much as possible, buying time for the rear areas to harvest the grain. Supplies from the other provinces were being delivered one after another, mainly weapons, equipment, and food. High-intensity combat caused weapons to be consumed rapidly, especially arrows. Right now, there were orcs everywhere outside the fortress, so going out to recover arrows was no different from courting death. For the time being, the Alpha Kingdom was not short on supplies. The kingdom was quite large, 9 northern provinces, 15 central provinces, and 17 southern provinces. Aside from the 9 northern provinces that were frequently drained by the orcs, the other provinces were relatively stable and could provide material support. But the area around Darim was peaceful. Aside from the temporary interruption of trade with the Kingdom of Rodland, there was basically no impact. The orcs marching south seemed to have ignored this remote place. The Centaur tribe and the Minotaur tribe living on the border between the Moser wasteland and the grasslands were still grazing every day as they always had. Outside Darim, inside the White Raven Knight Order's garrison, Avira was supervising the knights' training. Because trade had been suspended, she simply used all the magical equipment produced during this period to arm the White Raven Knights. Previously, because more people and food were needed, most of the magical weapons they produced had been used for trade. Now the 2nd and 3rd Knight Orders had also completed their equipment upgrades. Looking at the fully armed White Raven Knights, Avira was filled with ambition. It was a pity, though, that the orcs' neglect left her lofty aspirations with nowhere to be put into practice. The orc tribes around Darim that were useful had already been subdued, and those that were useless had been wiped out. As for tribes like the Bearkin tribe that knew Darim's true background, naturally no orcs came looking for trouble. Even the nobles of Hukuro County benefited from this. On the other side, Emily was handling documents inside the castle. Lady Emily, more letters have arrived. A half-elf official respectfully handed over several letters. Recently, Darim had received quite a few special letters. The owners of these letters were all knights preparing to come to Flowing Cloud Province to open up new lands after the orcs' southward campaign ended. In addition to reporting to the governor's office, these frontier knights also had to report to the county magistrate's office. Darim at present was drawing attention throughout the entire Alpha Kingdom, especially among those young nobles who intended to carve out territories in the northern lands. They kept a close watch on the situation here, continuously sending people to investigate my true identity. I had always kept my identity hidden very well. Count Snow and Claire had never told anyone outside, and Madame Helen and Madame Anna had had no choice. They had already begun transforming into dragon blood warlocks. Although the half-elves in Darim knew I was a golden dragon, there was a wonderful misunderstanding here. When those nobles gathered intelligence, they only asked their relatives in other kingdoms, never thinking to ask the half-elves in the city. In their eyes, those half-elves were just slaves. How could they possibly know anything important? Although the nobles did not know my true identity, they could see Darim's potential. More than 100,000 half-elves was no small number, and making them all obedient was even more remarkable. So some nobles began sending their younger sons to Hukuro County to pioneer new lands. The timing was perfect. The orc invasion had just ended, and although they had missed this year's planting season, they could focus on building castles. Looking at these letters stamped with family crests, Emily frowned. Normally, it would be a good thing for people to come and open up new lands, but Darim was different. She and Avila had long regarded Hukuro County and several surrounding counties as their own territory. They simply lacked the population for full-scale development. Now, more than a dozen pioneer knights were suddenly coming. If they developed successfully, even more nobles might pour in the future. Emily was naturally unhappy, yet she had no reason to refuse. In fact, we could have focused on developing the Moser wasteland. The area near Little Sprout was already full of vitality, so grain cultivation would be no problem. The Moser wasteland covers 170,000 square kilometers, equivalent to an entire province. If it were fully developed, I would be the largest landowner apart from the royal family. Venberg received special reinforcements, the clergy of the Temple of Justice. During orc invasions, the Church of Justice would always send many priests to provide support. Their archbishop felt that if they did not change now, they would be out of a job. Losing an entire kingdom-level diocese and sending all their believers to other gods Burning at the stake would be a lucky punishment for such a sin. So now the Church of Justice was giving massive support, and it did indeed increase the number of devout believers in the Flowing Cloud province. Your Excellency, Bishop, it has been a long time since you last returned here, hasn't it? Asked a high-ranking priest. Yes, it has been several years since I came back, Bishop Clovis said with a smile, nodding. The young priest looked at him with worshipful eyes. Clovis was only 35 this year and had already touched the threshold of 7th rank. In the future, he had the potential to become an archbishop. But Clovis had another identity as well, the husband of Marchioness Horov of Howell. Yet even he had almost forgotten it. Ever since being favored by the archbishop, he had been living in the royal capital and had paid little attention to his wife. Claire, in order to express her gratitude, had come to the Temple of Justice early to wait. She had never expected the one leading the team to be her own husband. Seeing that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, Claire was momentarily stunned, but quickly returned to normal. She had no intention of betraying me, not only because I could bring greater benefits to the Horov family, but also because, in her heart, my weight far exceeded Clovis's. Clovis also saw Claire, dressed in splendid attire, and was instantly dazed. The wife in his memory was not this beautiful, and now she carried the bearing of a superior, noble, cold, and overwhelmingly imposing. Claire, on behalf of the Kingdom Warriors of Flowing Cloud Province, expresses gratitude to all of you for your assistance, she said in a voice without the slightest emotion, yet full of sincerity. During the period of support, the Horov family will be responsible for everything for all of you. After speaking, she hurried away on the pretext of being busy with official duties. This was not an excuse. As governor, she really had not had a proper rest for days. Fortunately, after awakening the bloodline of the dragon, her body's recovery speed had greatly increased, otherwise she would have been exhausted long ago. Clovis did not know that his wife's beauty and temperament were all my doing. What she had awakened was the bloodline of the red dragon. Although she would not become a tyrant, her aura as a superior grew increasingly obvious, making many officials fearful of her. At night, Claire returned home with official matters in hand. She knew that if she didn't leave, the other officials wouldn't dare to go either. She could work through the night, but ordinary officials couldn't. Right now, there were still more than 100,000 orcs roaming through the Flowing Cloud province, so overtime was unavoidable. After distributing the overtime pay to the officials, Claria dragged her exhausted body back to her residence. The moment she opened the door, she frowned. Clovis was sitting in the living room waiting for her. You're finally back. I had the maids prepare dinner. Clovis stood up, looking at her with burning eyes. At this moment, Claria's face was filled with fatigue. She had lost some of her daytime cold beauty, but gained a bit of a fragile softness that made people want to protect her. Sorry, I still have work to handle. The soldiers at the front are fighting desperately, and I must make sure the logistics are in order. Claria refused outright. Clovis was about to say something else when two 8th-rank female warriors suddenly appeared beside Claria. They held spears and stared sharply at Clovis. Their meaning was very clear. Say one more word, and they'd spear him through. Clovis' pupils shrank. 2 Sky Knights as bodyguards? Since when was the Hornreven family so wealthy? In the end, he backed down. After all, the fault was on his side first. Being caught by his wife liking young boys was simply too embarrassing. Thank you. After Clovis left, Claria quietly thanked the 2 female knights. The 2 of them disappeared instantly. These were cloud giant warriors specially arranged by Hardy before he went to the far north, disguised as humans with transformation magic to protect her. Claria collapsed into a chair and rubbed her temples. Thinking of the cloud giant warriors just now, she couldn't help but think of Hardy. Her heartbeat quickened, and her hand unconsciously rested on her chest. Before, she had thought her feelings for Hardy were only fondness, a mutual exchange of needs. But now, she missed that boy terribly. She didn't know how long had passed before she stretched out her slender legs, and much of her fatigue vanished in an instant. Although her gaze was still a little dazed, her spirit had recovered to 70 or 80%. Claria took a deep breath and continued working through the documents. Now was the most intense stage of the orc invasion. Once they got through it, everything would be fine. The orcs who managed to seize food would retreat, and those who failed to do so would have already eliminated the weak, leaving enough food for the rest to survive the winter. The orcs were here to loot, not to fight to the death. On the other side, Clovis left Vienne Castle with a dark face. Staying there was humiliation for him. He might as well return to the church. A seed of unwillingness had taken root in his heart. He was only the second son of an earl, with no right of inheritance, and he was naturally inferior to Claria. But he was unwilling to accept that. He would work hard to cultivate and become a legend. By then, let him see whether his wife would still dare treat him like this. The far north. I had no idea what trouble Vienna Castle got into because of me. But even if I did, I wouldn't care. So what if Clovis had broken through to the legendary rank? To me, he was nothing more than a slightly bigger grasshopper. He had the goddess of justice backing him. I had the platinum dragon god backing me. Now I was taking the white dragons deep into the far north. Since I was going to form a white dragon knight order, the more white dragons, the better. That frost giant tribe from before was too strong and not easy to mess with. But the far north was so vast that there would always be weaker tribes for me to bully first. As for that huge tribe, if it really came to it, I'd have Tisna go back and bring Tedder to help. Don't be fooled by the fact that frost giants and cloud giants were both giants. Tedder would not go easy on them. Besides, I was only here to snatch white dragons, not to massacre frost giants. I had quietly observed that large tribe. It had 5 adult white dragons, 2 young adult white dragons, and 1 that was nearly ancient. If conditions allowed, I wouldn't mind making a grab. Move out. More than a dozen white dragons took to the air in unison, an imposing sight. I was very satisfied. Once the White Dragon Knight Order was established, I could have the Cloud Giants custom make enchanted dragon armor for them to increase their defense. I could also have the Cloud Giant mages teach them magic. Although white dragons inherited draconic knowledge, having a teacher was completely different from learning on their own. At the very least, they needed to learn shield and protection from energy. After all, among common dragon kinds, the white dragon had the weakest magical resistance. As long as they studied seriously, white dragons could also become powerful dragon mages. Of course, that was difficult. Without a teacher, with a white dragon's intelligence, it would be hard to learn complex spells. Usually, only after they reached 600 years of age, when their intelligence had improved, would they have a chance to learn powerful magic. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of August. There were already 67 white dragons following me, more than 50 adult white dragons and 12 young adult white dragons. These young white dragons looked at me with worshipful eyes. Among the 5-colored dragons, red dragons were the most arrogant, and the others fell far behind. Because these white dragons were weak, they obediently followed me, not the least bit bothered by serving under a gold dragon. Just now, I had led them in an assault on a small frost giant tribe, subdued all the frost giants, plundered their treasure, and rescued 2 domesticated adult white dragons. Most importantly, although I had taken the treasury for myself, I allowed them to loot treasure from elsewhere in the tribe. Whatever they found was theirs. That thrilled all the white dragons. Although these young white dragons were too slow to snatch much in the way of gems, they had still obtained the first wealth of their dragon lives. The dragon race's obsession with gold coins and gems was something mortals could hardly understand. Even after becoming adults, white dragons still found it difficult to accumulate wealth. The far north was too barren, and they were weak, so even when they went out hunting, they had to be extremely careful. How could they possibly have time to build up riches? Smart white dragons would actively hunt to make themselves stronger, but such white dragons were few. As the white dragons feasted on the frost giants, I thought it was time to head back to Dirim. In these 2 months, most of the active white dragons had already been recruited by me. The far north surely still had many inactive white dragons, but finding them wasn't easy. Have the white dragons under my command spread out to search? They might be hunted by frost giants, and whether they could even make it back was a problem. Better to take them to Dirim first and let Tedder teach them for a while. Once they were more obedient and stronger, I could come back and search the whole place thoroughly. At the edge of the far north, Tedder looked at the mass of white dragons behind me and was utterly stunned. In its lifetime, it had never seen so many white dragons gathered together, and among them were several elderly 7th-rank white dragons. But it quickly came to its senses. These white dragons were too weak. If they didn't run, it could easily kill them all by itself. Your Highness, Tedder quickly came before me. When the white dragons saw this burly cloud giant and felt his powerful aura, all except those that had been domesticated and had problems with their intelligence dared not howl. The others quietly backed away, looking at Tedder with awe. They respected me even more. They hadn't expected me to have a legendary cloud giant servant. A legendary one, no less. They would only possibly have this strength after another 1,200 years, and whether they could even live that long was still unknown. There's an ice giant tribe not far away. Hold off those legendary ice giants for me. I'm going to bring out all the white dragons inside. It was the very tribe from the beginning, with 8 white dragons. I was determined to get them. Yes, Your Highness. The Del agreed at once, excitement in his voice. Half of the blood in his body came from storm giants, and he was more warlike than ordinary cloud giants, eager to fight and temper his martial skills. Even if he had to take on many enemies alone, it didn't matter. Outside the ice giant tribe, the Del held a golden spear condensed from lightning and charged straight toward the tribe. Before the ice giant guards even recognized that he was a relative of cloud giants, they were pierced through the chest by the spear and died on the spot. Thedel's aura swept across the entire tribe, drawing out 3 legendary ice giants. 3 legends were enough to prove the tribe's strength. But in Thethel's eyes, they were still weak. They were all only mid-tier legends, and it was hard for them to put any pressure on him. That was indeed the case. The 3 legends, together with the other 8th-tier ice giants, could only barely hold off Thethel's attacks, their injuries steadily increasing. Wielding his lightning spear, the Dell used simple spear techniques with no flashy moves, but it was precisely this plain thrust that forced the legendary ice giants to retreat again and again. When it struck, the spear was wrapped in fighting spirit and momentum, feeling like a mountain, bearing down on them. That overwhelming fighting spirit made the legendary ice giants dare not meet it head-on. I watched from the air with interest. The Dell was much stronger than when I had first subdued him, and the momentum and fighting spirit around him were terrifying. I couldn't help thinking that if it hadn't been for the blessing of divinity back then, which had greatly boosted my various resistances, I really might not have been able to beat the Dell. This guy was absurdly strong, and I had only been a low-tier legend at the time. A doubt rose in my mind. With only part of Storm Giant bloodline, he shouldn't have been able to reach this level. Storm Giants were indeed stronger than Cloud Giants, but only to a limited extent. I strongly suspected that Thethel's bloodline had reverted to his ancestral form. The Giant's ancestor was the Titans. If he really had reverted, then everything would make sense. He conjured lightning into a spear. That didn't seem like a Storm Giant's ability, but rather like a Storm Titan's. If he really had reverted, it seemed I'd found a treasure. This meant I could use Thethel's Titan bloodline to recruit more giants. Before, I could only recruit Cloud Giants using my Golden Dragon identity, but if the Dell awakened Titan blood, perhaps he could recruit all giants, Storm Giants, Fire Giants, and even Sea Giants. These giants were usually not recruitable by Golden Dragons, but they would submit to giants awakened with Titan blood. Storm Giants and Fire Giants were individually stronger than Cloud Giants. Cloud Giants were nobles who loved luxury, while Fire Giants were military oligarchs skilled in forging and building massive fortresses. The only hidden danger was that giants recruited through the Dell might leave together with him when the Dell departed. After watching for a while, my enormous dragon body descended over the Frost Giant tribe. Seeing me appear, the legendary Frost Giants, covered in wounds, showed fear in their eyes. Just looking at such a huge golden dragon was enough to tell them they were out of their league. I swooped down, locking onto one of the legendary Frost Giants as my target. Boom! I stomped it into the ground with one foot and swept my gaze around. Submit or die. Originally, I only wanted to rescue the white dragon and leave, but Tidal's strength surprised me, and this tribe was not as strong as I had imagined. 3 legendary Frost Giants, plus the entire tribe, were worth taking under my command. From now on, they would be the ones handling the job of capturing white dragons. The legendary Frost Giants wore ugly expressions, yet did not immediately submit. I knew they were losing face. Frost Giants and white dragons were mortal enemies. Making them submit to the dragon race was difficult, but I had a way. I transformed back into human form and took out the pendant given to me by the lake fairy. She had said it could be used to call upon her in times of crisis. I silently chanted in my heart, and a terrifying divine might instantly descended. Even Tidal was trembling. The wounded legendary Frost Giants had it even worse, directly prostrating themselves on the ground, their eyes full of terror. Divine might pressed down on them like a mountain, and every second was torment. They recognized it as the will of a god. This golden dragon could actually summon a deity. This time, the 3 legendary Frost Giants did not hesitate at all. Your Highness, we are willing to submit. 3 divine contracts immediately took effect, binding their souls. The legendary Frost Giant at the head said respectfully, "Honorable Your Highness, what are your orders?" After subduing the Frost Giant tribe, I took the white dragons back to the Mosul wasteland. After flying for more than a day, we arrived at the Cloud Giant tribe. The huge number of white dragons drew many Cloud Giants to come watch. Tidal, I'll leave training these white dragons to you. I'll choose the knights as soon as possible. Yes, Your Highness. Tidal agreed immediately. Ever since I had revealed my background, this legendary high-level giant warrior had become even more respectful. He called his daughter Wendy over, the tribe's best beast tamer, capable of even subduing a magma tyrannosaurus. I, meanwhile, returned to Dirium. It had been 2 months since I last came back, and not much had changed here. Because the orcs had moved south, trade with the Rodlon Kingdom had been cut off. Otherwise, 100,000 half-elves would have already been delivered here. I landed in the castle's back garden. In the pool lived the mermaid Earl Snow had given me, cared for by Maya and Aaron, the 2 little Maras gifted to me by the Centaur chieftain. Maya had just finished feeding the mermaid, and the sound of horse hooves rang crisply on the stone slabs. 2 months had passed, and she had already shed her youthful innocence and looked more mature. In the open space nearby, Aaron, wearing only a tube top, was practicing with a 3-meter-long spear. Sweat soaked through her clothes, but she did not stop. "Aaron, it's time to eat," Maya called out. "Coming, mother." Aaron put down the long spear and ran over, her eyes lighting up when she saw the basket of purple clover. This was extraordinary quality purple clover, something even the tribe chief could never have eaten before. After eating her fill, Aaron patted her belly. "Mother, I'm going back to training." Just then, 2 rays of golden light descended in front of them. Maya recognized me and immediately pulled her daughter down to kneel. "Greetings, master." Aaron also knelt, but secretly sized me up. She was different from her mother. Maya was content with the status quo, but Aaron had ambition. She wanted to establish her own centaur tribe. Now that she could eat extraordinary purple clover every day and receive cultivation resources every month, she believed she could become a 6th tier, even 7th tier powerhouse. If she could gain my permission, founding a tribe would be easy. I responded casually. As soon as I landed from the air, I noticed these 2 half-elf girls who had just finished lunch. I nodded casually. Emily and Tisna both understood that although I often acted domineering, as long as they didn't cross my bottom line, I was pretty easygoing with my own people. This contradictory personality was actually the result of the 2 kinds of dragon blood within me. Before leaving, I looked back at Maya and Aaron, who were still kneeling on the ground. Over these past 2 months, I had been learning complete transformation, and now I was just a little short of mastering it. "Come to the castle in a few days." "Yes, master," the 2 answered in unison. Maya looked uneasy, while Aaron was full of anticipation. Back in the castle study. "Hottie, we missed you so much." Evelyn and Emily threw themselves straight into my arms, hanging on me like koalas. "I missed you too." I held one in each arm. Their bodies were very light, and they carried a faint fragrance. Tisna didn't come in. She had already monopolized me for quite a long time and left the space to the sisters. She went to gather the officials and prepare a large-scale screening within the territory, selecting the half-elf girls with the best talent to form the White Dragon Knight Order. Tisna's standards were very high. At minimum, they had to possess high aptitude. High aptitude meant that, as long as they had the right breathing technique and sufficient resources, they could basically become a 6th-tier Gold Knight, and even have a chance to break through to a 7th-tier Earth Knight. In the Kingdom of Alpha, which was often bullied by the Orc Empire, an Earth Knight was already a top-tier powerhouse. Because of their elf bloodline, half-elves were more likely than humans to have high aptitude. It was just that most commoners never had the chance to come into contact with cultivation opportunities in their entire lives. Now that Tisna was going to test the aptitude of all half-elves, she would certainly find a batch of talents. Add to that the half-elf noble girls sent by Earl Snow, and the probability of them having high aptitude was even greater. In this world, talent can be inherited through bloodlines, and the descendants of nobles are often more likely to become strong. As for why they had high aptitude yet nearly had their country destroyed, because there were no resources. Not everyone was like me, with resources to spare. Without resources, high aptitude could only guarantee becoming a 4th-tier Grand Knight. Breaking through to Silver Knight would still require decades of bitter cultivation. The half-elf officials were highly efficient and immediately began screening everyone in Durim between the ages of 12 and 25. The White Dragon Knight Order only wanted girls with high aptitude, but the boys and girls with high or medium aptitude who were selected would be recruited into the White Crow Knight Order and forged into Ace Elites. I had already said long ago that I would establish the White Crow Battle Corps. As the population increased, the standing army would expand, but the White Crow Knight Order wouldn't grow by much. If the White Crow Knight Order was the elite, then the White Crow Battle Corps would be the ace among the elite, small in number, but once it appeared on the battlefield, it would strike fear into the enemy. This was my expectation for the White Crow Battle Corps, and it was also Tisna's standard. I returned to Dehirim, and on the second day, another 10,000 half-elves were sent over by the Kingdom of Rodlan. By now, my territory had already established a mature resettlement system. Officials specifically in charge of these half-elves would assign them to various villages according to family units. These newly arrived half-elves were all stunned. Every official and resident they saw was actually a half-elf. If they hadn't known they were in the northern continent, they would have thought they'd gone back home. Very soon, they would understand what was going on. This time, Count Snow's deputy had brought the elf captives I wanted, dozens of them. Emily was in charge of the handover. With a wave of her hand, the White Raven Knights took the elves away. Lady Emily, Lord Snow couldn't come personally because he had matters to attend to. He asked me to convey to His Highness Hardy that next time, he will bring more gifts, the deputy said respectfully. This guy was being obviously sycophantic. After all, I was their super major client, someone they could not afford to offend. When Emily heard the word gifts, she frowned slightly. A few hours later, The transaction was completed. The deputy left satisfied, carrying a large batch of magical equipment. This time, I had given them a lot of equipment, and they would have to bring back more half-elves to repay the debt. After all, they would just go capture them from enemy nations. After nightfall, several figures moved swiftly through the dark corners of Dehiram, heading straight for the central castle. They were covered in top-tier magical equipment, items that could conceal their presence, silence their footsteps, allow them to teleport 18 meters with Mistwalk, and various enchanted weapons. This set of gear was worth at least several thousand gold coins on the market. General, the castle is protected by a magic array. It's too dangerous. We should wait for other strong members of the clan to arrive, a warrior said worriedly. These people were actually elves disguised as humans. With their small population and difficulty reproducing, elves had always faced the greatest problem. That was why they rarely initiated wars. Once a clansman was captured, they would definitely send strong fighters to rescue them. The minimum standard for a rescue team was at least a 5th-tier Silver Knight and a 6th-tier Gold Knight, led by an 8th-tier expert. If they encountered a formidable enemy, they would even dispatch legendary experts. As an immortal race, elves had far more legendary experts than other races. It was just that their population base was too small. No, you stay here. I'll go take a look, said the 8th-tier female elf at the head of the group, shaking her head decisively. For elves, spending the night in a human noble's castle was too dangerous. Although rescuing them a few days later would be safer, during those days, those clansmen would suffer permanent trauma in their hearts. She had seen too many of her clansmen turn into walking corpses because of this. At the same time, atop the city wall, I watched the group of elves outside the castle still arguing, completely unaware that they had already been exposed. Just as I was enjoying the show, 2 level 8 elves made their move. They decided to enter the castle and take a look. I turned to tell Avila and Emilia, "Go bring all those elves outside in here." "Leave it to us," the 2 dragon elf Lolas said, patting their little chests. Both of them were at the peak of level 8, so dealing with those elves whose average level was only 5 was far too easy. "Oh, and bring back their magical equipment too," I added. At the same time, the 2 level 8 elves felt something was off the moment they entered the castle. Too smooth. There wasn't a single guard in sight. "Lady Wenlisa, should we retreat first?" the male elf asked uneasily. Just as Wenlisa was about to agree, Ziwe suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing Ziwe's pointed ears, Wenlisa froze. "You are." She quickly sensed the aura of nature around Ziwe and realized that this was not a true elf, but a great elf evolved from an elf insect. "Hadi wants to see you. Come with me," Ziwe said directly. "Don't even think about running. Think about your companions outside. Don't worry, Hadi won't harm you." Wenlisa's heart sank, and with her weapon in hand, she followed Ziwe. When she reached the entrance to the banquet hall, Wenlisa was completely stunned. A grand banquet was taking place inside. Catgirl maids carried serving trays back and forth, and a half-elf band played traditional elven music. Most importantly, the ones attending the banquet were all elves. They were the very elves she had come to rescue, the ones purchased by nobles. Dressed in fine attire, they were eating, drinking, and dancing without a care in the world. "General Wenlisa, I can't believe it's you." One elf recognized her and greeted her in surprise. Wenlisa looked utterly dazed. What did they mean? They couldn't believe it was me. Before she could react, Ziwe had already brought her before me. Seeing my golden vertical pupils, Wenlisa instantly understood everything. "Elf, you trespassed into my castle and wanted to steal my treasures," I said deliberately. Wenlisa's face went pale. "Your Highness, it's a misunderstanding." Absolutely a misunderstanding. She knew very well that even a kind-hearted gold dragon could become extremely dangerous when treasure was involved. Stealing a gold dragon's treasure? That was suicide. "Honorable Your Highness, I am willing to apologize and compensate you for this offense." Wenlisa hurriedly bowed. "Compensate?" I became interested. "I am willing to offer 10 chests of flawless gemstones as compensation for my rudeness." 10 chests of flawless gemstones, worth at least several 100,000 gold coins. Very well. I nodded in satisfaction. However, the elves in the banquet hall were all purchased by me at great expense. In consideration of the friendship between the metal dragons and the elven race, I will allow you to redeem them, but you must exchange them for elf insects. Wenlisa hadn't expected there to be a second hurdle, but she had no authority to decide on the matter of elf insects. "Your Highness, I will need to discuss this with the kingdom." "No problem." At that moment, Avila and Emilia brought the more than 20 elves outside in as well, and they were equally shocked when they saw the scene in the banquet hall. "You may leave. Come find me again once you've finished discussing it," I said, and then I vanished. Wenlisa let out a sigh of relief and quickly went to check on her subordinates. "My lord, we're fine. It's just that all our equipment was searched and taken away," the elves said, heads lowered. "It's fine. We'll be re-equipped when we get back. When Lisa comforted them, then left quickly. She had to report the situation at once, and she also had to prepare those 10 chests of gemstones. What one promises a dragon must be completed as soon as possible. Back in the castle's huge bath, I leaned comfortably against the edge of the pool, while Avila and Amelia sat by the side in thin nightgowns, their fair little feet lightly splashing the water's surface. Around us stood a maid troop made up of dozens of cat girls, fox girls, and snake women. They were all spoils I had seized from those smugglers on the Beastmen grasslands. I was lying in the hot spring pool, enjoying the service of 2 dragon spirit Lolas. To be honest, I treated these cat girls pretty well. I fed and clothed them, and even taught them how to cultivate. All they had to do was take care of me and the other elves in the castle's day-to-day life, and practice dancing in their spare time. As for what kind of dance? Supposedly, it was created by a succubus. I won't go into the specifics. I suddenly pulled the 2 little Lolas into my arms, and their clothes were instantly soaked through, their little faces turning bright red. Hottie, 10 odd pioneering nights came while you were away, Evelyn said, leaning against my shoulder. Should I call them back? No need. Let's develop the territory first. I shook my head. Dirim didn't need those minor nobles to make it look good at all. As long as trade with the kingdom of Rodland continued, the population would reach 500,000 by the end of the year, and by then I would be able to become an earl. The 2 little Lolas changed their posture, their faces growing even redder. Will you still go to the far north? Emily asked softly. No, I shook my head decisively. Dragons aren't diligent creatures. I was out for 2 months this time, so I can lie around for 3 years. At most, I'll fly 200 kilometers to see Claire and the others. The next day, Claire really came, along with Lady Anna and Lady Helen, riding in on griffins. It was their first time coming to Dirim, and they were shocked by this clean, grand city. As soon as she entered the study, Claire rushed over and kissed me. Where did you go? To recruit special helpers. I wrapped an arm around her waist. She directly sat astride my lap, and Lady Helen and Lady Anna also came over to greet me. The pendants on their chests were especially eye-catching. Claire pressed my hand onto her chest in dissatisfaction. Hottie, I need your help, Claire said seriously. The Horwin family has just formed a knight order, and they need magical equipment. As long as you agree, these next few days are yours to do with as you please. She leaned close to my ear. And also, there's a passage from the Beast Mountain range to the Underdark. For years ago, drow elves even appeared there. The Underdark? I became interested. Just this once. Put it on my tab. Although those pieces of equipment meant nothing to me, for other nobles, outfitting a knight order with magical equipment would cost an astronomical amount. I stared at the sky-high price that even a great noble would have to pay dearly for, and never expected Hottie to agree to it without hesitation. Not only was Clya overjoyed, even Lady Helen and Lady Anna blushed. They were also bargaining chips. Having taken the initiative to come all the way across 200 kilometers, they were embarrassed, but for magical equipment, they had to go all out. Clya had dressed in full splendor today. After unfastening her trench coat, she revealed a red, low-cut evening gown. Since awakening her red dragon bloodline, she had grown to prefer red more and more. The custom-made gown perfectly outlined her curves, and with her hair tied up, she looked even more like a cold, glamorous noble lady. Thank you, Hottie. She excitedly kissed my lips. I'll repay the principal and interest as soon as possible. As governor, she knew very well how powerful a knight order equipped entirely with magical gear would be. That was a force capable of standing head-on against bearfolk and behemoths. With that power, when the Beastmen Empire invaded, there would still be hope of holding out at Vienne Fortress until reinforcements arrived. After a long moment, our lips parted, and her red evening gown had already slipped down to her waist. Hottie, after the knight order is established, I want to entrust it to my child. Her cheeks were slightly red. She wanted to build a good relationship between her child and Hottie, this legendary golden dragon. But seeing the half-elves, cat girls, fox girls, and even snake women maids in the castle, she was somewhat uneasy. But she had no choice. As governor of the Flowing Cloud province, when the Beastmen invaded, others could flee, but she could not. Many members of the Halraven family's governors had already died at the hands of the Beastmen, and she might be next. She was not afraid of death, but she feared her child would be schemed against, and that the noble title would be seized by another branch of the family. If she could get Hottie's help, then her child would be able to inherit smoothly. Her child? I suddenly remembered the little boy I had seen at the Britannia Knight Academy. He looked about 70% like Clya, and he was also under a permanent disguise spell. Lord Hottie, Clya's trembling voice pulled me back to reality. Indeed, now was not the time to be spacing out. Meanwhile, the Bloodclaw tribe in the Moser wasteland had grown from 1,000 people into a large tribe of tens of thousands. Although I had restricted the reproduction of ordinary kobolds, I had not restricted Ed and the others with higher bloodlines, so the kobold population was still growing like a snowball. Fortunately, the mushrooms planted earlier had given birth to fairy worms, which I used spirit liquid to transform into great fairies. Otherwise, I would still have had to keep sending in food. Now the kobolds had plenty of supplies, even using dried mushrooms to raise poultry, and were also cultivating fertile fields around the tribe. Under the nourishment of the little green sprouts, the land around the Blood Claw tribe had already become about as fertile as the Flowing Cloud province. Deep in the tribe, the incubation chamber held over 1,000 eggs. Kobolds had no concept of family, and all eggs were incubated collectively. 1 meter 2 tall kobold warriors patrolled and guarded with weapons forged by earth goblins. Crack! A hatchling broke out of its shell. It was stronger than an ordinary kobold, with red dragon scales on its body and a pair of small wings on its back. Not as slender as the other EDS, but sturdier. This showed that my dragon field was having a significant effect, so much so that even the hatchlings were born with higher bloodlines. More and more kobolds continued to hatch, and roughly 1/5 of them could grow wings. Among these more than 200 EDS, there were over 30 scale sorcerers. In the future, we might even amass a massive kobold sorcerer corps, even if they only knew little fireballs. Thousands of sorcerers gathering together would still be a terrifying force. At present, the Bloodclaw tribe already had more than 300 scale sorcerers. The strongest, Blood Fong, was now a tier 4 kobold, with true dragon wings growing from his back. These days he loved strutting around everywhere. After all, the actual administration of the tribe was handled by half-elf officials, so he was quite idle. Whenever I strolled around town with a bunch of kobold underlings, the earth goblins and bear goblins passing by would cast envious glances. My dragon field also affected them, but not as noticeably as it did the kobolds. Kobolds could complete their transformation in half a month, while earth goblins and bear goblins needed a full month. It couldn't be helped. The god of kobolds was originally created by the dragon god. Even the subordinates of those legendary 5-colored dragons had legendary kobolds. This race truly had potential. It just needed time to develop. Compared with the legendary dragons who have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, my age is a disadvantage, but I have my own advantage. I can go looking for wild legendary cloud giants. There are still quite a few legendary cloud giants to be found in the world, but wild legendary kobolds? Not to mention the world of Iona, you couldn't find a few even across the entire multiverse. A few days later, 3 special adventurers paid the city entry fee and entered Durim. This city is so clean. There's no smell, and the buildings are so beautiful too. Annabelle, I love it here, the Shao, like adventurer exclaimed. The outer walls of Durim were built by Trance and Treebeard, while the inner buildings were carefully crafted by half-elf artisans. Half-elves had elven blood and loved art, so the buildings were carved with many decorations and patterns, and many green plants were planted throughout. From the very beginning, I had demanded a sewage system be built and laws be enacted to keep the city clean, which was how the current Durim came to be. Elnus, keep your voice down. The boy named Annabelle frowned. His companion's chatter had already attracted the attention of passers-by. Annabelle wore ordinary adventurer's clothing. His short blonde hair reached his ears, and a silver-white hair ornament sat atop his fluffy bangs. Under the sunlight, his blonde hair shone with a warm luster, and his skin was fair and delicate. The boy had delicate features, a high bridge of the nose, a cool and refined air, and a hint of allure from his narrow eyes. His lips were especially red and full, and standing beside the silver-haired Joe, he drew even more attention. I appeared nearby, looking at the 3 silver dragons with a complicated expression. The minds of these 3 silver dragons didn't seem quite normal. As a legendary golden dragon, my perception was already strong, and with divine power enhancing it, it was even keener. Yet I never expected to see this scene. Silver dragons were second only to golden dragons, and they also liked to take human form and travel the world. Usually, they would turn into kindly old men, learned young men, or beautiful silver-haired maidens, with the last form being the most commonly used. But not only female silver dragons became beautiful girls, some male silver dragons did too. From a human perspective, these male silver dragons definitely had something seriously wrong with their heads. You had to know that a male silver dragon transformed into a girl, besides having a face that could topple kingdoms, also had a physiological structure exactly the same as a human female's. Aside from being unable to bear children, they could do everything else. That was extremely thrilling. However, the proud silver dragons didn't think much of it. To them, the appearance of a human girl was just a skin suit convenient for communication, and most male silver dragons' sexual orientations were still normal. They wouldn't use that appearance to do anything with human men. In the eyes of silver dragons, becoming a beautiful girl was fundamentally no different from becoming a cute kitten. The two silver-haired maidens in front of me. One was a female silver dragon, while the other was a male silver dragon in disguise. That slender, charming-looking boy was actually a female silver dragon. That was the reason my expression was so unusual. However, in the end, I discovered that the boy's chest was slightly raised, so perhaps he merely looked like a boy on the outside. The three silver dragons didn't notice me. Annabelle was already used to drawing attention. When she traveled before, she would always attract many gazes whenever she passed by temples and churches. Soon, they arrived at the square and saw the enormous golden dragon statue. Annabelle, do you think the Lord here is a golden dragon? Elnis asked curiously. They had originally been traveling in the kingdom of Alpha. Hearing that a powerful territory had appeared in the north, and that its lord had taken in many half-elves and was about to become a feudal count, they came out of curiosity to take a look. After entering Durim, they sensed many half-elves undergoing dragonification and transformation. Seeing the golden dragon statue, the mystery was solved. What do you think? Annabelle rolled her eyes. The answer was practically written on her face. Then shall we go meet the Lord here? Elnis asked eagerly. Silver dragons also liked to build territories, and human kingdoms on the central continent often had young silver dragons serving as governors. They were rare in the northern three kingdoms because the place was too poor, and they also had to fight the orcs. Sometimes their wages were even delayed. Silver dragons would not work for free. Annabelle hesitated a bit, but since they weren't in a hurry to leave anyway, she said, then let's go. Only then did she remember she still had a companion. Iminst, what do you think? Let's go. Iminst was the silver-haired girl transformed from a male silver dragon, quiet and restrained in temperament, unlike most chatty silver dragons. In the castle's reception hall, Annabelle and Elnis both slightly parted their lips when they saw me. Iminst also revealed an astonished look. Silver dragons have excellent memories, and they were sure they had seen me twice on the way here. They had originally thought it was just a coincidence, but they hadn't expected to disturb the owner of this place as soon as they arrived. What surprised them even more was that the Lord here was actually a legendary gold dragon, and he looked so young. They hadn't sensed the traces of time on me, but a normal gold dragon had to be over 400 years old to become legendary. Hello, Your Highness. My name is Annabelle/Elnis. My name is Iminst. Good day, Your Highness. They had originally assumed that the Lord here was, like them, just a newly adult metallic dragon, so they quickly adjusted their attitudes. Just call me Hadi. I was still very young at heart, and suddenly seeing so many silver dragons put me in a good mood, even if these fellows looked a bit unusual. Hadi. Annabelle smiled and changed her address, and when she smiled, her two little fangs were especially noticeable. My heart skipped a beat. Looking at Annabelle's exquisite face, I suddenly realized something. If the priests of the Church of Justice saw her, they'd probably go crazy. After all, those hypocritical bastards liked little boys, which was common knowledge in noble circles. Hadi, do you need a governor? Elnis suddenly stepped forward, her eyes blazing. I was a little surprised. Although silver dragons all wanted to find a place to serve as governors after coming of age, the requirements were very high. They had to serve a lord of at least ducal rank, preferably a 7th-tier transcendent. The lord couldn't belong to an evil alignment, and they had to be given sufficient authority. The conditions were so harsh that many silver dragons couldn't find a suitable place. You want to stay? Yes. Elnis nodded vigorously. Fine. If you perform well, I'll give you a fief. I turned to Annabelle. She bowed slightly. Your Highness Hadi, Annabelle is willing to serve you. Iminsight hesitated for a moment, then followed suit with a bow. Your Highness Hadi, Iminsight is willing to serve you. The dragon race's pursuit of power and wealth was etched into their DNA. Submitting to me, a legendary golden dragon, didn't burden them psychologically. Follow me. I took them to the municipal hall. Tisna was very surprised to see the 3 silver dragons. I asked her to show them around and familiarize them with the territory. In the afternoon, Tisna took them to tour Durim, the Mosul wasteland, as well as the Minotaur and Centaur tribes. The 3 silver dragons were stunned. When they saw the kobolds and the goblin infantry regiment, they frowned. Silver dragons disliked these magical beings that usually serve the 5-colored dragons. Hadi only has them engaged in production to provide Durim with mineral resources, Tisna explained. Then they saw the cloud giant tribe, and what shocked them even more was that there were actually dozens of adult white dragons next to it. These white dragons were brought back by Hadi too. Iminsight asked in disbelief. That's right. We're preparing to form a White Dragon Knight order. Elnis stared blankly at the White Dragon Knights who were training. Counting the legendary cloud giant mage and warrior they had seen earlier, there were 4 legendary beings here alone. Too terrifying. After returning to the municipal hall, Tisna handed them an important task: design the blueprint for Durim's new outer city in preparation for the expansion project. The 3 silver dragons were very excited. This meant we trusted them. At the same time, in the castle reception hall, Your Highness Hardy, I am Sylvanas, the envoy leader of the Elf Kingdom. Standing before me was a tall female elf, wearing ranger armor that outlined her graceful figure. She was a legendary elf ranger. Most female elves were rather lacking in figure, but Sylvanas was an exception. Ample, proud curves and long, straight, beautiful legs. The kingdom thanks you for rescuing our people and is willing to exchange them for elf insects. These 20 boxes of gemstones are compensation for you. A few days ago, after Verisa relayed the situation back to the Elf Kingdom, the Elf Queen and the Elder Council immediately discussed it. There was no choice when it involved a golden dragon trying to renege on a debt in the hands of a legendary golden dragon. A joke. So they handed over the elf insects directly. After all, the Elf Kingdom had deep reserves and didn't lack this much. Hearing that there was extra compensation, I had a much better impression of the Elf Kingdom. Please sit, Miss Sylvanas. I sized up this tall female elf. The elf race produced many handsome men and beautiful women, and those fair-skinned, gorgeous female elves had always matched the dragon race's aesthetic very well. The reason metallic dragons and the elves had such a good relationship was largely because of this. Elf girls were beautiful, and they were also very open-minded. Don't be fooled by how the elves now packaged themselves as pure and innocent. They couldn't deceive metallic dragons, who were also an immortal race. In our inherited memories, back in ancient times when the elves ruled the continent, those elf nobles played very wildly indeed. It was only after their hegemony was taken away by humans that they became a little more restrained. The current elf kingdom is only somewhat better off with the ranger families who have guarded the border for generations, because they have to deal with the trolls and also guard against human infiltration and slave-catching raids. I'd already heard about their sudden attacks when I traveled the continent before. This generation's ranger general is extremely strict with both herself and others. No matter how wildly elves may play around, it's only after marriage. Unmarried female elves all keep themselves pure. But when it comes to image management, we gold dragons aren't in any position to criticize elves. Gold dragons are just as good at packaging themselves. For example, in matters of love, gold dragons are indeed loyal to their partners, but only loyal to that one relationship. There's no helping it. Gold dragons live far too long, and over time they inevitably grow bored. Some of them even change partners before becoming ancient dragons. As for after becoming ancient dragons, they no longer dream of love. They only want to collect gold and treasure. Under my scrutinizing gaze, Sylvanas met it without the slightest hesitation. Prince Hardy, the kingdom agrees to exchange elf insects for the people you rescued. Here is the list. Please take a look. I accepted the list and began reading. In Durim, the only thing currently being mass-produced into extraordinary magical plants was Tina's gold-veined blood orchid wormgrass, which was obviously not enough. I needed more varieties. While I examined the list, Sylvanas was also sizing me up. She didn't mind my gaze, because I was a metallic dragon, and also because I was strong enough. Although Sylvanas was a legendary ranger, she had only recently advanced. Even with luxurious equipment, she could still tell she was absolutely no match for me. She even felt that if she launched a surprise attack, I would still end up capturing her. Capturing a legendary powerhouse is much harder than killing one. While Sylvanas was letting her imagination run wild, I had already marked the elf insects I wanted on the list. Especially the blood source fruit elf insect. I was determined to get it. The blood source fruit can purify magical beast bloodlines. If it can be mass-produced, it would not only speed up the growth of griffins and dire wolves, but if we had enough of it, it could even make white dragons grow faster. Then I'd be able to form a white dragon knight order. As for how to exchange for them, I could just have the half-elf officials under my command negotiate with the elves. Neither I nor Sylvanas would take part directly. I had originally planned to observe from the side, but Sylvanas kept me in the reception hall through conversation. Lord Hardy, are you a mature dragon? The vast reception hall now contained only the two of us and a few half-elf maids. Sylvanas's way of probing was rather direct, which made me slightly stunned. She wasn't a metallic dragon, so it was hard for her to judge my age stage. She only vaguely felt that I was very young. No, I'm only a young dragon. It wasn't any kind of secret anyway, and saying it would help with the upcoming deal. To be frank, I also wanted to hire a powerful ranger in the Elf Kingdom to help train my troops. Half-elves also had the potential to become rangers, and even if that failed, they could still be turned into an archer unit. A young dragon? Sylvanas's pupils shrank sharply, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Before coming here, she had crammed knowledge about metallic dragons. Normally, a gold dragon would break through to legendary status only in its elderly dragon stage, around 400 years old. She had thought I was exceptionally gifted, breaking through to legend in my mature dragon stage. She never expected that I was only a young dragon. A young dragon is generally 50 to 100 years old, while a mature dragon is 200 to 400 years old, a huge difference. This proved that my potential was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Prince Hardy, as we chatted, I forgot what I had originally intended to do and casually started talking about my experiences traveling the continent. This was extremely enticing to Sylvanas, who rarely ever left the Forest of Elves. Sylvanas had grown up carrying her mother's expectations. She didn't want to disappoint her mother, so she could only devote all her time to becoming stronger. She had broken through to legend earlier than her older sister, Aurelia, but that didn't mean she was an emotionless war machine. The suppression of her childhood made her yearn even more for places beyond the Forest of Elves. Listening to me talk about my adventures and the customs and scenery of various places across the continent, Sylvanas became especially engrossed, showing a side completely different from her usual self. Prince Hadi, have you also been to Teldrassil and Darnassus? Hearing those two names, Sylvanas could no longer sit still. Yes, it was a very magnificent city. I nodded, understanding why she was so excited. The people living in Darnassus were their close kin, the Night Elves. Teldrassil was a super ancient tree towering 2,000 meters high and 1,500 meters in diameter. Darnassus was built among the tree's roots and branches, a magnificent city perfectly fused with nature. Darnassus centers on nature, and its buildings are made of vines, branches, and crystal. There are clear lakes, exquisitely carved bridges, and the entire city is shrouded in purple twilight, filled with a mysterious and tranquil atmosphere. Sylvanas listened with a face full of yearning. The Night Empire, like the Elf Kingdom, was isolated from the world and refused all outsiders except other elves and the Metal Dragon clan. Back then, I had only revealed my true form, and I was met with warm hospitality. I even got to meet the Night Queen. The Night Elves had violet skin and were generally between 1.9 and 2.2 meters tall. The Night Queen was 1.95 meters tall, and that day she wore very revealing clothing. Her long legs, over a meter in length, were exceptionally delicate and smooth. When we first met, I was indeed stunned by her beauty. She had ruled the Night Empire for thousands of years and was herself a demigod-level existence above the sanctuary realm. Years of holding a high position had given her an especially cool and noble aura, and the long passage of time had left no trace on her at all. She looked like a freshly grown elf-flower. Only her presence was far too domineering. Thinking of the Night Queen, my expression turned strange. She matched the aesthetics of the Metal Dragons and was also extremely warm in her hospitality. The only problem was, during the few months I spent in Darnassus, she used all kinds of methods to seduce me into reverting to my true form. She not only wanted to ride on top of me, but even wanted to keep me, if I hadn't finally sensed that something was wrong and run off with Tisna and the others. Who knows what might have happened? After chatting for a while, I shifted the topic to the ranger instructors. Lady Sylvanas, I'd like to hire a few Farstrider instructors to help me train some half-elf rangers. Your Highness wants to build a ranger force? Sylvanas frowned. The Farstriders are the most powerful ranger corps in the Elven Kingdom, led for generations by the Windrunner family. Sylvanas herself was a member of that family. Her mother, Larissa, was the current ranger general, and Sylvanas was the Farstriders' chief instructor. I'm willing to send instructors over, and I'll stay personally as well, Sylvanas agreed quickly. Training rangers would take at most a little over a decade, which was a very short time for a legendary elf. In any case, she wouldn't be taking over as ranger general anytime soon. She'd at least need to reach the upper ranks of legend, which would still take over 100 years. Using this time to help me train troops, while also earning the friendship of a legendary gold dragon, would be very beneficial to the Windrunner family. Competition within the Elven Kingdom was fierce. Having a legendary gold dragon as a friend would give the family greater confidence. Many people on the continent believed that with enough money, you could hire metallic dragons. That was wrong. Money was indeed necessary to hire metallic dragons, but connections mattered even more. Without the right connections, no amount of money would help. But if the relationship was good enough and the enemy was evil enough, gold dragons and silver dragons might even help for free. Sylvanas also had her own motives. Since she rarely got to come out, she didn't want to return so soon. By the way, Your Highness, this is the Windrunner family's apology gift. Please forgive my younger sister's earlier rudeness. She took out another 20 crates of gemstones and pulled her sister Varisa over. Your Highness, I'm very sorry. Varisa bowed helplessly. I will stay with my sister and help you train the Ranger Corps. In truth, I had forgiven her long ago, but in front of her domineering older sister, she could only comply. Want to resist? Wait until she breaks through to legend. Varisa knew that if she went back, her mother would confine her. Better to stay in Dithrim. Sylvanas widened her eyes, not expecting her sister to stay as well, and could only glare at her fiercely. By evening, the The negotiations were over. I had only rescued dozens of elves in exchange for a few elven insects. The elven envoy said that if I saved more elves in the future, I could continue trading, though only for more common elven insects. But what they called common was still precious in human kingdoms. For example, the blue mountain flower elven insect could be used to make healing potions, and if cultivated into a great elven insect, it could earn at least 1,000,000 gold coins a year. The next morning, when I woke up, something soft was pressing against my chest. Opening my eyes, I saw Tizina still asleep. On either side of my body were Ivira and Aimee. They were wearing silk camisole nightgowns, and sunlight streamed in, making their shoulders look glossy and delicate. I gently wrapped my arms around Tizina's slender waist. Sleeping with them every night was also a way for me to grow stronger, and for them as well. They were now not far from legend. At the fastest, they could break through in 1 or 2 years, and at the slowest, in 3 to 5. That surprised me. Dragon elves had such terrifying talent? They were about my age, and that speed was much faster than gold dragons. Unfortunately, there were too few records about dragon elves in the histories. Good morning, Hottie. Ivira and Aimee sat up groggily and rubbed their eyes. The straps of their nightgowns slipped down, revealing a tiny glimpse before me. Their faces instantly turned red. Even after years together, they were still easily shy, but instead of pulling the straps back up, they directly pooed into my arms. During the day, Ivira and Aimee went to the city hall to work, while Tizina was responsible for recruiting 13,000 new half-elf recruits. Sylvanas and Verisa only needed to train 3,000 of them into rangers. The remaining 10,000 would form an archer legion, all equipped with magic crossbows and magic longbows. The enchantments of cloud giants could make weapons even more powerful. With frontline protection, such a legion's output would be terrifying. Not to mention orcs. Even a formal knight order without magic armor would be shot into sieves. At that moment, Purple Moon brought Maya and Ellen to the laboratory. I brought them here. Purple Moon cooed into my arms. Maya and Ellen knelt on the ground in fear. I rubbed Purple Moon's head, kissed her to send her away, then looked at the centaur mother and daughter. Don't worry, nothing will happen. If you don't move around, you'll get great benefits. I cast a spell, and light shone on them. Agonizing pain came, but they gritted their teeth and held back from crying out. When Maya woke up, she was horrified to discover that she now had a human body. She stood up, only to stumble and fall to her knees. Looking down, she saw not only a slightly smaller pair of voluptuous breasts, but also a pair of long, slender legs. She stared at her new body in disbelief. Eileen also woke up and discovered that she had turned into a human body. Her fair little face flushed red. She was wearing nothing at all, which made her feel extremely embarrassed. She staggered over to her mother, still not used to walking on 2 legs. This is complete transformation magic, which makes you fully human in structure, not just in appearance. You can freely switch between the 2 states. I studied the centaur mother and daughter, who had turned into human form, and nodded in satisfaction. Learning 9 circle spells really isn't easy. Luckily, it finally succeeded. Suddenly remembering something, I took out a breathing cultivation method and tossed it to them. This is a human breathing method. You can cultivate it now. The complete transformation spell has already changed your body structure into that of a human. So from now on, you'll be able to learn human combat techniques and breathing methods. When I have time, I'll revise this technique so you can use it normally even after turning back into centaurs. Maya was so excited she had forgotten all about shame. Before this, she could only practice that crude centaur breathing method, and its effects were terrible. The centaur race was small to begin with, and most of them were still barbaric and ignorant folk. What good inheritance could they possibly have? The mother and daughter stared at the breathing method in a trance, their chests rising and falling with rapid breaths. Their fair feet stood on the floor, sunlight spilling over their bodies. They knew that after cultivating this breathing method, they wouldn't be able to turn back into centaurs for a short period of time. But so what? If they could cultivate faster, why turn back? Maya pulled her daughter to her knees, pressing her forehead to the ground. Thank you for the gift, Master. Maya will be loyal to Master forever. I waved them away. That little mare was practically dripping with desire when she looked at me, and she left with obvious reluctance. But I had more important matters to deal with now. A few days ago, when I returned to Darim, I had given all the spiritual liquid I brought back from the far north to Little Green Sprout. In return, it gave me a special kind of energy, directly awakening my ancestor dragon bloodline. Ancestor dragons were ancient true dragons from tens of millions of years ago. Back then, there was no distinction between metal dragons, chromatic dragons, or gem dragons. Gifted ancestor dragons were already at the peak of the 8th rank the moment they hatched. There are still some powerful ancestor dragons in the multiverse now, possessing strength comparable to the gods of the prime material plane, but they no longer leave their dragon lairs lightly. I arrived at Greensprout Forest, where little Greensprout excitedly called out to me. After being watered, it had grown to 50 centimeters tall and was radiating rich auras of nature and life. The trees throughout the entire forest were transforming as well. Perhaps soon I would be able to awaken a legion of ancient war trees. War trees were far more formidable than ordinary treants, with high magic resistance and bark harder than steel. 2 or 3 war trees could even take down an adult golden dragon, provided the golden dragon didn't fly. I returned to my true form and lay beside the lake, a spot little Greensprout had specially reserved for me. There was plenty of room, clearly planned with the expectation that I would continue growing. I closed my eyes, and drowsiness swept over me. The suppressed metamorphosis officially began. I slept for more than 3 months. When I woke again, it was already the end of December. Dirim had not stopped developing over these months. Tisna and Annabelle followed the plan to develop the territory and had just completed the first expansion project. The original city area had become the inner city, and a larger outer city had been built outside it, with both the length and width of the city walls reaching 5 kilometers. The half-elf commoners moved into the outer city, while the inner city was converted into a commercial district and high-end residential area, with space also reserved for the construction of mage towers. Inside the city hall, Annabelle brought a report to Tisna, the Dirim Canal plan. She wanted to dig a canal from Dirim to Weinberg. Population growth over these months had still been too slow, mainly because the half-elves from the Kingdom of Rodlan couldn't be transported over. With the canal, merchant ships would be able to reach Dirim directly. How was a canal over 200 kilometers long supposed to be dug? Annabelle said that wasn't a problem. Just get treants, cloud giants, minotaurs, centaurs, and monsters to work together, and it could be finished in 1 or 2 years. Cloud giant warriors were, on average, 10 meters tall. With enchanted shovels, each scoop could move several cubic meters of earth. If that still wasn't enough, they could hire cloud giant children. Even their adolescents were 5 or 6 meters tall, and their efficiency far exceeded ordinary people's. A canal. Tisna stared blankly at the plan. Annabelle was full of confidence. Trust me, I've done the calculations. If things go quickly, it can be finished in less than a year. Tisna pinched the bridge of her nose. If we pull cloud giants away to dig the canal, what about the training of the White Dragon Knight Order? With Tidal here, the White Dragons won't dare to act recklessly. If necessary, have the cloud giants take the White Dragons to dig the canal. White dragons are more efficient at excavation. Tizina, make the White Dragons dig a canal. A scene flashed through her mind of dozens of white dragons pawing at the earth like dogs. But she had to admit that the claws of white dragons could even tear through mountain rock, so digging soil would naturally be no trouble. Draw up a more detailed plan and determine the time and manpower required. Tizina was finally tempted. Annabelle was just about to leave when, suddenly, a special fluctuation came from afar, causing her bloodline to surge and her heartbeat to quicken. She and Tizina exchanged a glance, then instantly flew toward the distance. In Greensprout Forest, I woke up. My first feeling was, everything around me seemed smaller. I needed an ice mirror to look, and it wasn't that the surroundings had shrunk, but that I had grown larger. My body length was nearly 400 meters, and my wingspan exceeded 800 meters. My golden dragon wings were even more splendid, and the dragon horns on my head looked like a crown. My scales were harder, and the muscles, bones, and internal organs throughout my limbs were all stronger. And I had broken through to high-ranking legend. Not long ago, I was only mid-ranking legend, and now I had advanced so quickly to high-ranking already. Was this the bloodline of an ancestral dragon? I looked at the several dragon shadows flying over from afar. They were Tizina, Annabelle, and the others. As they were about to reach Green Crow Forest, I spread my wings and turned into a streak of golden light, appearing instantly before them. If it had only been Tizina and Emily, I wouldn't have bothered to come out, but Annabelle and Iminst were also there. Haughty, Tizina froze, staring at me. My current appearance had indeed changed greatly. My figure was more slender, my tail longer, and overall I looked more elegant and noble. Iminst's pupils contracted, and his voice trembled. Prince Haughty, have you awakened the bloodline of an ancestral dragon? That's right. I landed on the ground. Iminst was completely dazed, and his gaze toward me was full of reverence. Annabelle also excitedly moved closer to my side, her silver-white vertical pupils filled with adoration. After returning to Dirim, Elnis and Iminst left in a daze. Annabelle suddenly stepped forward. Prince Haughty, what do you think of me? Her eyes were full of expectation and fervor. I knew what she was thinking. After all, she was a genius who broke through to 8th rank while still a young dragon, and in the future she would very likely become legendary. Very cute, and very beautiful, I said. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. She left completely satisfied. Tizina softly said, Hati, the Elven Kingdom has sent over elf insects and wormgrass, and Count Snow has also sent over more than 100 high elves. Take me to see them. I immediately became interested. From now on, leave the trade with the Elven Kingdom to you. When we reached the estate, I cultivated all the elf insects into great elves, then used spirit liquid to hasten the growth of those spiritual plants with long growing periods. The Bloodsource fruit tree took more than 10 years from seed to fruiting, so I directly accelerated it. It would be possible to harvest the first batch of Bloodsource fruits next autumn. 2 days later, Annabelle came to me with a detailed plan. Hati, if this project is handed over to me, it can be completed within 12 months. She slightly curled the corners of her mouth, her tone carrying pride. I nodded. Of course, you came up with this plan, so naturally you're the one in charge. Start preparing right away. Leave everything else to me. Mobilizing the territory's manpower and supplies could be handled by Tisna and Annabelle. But digging a canal from Durem to Wienborg would require passing through many noble territories, and I'd have to negotiate that myself. Not difficult. Any noble with a modicum of sense could see the benefits of this canal. The clever ones, once the news spread, should be bringing generous gifts to me and trying every possible way to make sure the canal passed through their own lands. With a canal, it would be much easier to buy supplies and slave labor. Even if the territory were surrounded, the kingdom's armies could also ride the river downstream for rapid reinforcement. But such a massive plan would definitely draw criticism. Once the Cloud Giant appeared, my identity as a Golden Dragon Lord would be impossible to hide. With my identity exposed and the canal project underway, the nobles of the Kingdom of Alpha would certainly not sit still. Sending representatives to Durem or sending their second sons to Hokuro County to open up territory were both very possible. It would also attract more dragons, not just metallic dragons, but hostile chromatic dragons too. That actually made me a little excited. If a red dragon came, I could bleed it dry and use its blood to mass-produce Dragon Mark warlocks. Bleeding my own blood would be far too uncomfortable. It's better to bleed someone else's. Wait, something suddenly came to mind. There was no need to wait for a red dragon to come to me. The continent had an adventurers guild, so I could post a bounty to locate a red dragon's lair. Just find it, not kill it. Adventurers probably wouldn't object too much. Once the lair was found, I or T-Del could go and capture the red dragon. Ordinary red dragon blood wasn't as potent as mine, but in quantity, it would still be pretty good. As I was thinking, Annabelle's clear voice rang out. Hati, I won't let you down. She was full of drive, her delicate little face brimming with confidence. Though her body was slender, her presence was nothing to be underestimated. I'm leaving it to you. I nodded. As for the red dragon matter, I'd think about that later. For now, I should focus on the canal. I couldn't be bothered to go find each noble one by one to talk. I planned to have Governor Clea help push it through. After the canal was built, Wienborg would indeed be affected. If merchant ships no longer docked there, it would lose harbor taxes and could only collect transit fees. But I believed Clea would help me without hesitation. Because once the canal connected, reinforcements from Durem could reach Wienborg much faster. It was already the end of December now, and I planned to go see her again in January next year. Going now would only mean waiting until the new year before anything could move forward anyway, so it was better to wait a little longer. Then I suddenly remembered something and looked at the dragon elf lowly. By the way, has the passage to the Underdark been found? Before I fell into slumber, I had obtained intelligence from the Horlevin family and had Tisna send people to search for the passage. There have been clues. We've locked onto an area. The underground routes there are very complicated, so I've already sent kobolds and gnomes in to search. We should have results soon. Kobolds and gnomes had dark vision, so they could see even without light. I nodded. Clues were good enough. Let the kobolds search slowly. I didn't care if there were losses. Dark elves had appeared on the surface before, which meant they controlled the tunnels. When the kobolds found the entrance, they would definitely be discovered. At that point, it would just be a matter of who was stronger. They could come to the surface to plunder, and I could also go plunder the Underdark. The Underdark of Ionar was a vast subterranean world made up of countless tunnels and caverns. Most of it existed independently, spanning hundreds of thousands of square kilometers in some places, and even larger in others. The cave systems were winding and complex, with most paths ending in dead ends. Even with a map, they would be hard to navigate, and initial exploration would take a long time. The good news was that the Underdark also had a huge number of kobolds. I could find these tribes to act as guides, and also expand my cannon fodder. Now that I knew there was an Underdark beneath the Beast Mountain range, I had already relaxed the restrictions on kobold reproduction. Conquest and development both required a large amount of cheap labor. The reason I had restricted them before was that the Mosar wasteland couldn't support them, but now I could slowly loosen those restrictions. A few days later, the new year arrived. At the New Year banquet, Annabelle appeared in full dress. Her short golden hair reached her earlobes, and her fluffy bangs gave her a very lively air. In addition to her silver hair ornament, she also wore silver dragon-shaped earrings. "Hearty Happy New Year!" She walked over to me gracefully. Her dress was a bit too loose, and the tailcoat over it hung slackly, but combined with her boyish vibe, it had a special kind of beauty. "Happy New Year, Annabelle." I took out a diamond necklace. "This is your New Year's gift." The necklace was set with a flawless diamond the size of a quail egg. In this world, diamonds were magical crafting materials. Stones of this quality could be used for enchantments or for carving magic circles, and they were worth thousands of gold coins. "Thank you, Hearty." Annabelle's eyes lit up as she quickly took it and put it on. "How is it? Does it look good?" She spun around once, looking at me expectantly. "Very cute." This necklace was actually a gift from the Alpha royal family. As soon as the new year arrived, both the Alpha and Rodilon royal families sent luxurious presents. Count Snow had only left Dirim 2 days ago. Even the Elf Kingdom had prepared lavish tribute. The Cloud Giants and the Frost Giant tribes also offered tribute, and the fairy in the lake even had the Holy Grail Knight deliver a large quantity of gemstones. The New Year gifts I just gave out were basically all things other people had given me. For dragons, taking something out of your own treasury to give away and re-gifting a present that hasn't even been recorded in the books, yet are completely different things. The latter is obviously much easier to accept. Annabelle got a gift, and so did Elnis and a monster, though theirs were a bit cheaper. On the other side, Tisna, Avila, and Emily were blushing as they looked at the gift boxes. Inside were exquisite pieces of jewelry, rings, necklaces, chokers, and anklets. Tisna picked up a choker and held it against herself, then glanced at her chest. Her little face instantly turned red all the way to her ears. These gifts were magic items I had commissioned Cloud Giant craftsmen to make, beautiful and durable. That very night, I saw the effects of these special ornaments. They were indeed amazing. I also had the Holy Grail Knight deliver a set to the Lady of the Lake. After the new year, at Weinberg, after I explained my purpose, Claire just froze. It took a while before she finally managed to speak with difficulty. Dig a 200-kilometer canal? As the Marquis Governor, she certainly understood the benefits this canal would bring to Dirim. The problem was that it was more than 200 kilometers long, and I wanted it completed within a year. Although she didn't know where I got my confidence from, she still nodded and agreed to help with everything she had, persuading every lord along the route. "Hearty, this is the latest intelligence gathered on Cloud Giants, Fire Giants, and Storm Giants." Claire handed it to me. Back when I captured the White Dragon in the far north, I had suspected that Title's bloodline had reverted to its ancestral form, so I had her collect intelligence on Fire Giants and Storm Giants as well. I took the reports and began reading. Unlike Cloud Giants, who lived in family units, Fire Giants formed tribes and preferred to live in places rich in metal or in magma. They built fortresses beside volcanoes. A typical one had 50 or 60 Fire Giants, while large fortresses could have over 100. "Not bad," I said with satisfaction. We were about to start digging the canal, and labor was exactly what we lacked. These Fire Giant tribes had come at just the right time. It was just that Mosar Wasteland had no volcanoes, so figuring out where to settle them after bringing them back was a problem. I left Weinberg quickly. I needed to bring the Fire Giants back as soon as possible, then returned to Dirim to take charge. I discovered that after my bloodline evolved into an ancestral dragon, my dragon force field had become even stronger. In the future, when opening up the Underdark, kobolds and deep goblins would be the main force, and I needed to use the dragon force field before the war to cultivate a powerful kobold army, while also selecting high-talent draconic sorcerers for focus training. In the Mosar Wasteland, beside the Cloud Giant tribe, Renessa was training with the White Dragon Knights. After learning about the White Dragon Knights, she came to me directly to request joining, becoming the first foreign member. Since Tisna had to handle government affairs, I had Renessa take charge of daily training. By now, the White Dragon Knights had already taken shape. Every morning, Renessa led the half-elf knights and white dragons in riding practice. In the afternoon, they trained separately. The half-elves practiced swordsmanship and breathing techniques, while the white dragons learned spells from the Cloud Giant mages. At first, the white dragons were very resistant, but after experiencing the benefits of having teachers, they were no longer so opposed. After all, it could increase their strength. The white dragons were diligently learning magic when, suddenly, a huge golden figure burst through the clouds. All the white dragons immediately whimpered and pressed their dragon heads to the ground, and even the Cloud Giant mages knelt on one knee. Boom! I landed heavily. With my current size, the Cloud Giants and white dragons beside me all looked small. This was the second time I had appeared before the white dragons after awakening my ancestral dragon bloodline. I could clearly see that these white dragons were much more obedient than before. So whenever I had nothing to do, I'd go scare them a bit. The white dragons actually didn't want to be this spineless either, but my size was just too terrifying. No matter how stupid they were, they still understood what an ancestral dragon meant. After noticing the change in me, most of the white dragons simply gave up struggling and began to accept their new identity. Looking at it another way, though they had no freedom, at least they were safe. And there was a cloud giant mage teaching them magic. When had they ever had this kind of treatment before? I even promised them that I'd help them with treasures when they underwent transformation. When you calculated it that way, the white dragons suddenly felt like it was still acceptable. I shrank my body and found Tettle. Staying in my giant form was imposing, but inconvenient. Your Highness, what are your orders? Tettle asked respectfully. He had already guessed that I had awakened the bloodline of an ancestral dragon, and now he was even more deferential. I found traces of the fire giant tribe. Come with me to take a look. Yes, Your Highness. Tettle agreed, without hesitation. He thought recruiting his own kind to serve was pretty good. The stronger he became, the higher his status would be, and his wife and children would also receive more support. If I became the king of gold dragons in the future, he might even become a cloud giant duke. I called over a legendary cloud giant mage to guard the white dragons, then set off with Tettle. Renessa looked up at my mountain-like body and thought to herself, if Hardy flew into the elf forest, what kind of sensation would that cause? What reaction would the other families have if they knew that House Windrunner was on good terms with an ancestral gold dragon? House Windrunner had made a huge profit this time. Hearing us talk about the fire giant tribe, she remembered that there was one near the High Elf Kingdom. More than 20 days later, we arrived at the Blazing Mountain Range. There really was a massive fire giant tribe here. Over 1,000 fire giants scattered across more than a dozen settlements. The tribe's leader called himself the Fire Giant Duke, and there were also tens of thousands of kobold and troll slaves. I lay atop a mountain ridge, watching Tettle and the Fire Giant Duke spar on the plain below. We had arrived more than 10 days earlier. Although Tettle had signs of Titan ancestry awakening, his bloodline was too thin, and the Fire Giant Duke was unwilling to submit. The plan to subdue them had failed, but we didn't get discouraged. I casually found a place to lie down, and Tettle would challenge the legendary powerhouses within the Fire Giant Nation. Fire Giants were naturally warlike and would never refuse a challenge. Aside from the Fire Giant Duke, who was at the peak of legend and could defeat Tettle, all the other legendary warriors had been beaten by him. Now it was Tettle's 7th challenge to the Fire Giant Duke. Tettle grew more ferocious with every battle, the Thunder Spear leaving afterimages as he swung it. Dark clouds filled the sky, golden lightning descended, and a suit of golden lightning armor formed around him. The Fire Giant Duke's expression grew grave. Lightning armor was not easy to deal with. Even more shocking, after Tettle roared, he made the Fire Giant Duke feel a noble and ancient aura, reminding him of the Titans in legend. And when Tettle first arrived, he had been only 25 meters tall, but now he was nearly 35 meters. Seeing the legendary bloodline awakening with his own eyes, the Fire Giant Duke was so shocked he felt dazed. Tettle, now complete in his transformation, charged forward with the Thunder Spear in hand. The Fire Giant Duke resisted with all his might, but his more than 30-meter-tall body was still sent flying, smashing into a distant mountain like a broken kite. The other legendary fire giants looked at each other. Sensing the ancient, noble aura on Tettle, they all felt the urge to submit. The first legendary fire giant knelt on one knee. The second, the third. The Fire Giant Duke, staggering back, also slowly knelt under Tettle's gaze, took off his crown, and held it out with both hands. In the distance, Renessa was extremely excited. Your Highness Hardy, Lord Tettle has won. Because the Blazing Mountain Range was close to the Elf Kingdom, Renessa volunteered to be our guide and came with me to watch the show. Yes, not only has he won, but the Titan bloodline within Tettle has also become even denser, I praised, letting Tettle challenge the Fire Giant Duke madly. I had finally come up with the last resort. In my memory, the Titan race was naturally warlike. Tater had signs of an atavistic awakening. Perhaps the more battles he fought, the stronger the power he would awaken. After this battle, once Tater settled down a bit, he would soon break through to the peak of the legendary realm. The legendary realm was divided into 4 stages: low, mid, high, and peak. The first 3 stages weren't much different, but the leap from high to peak was a huge watershed. Normally speaking, aside from someone like me and divine beings, a peak legendary could take on 2 or 3 high-level legends at once. They were the true strongest under the Holy Domain. As for the Holy Domain, there were too few of them. The ratio of legends to Holy Domain experts was not even 10 to 1. On the continent, Holy Domain powerhouses were practically impossible to see. When Reese's delicate face was full of excitement. She had already come to regard herself as a member of Dirium. If Tater won, then the Moser Wasteland would gain another fire giant principality, with as many as 5 legendary-level fire giants inside. She also longed for such power. In this generation of the Windrunner family, aside from her younger brother who had not yet come of age, she had 2 older sisters above her. Among the 3 sisters, only she had yet to step into the legendary realm. Although she had gained a great deal over the past dozen days, it would still take at least several more years to break through to legendary. Prince Hardy, when Risa suddenly said, Lord Tater has already subdued the fire giant principality, but they still need some time to pack up. On behalf of the Elf Kingdom, I sincerely invite you to be our guest. I looked at Winrisa. The flame mountains were extremely hot, and she was wearing only a bikini-like revealing outfit. Her fair shoulders, flat abdomen, smooth back, and slender jade-like legs were all exposed to the air. After thinking about it, this place really wasn't far from the Elf Kingdom. At my current flying speed, it would take less than 2 hours to get there. Of course, now that I was like this, no corner of the continent was really far. I spread out my huge dragon claw. On the way here, I had thought her flight was too slow, so I had simply carried her over here in my claw. When Risa excitedly jumped into my claw and immediately used her magical equipment to tell her mother the good news, asking her to notify the queen to prepare a banquet. She had originally wanted to take me first to visit the Windrunner family, but I was now an ancient golden dragon. If I were just an ordinary golden dragon, that would still be fine, but now it absolutely wouldn't do. Although she had only just come of age not long ago, she knew full well the status of an ancient golden dragon among the dragon race. Not to mention coming to the High Elf Kingdom. Even if I went to the Dark Elves, I would receive the highest courtesy. Lying in my dragon claw, when Risa thought that after I left Silvermoon City, she would invite me to stay at the Windrunner family for a few more days. Looking at my dragon claws flashing with cold light, she didn't seem to have any complaints about being carried while flying. After all, where else could she be? It wasn't as if she could ride on my back, could she? For some reason, her cheeks suddenly flushed red. She lowered her head and took off all the clothes she was wearing, changing into a luxurious dress. The Silvermoon Forest was different from other elven lands. They did not build cities in the trees. They liked to construct luxurious palaces out of white marble, carved with exquisite decorations, in a style that was extremely lavish and refined. Just after crossing the border of the Silvermoon Forest, I saw many green-skinned trolls below. When Risa, do the High Elves still fight the Amani trolls often? I asked while flying. Yes, Prince Hardy. When Risa stood up, her voice tinged with disdain. The Amani trolls have always wanted to seize the Silvermoon Forest, but they have failed every time. Now they're nothing more than lingering on their last breath. Although the trolls hid in the jungle, the elves were not like humans and were not poor at jungle warfare. The Farstrider troops could adapt to all kinds of complex terrain and always managed to defeat the invading trolls. It was a pity that the elf birth rate was so low that they did not dare to start a war on their own initiative. If they could, they would have long since completely wiped out the Amani trolls. But they could not afford that kind of cost. And the trolls were indeed powerful. Their numbers were enormous, and their regeneration ability was terrifying. If they weren't killed in one blow, then even if they had been disemboweled, as long as they weren't pursued and hunted down, they might still recover. When High Elves deal with trolls, they use special methods, such as strong acids and specific toxins, which can suppress the trolls' regenerative abilities. I nodded thoughtfully. These trolls were considered a specialty of the Elven Kingdom, and I could bring some back on the way. I was quite interested in them. There were quite a few legendary powerhouses stationed at the border of the Silvermoon Forest. They had received advance notice and knew a legendary golden dragon was coming, so they didn't try to stop me. But when they saw a mountain flying through the air, they all froze in place. Who could have known that Silvermoon City had only said a legendary golden dragon was coming, without mentioning that it was a primal golden dragon nearly 400 meters long? As I flew past at speed, these elves all looked as if they were having a complete crisis of faith. Outside Silvermoon City, the Elf Queen knew that I was a primal golden dragon, so she specially brought the council members out of the city to welcome me. But not everyone in the welcoming party knew the truth. They were full of confusion. Just because we were on good terms with the metallic dragons, and golden dragons were the leaders of the metallic dragons, did that really warrant such a huge display? When they saw a golden mountain peak flying in from afar, they were instantly stunned. This fucking was a golden dragon. How come they had never known golden dragons could be this huge? Even the Elf Queen was a little dazed. Wynessa had only told her that I was a primal golden dragon. She had never said I was 400 meters long, like a golden mountain. But the queen was, after all, the queen. She quickly recovered and flew into the air with the legendary powerhouses. His Highness Hardy, we warmly welcome your arrival. Silvermoon City has already prepared a banquet for you. Under the gaze of all the elves, I instantly transformed into human form, and Wynessa, whom I had been holding in my palm, also appeared beside me. After I awakened my primal golden dragon bloodline, the noble aura around me made even those high elves who prided themselves on elegance feel inferior. But their attention quickly shifted to Wynessa, who had appeared with me, the third daughter of the Windrunner sisters, the future pillar of the Elven Kingdom. Seeing her appear with me, the elves present instantly thought of many things. The elves who knew my identity were filled with envy. Winning the friendship of a primal golden dragon meant that in times of crisis, one could summon 100 metallic dragons to help. After all, primal dragons held an extremely high position among the dragon race, and the last time one appeared was 3,000 years ago. I acted very aloof in front of these elves, but they thought it was only natural, and even felt that I was already being quite amiable. Standing on the second floor of Silvermoon City's royal palace, I looked at the elven nobles gathered below, feeling puzzled. When I flew over, aside from the warriors guarding the border, I couldn't sense the slightest tension of war anywhere else. Queen Asara, aren't you going to war with the Kingdom of Rodland? Why is there no sign of a war atmosphere at all? If someone else had said that, it would have sounded like provocation, but coming from my mouth, it became the swagger of a strong man. Queen Asara explained. His Highness Hardy, a group of orcs from beyond the border recently appeared in the southern borderlands of the Kingdom of Rodland, killing anyone they see. The number of orcs is growing, and Rodland has already signed a peace agreement with the Half-Elf Kingdom. They won't start a war before the orcs are dealt with. Her tone carried some reluctance. She had originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to join forces with the half-elves and deal a heavy blow to Rodland, but the elves were too few in number and dared not take the initiative to start a war. Besides, the orcs had appeared at the border between Rodland and Valandia, and the two countries had very good relations. Britannia next door was also interested in the orcs. If Rodland were truly pushed into a corner, they could spend heavily to hire the Britannia Knight Order to clear out the orcs, while their own elite forces would turn east to attack the elves. Orcs? I recalled the ones on the orc plains. Not those kind of orcs, Queen Asara quickly explained. These orcs are more like highland barbarians, with burly bodies and tusks similar to trolls. Their skin is red, they carry evil power, and they have already occupied a large swath of land, while continuing to burn, kill, and plunder. I frowned. What I was worried about wasn't those orcs, but something else. If the Kingdom of Rodland and the Half-Elf Kingdom signed a peace agreement and both turned to deal with those interdimensional orcs, wouldn't my supply of cheap half-elf slaves run dry? Without war, there would be no captives. Without captives, I wouldn't be able to trade for elf worms. Even if war did come, I could only use enchanted weapons to exchange for human serfs, and the price wouldn't be as cheap as before. Your Highness Hardy, Queen Isa reminded me. Although the interdimensional orcs can still be controlled for now, they have already tied down the forces of Rodland and Valandia. If even the Knights of Britannia are drawn into the flames of war, the Orc Empire may launch an invasion of the three northern mainland kingdoms ahead of schedule, and this time it will be especially ferocious. Because in the past, the first to come to the aid of the three northern mainland kingdoms were always Rodland and Valandia. What she said made a lot of sense. The ordinary orcs of the Orc Empire were stupid, but the upper ranks were not. Once the Behemoth royal family and the other major orc royal families learned of this, they would certainly seize the opportunity to march south and plunder. Even if they couldn't wipe out the three northern mainland kingdoms, if they bit off several provinces from the kingdoms of Alpha, Lionheart, and Nord, that would still add up to nearly 2 million square kilometers of land. That could support a huge number of orcs and greatly increase the strength of the Orc Empire. I realized a problem. If the Orc Empire really occupied several provinces in Alpha Kingdom's northern borderlands, then my territory would become an enclave. I didn't want to join the Orc Empire, even though they would surely welcome me. You don't need to worry too much, Queen Isa said. The Orc Empire still doesn't know about this. It has no intelligence network in the central and southern continents, and can only get information through smugglers and cult organizations. By the time the news reaches the Orc Empire, it will already be months later. Besides, the three northern mainland kingdoms will definitely seal their borders and prevent the information from leaking out. She was right. Even if the Orc Empire found out, it would still need several months from preparation to invasion. By then, Rodland and Valandia might already have dealt with the interdimensional orcs. Facing the human kingdoms burning with pent-up rage, the orcs would not fare well. The human kingdoms were united now, and the three central continent kingdoms were each more formidable than the last. If the Orc Empire played its hand badly, it might be beaten back to its homeland like it was 200 years ago. Thinking of this, my furrowed brow relaxed. If there was going to be a fight, then let there be one. As someone with part red dragon bloodline, I had never feared war. Beneath my easygoing appearance, I even harbored a desire for it. Right now, Dirium had 5,000 White Crow Knights, 2 heavy infantry legions, 1 longbow legion, and a total of 50,000 troops, including militia. That didn't even count my Monster Legion and Giant Legion. In particular, the Mage Corps, made up of more than 200 Cloud Giant mages, was astonishingly powerful. A human mage's fireball spell was only the size of an adult's head. A Cloud Giant mage's fireball spell was also the size of an adult's head. Only an adult Cloud Giant's head, a super fireball more than a meter in diameter. And the stronger the Cloud Giant was, the larger their body became, and the larger their fireballs would grow. With Dirium's strength, self-defense would not be a problem. As for Clio, there were many ways to save her. If it really came to it, I could fake my death and slip away. With me, an ancestral golden dragon, Alpha Kingdom would also turn a blind eye. It was late at night. I was staying in the palace arranged by Queen Isa, surrounded by beautiful elf maids dressed in revealing clothes. From their demeanor, they didn't seem to be ordinary maids. Today was probably just a temporary side job. I leaned comfortably against the edge of the bath. At that moment, from the corner of my eye, I suddenly caught sight of a pair of pale feet stepping into the bath. Wynessa removed her evening gown and walked over to my side without a hint of hesitation. "Your Highness Hardy, I came to help you with a massage." Her cheeks were flushed as she leaned half her body against mine. "Thank you," she said softly, skillfully pressing and kneading my shoulders. During the banquet in the daytime, the way those elven nobles looked at her had indeed changed. The Windrunner family had guarded the frontier for generations and commanded the Farrunners, yet they were always being covertly harassed by the other noble houses. But starting today, if they wanted to cause trouble again, they'd have to think twice. "I learned it from my sister when I was little," she explained. "If you like it, I can help you every day." I closed my eyes and enjoyed it. Somehow, she had already climbed into my lap, her legs clamped around my waist. "Your Highness Hardy, let's go to the bedroom." 3 days later. During these past few days, when Leysa had hardly left my side, especially after that first night, the change in something about her aura made every noble notice that something was different. The mage families of Silvermoon City were the most excited. They looked down on draconic sorcerers with their mouths, but in their hearts they longed for the blood of dragons. Ordinary draconic sorcerers were already strong enough, let alone one with the bloodline of an ancestral dragon. That was practically a dragon wearing human skin. If they could pass that bloodline down, their family would be set for life. At that moment, I was looking over the orc intelligence sent by Queen Isa. Inside the projection stone, those otherworldly orcs were on average 2.5 meters tall, half a body taller than human soldiers. They wielded great axes and warhammers, and could easily pick up human soldiers one-handed and snap their necks with a crunch. The orcs wore no armor, but with the protection of shaman totem magic and their powerful regenerative abilities, their death rate was not high. However, Roderland's half-griffin knight corps could completely crush them. In the projection, thousands of half-griffin knights charged in formation, and the mages even cast mass haste on them. When the two armies collided, the orcs were sent flying, their chests caving in dramatically. In less than half an hour, over 10,000 orcs were routed. Most were crushed to death, and even those who fled were pinned to the ground by enchanted javelins. Queen Isa looked relaxed, clearly not taking the orcs seriously. In her view, the sharpshooters of the Farrunners could deal with them easily. An arrow through the eye socket and into the brain, and no matter how strong they were, they'd die. But I thought these orcs would make excellent labor. Orcs were violent? Then hand them over to the fire giants for discipline. The fire giants were even more violent, and their size completely outmatched the orcs. I just didn't know whether Roderland would keep any prisoners of war. Orcs were different from half-elves. Half-elves were an intelligent race, and at most could be reduced to slaves. But in human eyes, orcs were no different from beasts, and slaughtering them would not bring intervention from the Church of Justice. 200 years ago, when the orcs invaded, the Holy Grail Knights personally went in to slaughter them, and the Church of Justice said nothing. After every battle, the 3 kingdoms of the northern continent executed every orc on the spot, and no one condemned it. In the end, orcs didn't even look human. They were worse off than real beasts. Slaughtering beasts would still draw intervention from druids, but when orcs were executed, not a single race spoke up for them. It was late at night, and I was in the palace of Silvermoon City. Veressa was blushing as she lay in my arms, her body trembling slightly. I gently stroked her. Elf skin really was something special, snow-white and delicate, without a single body hair. She was very obedient, quietly allowing me to touch her. Veressa was a ranger. She had trained in martial arts since childhood, and her figure was as agile as a female panther's. Her calves were well-defined, and she even had abs, completely different from Clio's softness. Prince Hardy, sensing my gaze, she boldly kissed me. After a long while, we parted, and she gasped, Queen Isha asked me to ask you whether Dirham needs a magical advisor. She can send over a corps of mages. Varessa lowered her voice. Actually, those mage families want your ancestral dragon magic factor. They want to become warlock families. I kept stroking her, not the least bit surprised. Those high elf girls looked at me as if they wanted to swallow me whole. For power, even the proudest elves would lower themselves. Tell Isha to refuse directly. I shook my head. There were already so many silver dragons and high elves waiting at home. How could I have time to bother with them? Once word spread of my identity as an ancestral golden dragon, there would definitely be a large number of female metallic dragons coming to Dirham. The key problem was that I still didn't have a dragon spouse. In the eyes of dragons, the women around me now could only be considered lovers. Understood, Your Highness. Varessa suddenly sat up, and the thin blanket slid off. My body has felt a little strange lately. Am I going to turn into a draconic creature? I suddenly opened my eyes, and my golden vertical pupils swept over her body. Indeed, she was transforming into a draconic creature. This surprised me. Playa had been the first example, but she had spent much longer with me than Varessa had, and Varessa was stronger as well, so logically her transformation should have been slower. After thinking about it, the only explanation was that my ancestral dragon bloodline was too strong, and the radiation from the dragon aura field had intensified. In the long run, this was a good thing. It meant I could build a powerful army much faster, and the kobolds would soon become as strong as Dragonborn. I glanced at her again and said, "If you don't like this change, I can help stop it." "No need, Prince Hardy." Varessa shook her head. "This is pretty good. As long as her body was fine, that was enough." Becoming a draconic warlock was not a bad thing. The draconic warlock family on the southern continent had already proven how powerful this profession was. A draconic warlock who had stepped into the legendary realm not only possessed strength comparable to a knight's, but also formidable spellcasting ability. Varessa thought to herself, "I've always wanted to defeat my second older sister head-on. I had almost given up before, but now that I've awakened dragon blood, maybe I can reach the legendary realm earlier and give Mother and my sisters a huge surprise." The next morning, I left Silvermoon City with Varessa and flew toward the Tower of the Windrunners. When we arrived, the one who came to greet me was the eldest Windrunner sister, Illyria, the only one of the three sisters I had not yet met. At the same time, outside Dirham, Annabelle was leading the officials to inspect the progress of the canal. Looking at the highly efficient worksite, she nodded in satisfaction. Have the cloud giants increased the white dragon's working hours from 12 to 14 hours. The canal must be completed as soon as possible. The white dragons, upon hearing this, wished they could tear her to pieces. Annabelle paid it no mind, and only calmly looked toward the orc steppe. Regarding the invasion of the Middle Continent by another world's orcs, she and Tisna knew about it earlier than I did. The Kingdom of Alpha had already notified all northern nobles to seal the border, in order to prevent the news from leaking to the Orc Empire. Now the canal was progressing very quickly, 1/5 completed in just over 20 days. The white dragons could dig out huge pits with a single claw strike, and an 8-meter-deep canal was effortless for them. I had calculated that at this rate, it would be finished in 40 days. Once the canal was completed, Rodland's merchant ships could go directly to Dirham, transporting half-elves over much faster. Count Snow said that after the truce, at most the remaining 400,000 half-elves could be sent over. Added to the existing 500,000, that would make a total population of 1 million. Anna was supervising the work while thinking, should they go capture some ogres on the orc grasslands? Centaurs and Tauren would do too. If nothing else, grabbing a few cat people tribes would be fine. "My lord, ahead is the territory of Viscount Wolk. Should we hide the white dragons?" the official asked. "No need. Dig normally." That day, while Viscount Wolk was inspecting his territory, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. Dozens of white dragons digging a canal under the supervision of cloud giants. He was completely stunned, and only came to his senses when the half-elf official dragged him aside. Tower of the Windwalkers. Lalassa and Aurelia personally came to greet me. "Prince Hardy, welcome." Lalassa took a deep breath. It was not her first time seeing me, but meeting me up close still shocked her. My size was even more immense than she had imagined. After I returned to human form, many elves finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around, the Windwalker family did not have many members. My appearance now had changed greatly. That oppressive feeling had vanished, leaving only my innate nobility and dignity. While exchanging polite words with Wenlesha's mother, Lalassa, Aurelia quietly came to her younger sister's side. She stared at Wenlesha with a look of shock. "Third sister, you and Prince Hardy." "Big sister." Wenlesha's face instantly flushed red. Shituto glanced at her mother and said in a low voice, "I did it willingly." Aurelia's face was full of heartache, thinking her sister had sacrificed herself for the family. In her heart, She was very dissatisfied with her second sister, Sylvanas, who was far away in Durim. Is this how she acted as an older sister? In fact, Sylvanas was completely wronged. When Lesha had not told her anything before leaving, and all of this had happened in Silvermoon City. I wandered around Windwalker Tower. The decorations here were simple and ancient, much more comfortable than Silvermoon City's lavish style. Then I suddenly saw a troll specimen. Prince Hardy, this is the high priest of the Amani tribe. It took Mother and several other legends joining forces to kill it, Aurelia introduced. I looked at it a couple more times. Lalassa was at the peak of the legendary rank, yet she still needed help to kill this troll, which meant it must have been quite strong in life. The high priests of trolls can directly communicate with the Loa and borrow their power. The Loa are the wilderness spirits worshipped by trolls. Some are strong, some weak, with the strongest ranking among the best, even among demigods, and the weaker ones barely at the legendary level. I was quite interested in the Loa and planned to go see them after breaking through to the sacred domain. Trolls are quite powerful, but the Amani tribe and the Zandalari Empire do not interact much with other races and have always targeted the elves, their ancient enemies. As night fell, when Lesha took the Silvermoon Warblade and sparred with her elder sister, her strength was not as good as Aurelia's, but her progress surprised her sister, especially the huge increase in strength and explosive power, as well as greater stamina. After the sparring ended, when Lesha blushed and explained the reason she had become stronger. After hearing it, Aurelia's face also turned red. This could be done too? I took out a dragon contract stone and placed it on the table. This thing could summon the contracted dragon to help in battle, specially made for knights who could not cast spells. By crushing it, it would teleport me over. Lalassa was very excited upon seeing the dragon contract stone. I was an ancient golden dragon, and this dragon contract stone could become the Windwalker family's heirloom. In a few hundred years, I would at least be at demigod level, and under me there might be dozens of legends and several sacred domain powerhouses. By then, they would not even need to use this dragon contract stone. Just letting others know they had it would be enough. It was a super trump card that could make most powers dare not provoke them. When Aurelia came back and saw the dragon contract stone, she immediately understood what it was and her face was full of astonishment. A few days later, I left Windwalker Tower. I did not return to Durim, but instead flew toward the Kingdom of Brittany. Since I was already in the central continent, it would make no sense not to take a look. The Adventurers Guild has major branches in both Brittany and Lordran. I wanted to ask whether there was any information about a red dragon nest. If there was, I could just grab a few red dragons on the way back to use as blood bags. After awakening the progenitor dragon bloodline, I was preparing to establish the Golden Dragon Empire, and even the red dragons would have to contribute to the revival of the dragon race, if only by contributing their blood. After I left, Aurelia decided to go to Dhrim with Winiza. Yesterday, the kingdom's logistics department suddenly delivered a large batch of supplies, including precious items that had previously been rejected in applications. It was obvious that the royal family and the nobles wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with me through the Windrunner family, and these supplies were the first batch of compensation. As soon as I entered the Kingdom of Britannia, I felt the will of the Lady of the Lake descend. A familiar, graceful figure appeared before me, still wearing that white long dress, with the necklace I had given her last time around her neck. "My knight, did you miss me?" The Lady of the Lake smiled and came to my side, studying me with an astonished gaze. As a natural spirit who had lived from antiquity to the present, she had seen true progenitor dragons and fully understood how powerful they were. She was naturally delighted that I could awaken the progenitor dragon bloodline. After all, I was the mate she had chosen. It was just that, in her memory, although progenitor dragons possessed powerful bloodlines and became demigod level once grown, it took 200 years to reach adulthood. And I was over 50 years old, which by progenitor dragon standards still made me a teenager. Thinking of this, the way she looked at me became somewhat strange. Me? Very soon, we arrived at her earthly divine kingdom, a small manor. I leaned back on the sofa drinking the black tea she had brewed, and she naturally sat on my lap, resting against me. "Looking for red dragons? There aren't any in Britannia, but there are in the Wasteland Archipelago," she said. The Wasteland Archipelago lay to the northwest, with more than 2,000 islands, a paradise for pirates and a land of chaos. The Knights of Britannia were too obsessed with hunting red dragons, so the red dragons had all hidden away in places like that. "I'll go with you," she said, resting a hand on my shoulder. "I have a favored one of the gods. I can descend into her body." A few days later, we arrived at the Wasteland Archipelago. She directly used great prophecy to locate all the red dragon lairs. This was practically cheating, but I liked it. To be honest, under her persistent efforts, I had grown far less guarded. She never pried into my secrets, and when she learned that I had awakened the progenitor dragon bloodline, she was simply happy for me. By my side was a short-haired girl knight, her favored one of the gods, the same boy I had seen at the Knight Academy last time. When the Lady of the Lake descended into her body, the girl's temperament instantly changed from restrained to open, and her strength rose from tier 4 to legendary. Don't be too hard on my favored one of the gods. She only just came of age, the Lady of the Lake said, taking my hand. I was very helpless. Every time she descended, she would use the girl's body to get physically close to me, and the girl could only watch from the sidelines. After the goddess left, she would always sneak glances at me with a reddened face. Forget it. Let's focus on dealing with the red dragons. Deep in the island, the red dragon Rake was sleeping. It was over 300 years old, at the peak of tier 8, and on the verge of breaking through to legendary. In the Wasteland Archipelago, anyone below legendary dared not show themselves, or they would be captured by pirates to be used as mounts or materials. Suddenly, Rake woke up. It sensed enormous danger. When it stepped out of its lair, it froze. The entrance had somehow become a golden mountain range. No, it was an absurdly huge golden dragon. Golden dragon. Rake didn't realize this was a progenitor golden dragon and was just about to flee. Boom. My dragon tail directly lashed across its face, sending it flying thousands of meters away. The whip from earlier had landed squarely across Rake's face. I had nearly disfigured this prime adult red dragon. When Rake staggered to its feet, a huge collar had appeared around its neck. It tried to rip it off with its claws, but crackling electricity flashed instantly, and the more it struggled, the worse the shocks became. The electricity wouldn't kill it, but the pain made life worse than death. A moment later, Rake lay prone on the ground, eyes hollow. I looked over, and the red dragon immediately pressed its dragon head to the ground. Great Highness, Rake Imanashobar is willing to serve you. Red dragons were indeed arrogant and brutal, but they could also bow their heads. They thought gold dragons were hypocritical, but when their strength fell short, they would still submit and act according to the situation. Because only by staying alive would they have a chance at revenge. Of course, Rake's submission was mainly because I was a gold dragon. It had little to do with the electric collar around its neck. Rake looked at me with suspicion. Its nest was normally not even a step away, so how had I still found it? Beside me, Euligia looked shocked. In her understanding, red dragons would never be this pragmatic. I fell silent. This red dragon's surname was actually Bar. If I got the chance later, I'd have to take it to the world of Farron. Rake suddenly shivered, not knowing why, but it had a vague, ominous feeling. More than 10 days later, news spread through the Wasteland Archipelago. Someone had seen 4 or 5 adult red dragons appearing together. Legendary pirate crews began paying attention and gathering intelligence, hoping to find these red dragons. They didn't mind becoming dragon slayers, or even subduing red dragons to strengthen their own power. Mid- and small-sized pirate crews were also searching, hoping to sell the information to the legendary pirate crews for a reward. The entire Wasteland Archipelago was in an uproar. At this moment, I was sitting on the back of Rake's neck, followed by 4 adult red dragons, all of them recently subdued by me. Besides being useful for bloodletting, these 5 red dragons also had decent combat strength. By comparison, white dragons, which only reached 5th or 6th tier after adulthood, were simply not worth looking at. If red dragons weren't so hard to find, I would absolutely never have used white dragons to form a knight order. A pirate fleet suddenly appeared ahead, and surprisingly, it was flying a red dragon flag. The pirate leader stood up. He was 3 meters tall, wielding a huge axe, and staring at the 5 red dragons with burning eyes. A Viking berserker with dragon blood? I looked at him with interest. Vikings were the native people of the Wasteland Archipelago. Adult males were generally between 2.4 and 3 meters tall and liked using giant axes. These days, almost all Vikings were pirates. This pirate leader had a rich red dragon bloodline, and he looked at Rake and the others as if they were food. The red dragons let out angry growls, but they didn't act rashly. They couldn't beat this legendary berserker. I put Euligia, whose face was flushed red, down from my arms onto Rake's back, revealing my massive 400-meter-long body. The smile on the pirate leader's face instantly froze, and he looked utterly disbelieving. Before he could even figure out what was going on, a sky-filling torrent of golden dragon flame crashed down. This was my first real battle after transforming into an ancestral dragon. The pirate leader's magical warship quickly turned around, but my target was the ordinary ships instead. The warships engulfed by dragon flame instantly turned into fireballs, and the pirates were reduced to ashes before they could even scream. The golden dragon flame clung to the sea and continued burning, turning the azure ocean into a golden sea of fire. The pirate fleet was split into several sections. Some ships tried to flee, while others had their retreat cut off by the fire sea. Dragon flame fell again, and several large pirate ships were swallowed in the blink of an eye. Damn gold dragon. The pirate leader trembled with rage, gripping his heavy axe as he flew into the air. In a short time, several warships had turned to ash, and hundreds of Vikings had died. Most of the Vikings in this legendary pirate crew came from the same tribe. The pirate leader was both the captain and the clan chief. Watching his tribesmen die beneath the dragon flame, he had only one thought: to tear this gold dragon apart. My eyes lit up. To be honest, I had been wondering how to lure him out without damaging my own ship. That's right. In my eyes, that magical warship was already mine. The warship, over 200 meters long, was built from red dragon bones. Its hull was covered in magical runes, and it was armed with more than a dozen magic crystal cannons. Although crudely made, this warship was still worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins, and with some modifications it could fetch over 3 million. The pirate leader had taken the initiative to fly out, so I wasn't worried about damaging my own ship. If other legendary metal dragons came here, they would do the same. At most, the color of the dragon flame would be different. If the few legendary metal dragons of the Britannia Kingdom knew there was a magical warship worth 1,000,000 gold coins here, they would have come long ago to uphold justice. Fighting fire with fire, that was the traditional skill of gold dragons. I watched Hardy beating up the pirate leader, while Lai Ku and the other red dragons were exchanging glances, clearly all thinking about running away. Before they could act, Elysia stomped her foot, and a terrifying legendary-level pressure erupted instantly. The red dragons were so frightened they trembled uncontrollably, and the thought of fleeing vanished in an instant. Suddenly, Elysia's gaze sharpened, and she teleported hundreds of meters away. The next second, the female red dragon beside her spoke. "Lilith, you dare enslave noble red dragons? Are you tired of living?" Tiamat, the Lady of the Lake, raised an eyebrow. She had guessed it long ago. Hardy had red dragon blood in his veins, so he was bound to have caught the attention of the mother of evil dragons. The reason she hadn't descended before was that the Platinum Dragon God had been secretly protecting Hardy all along. Primordial dragons were too rare, one appearing only once every few thousand years. Of course, the mother of evil dragons didn't want to let him slip away. But every time she tried to descend and seduce Hardy, she was directly driven off by the Platinum Dragon God. This time Hardy had captured red dragons, giving her a perfect opportunity. The Platinum Dragon God immediately descended into Hardy's body, and his aura surged dramatically. After crushing the pirate leader to death with a single claw, he confronted Tiamat directly. The pirate leader died with a face full of confusion. "Tiamat, you want to bewitch a primordial gold dragon? Get back to hell," the Platinum Dragon God shouted. "It also has red dragon blood." Tiamat protested. "Want to fight?" Tiamat glared at him furiously. She knew that if it really came to a fight, all the dragon gods would side with the Platinum Dragon God, and now the Lady of the Lake was helping him too. "I won't give up." The mother of evil dragons threw down the threat and left. The Platinum Dragon God infused divine power into those red dragons to prevent the mother of evil dragons from descending again, then nodded to the Lady of the Lake before departing as well. After I regained control of my body, I immediately chased after the magical warship. Compared to the mother of evil dragons, the warship was more important. That evening, inside the Red Dragon Wing warship. This warship had excellent materials, but the craftsmanship was horribly poor. I really wanted to beat up the mage shipbuilders. Still, since it was basically free, it was quite tempting. The problem was that Britannia didn't have the ability to modify it, so it would have to be sent to the mage kingdom of Ain on the southern continent. But I didn't want to go. I had already been away for far too long. "I'll have the Holy Grail Knights send it for modification, but are you sure you want this ship?" the Lady of the Lake asked skeptically. "The kingdom of Alpha is inland." I was very torn. This ship was built from red dragon bones, and even the sails were made from dragon wings. I couldn't bear to sell it. Though it would certainly draw the hatred of red dragons, any red dragon that saw this ship would likely attack it madly. After thinking it over, I shook my head. My territory is beyond the Beast Mountain range, right by the sea. I can build a harbor there in the future. The Lady of the Lake said nothing more. Late at night, Elysia set up a small tent on the deck. The inside of the warship had been inhabited by Vikings, and the smell was too strong. Inside the tent, Elysia slowly sat up, dazed. "Your Highness Hardy." Before the Lady of the Lake left, she had used divine power to ease her fatigue, but some strange sensation still made her body tremble slightly. Although her body had just been controlled, her senses had been unusually clear. She leaned into my arms, and drowsiness washed over her. I gently pressed the back of her head, and she immediately fell asleep. At that moment, the Lady of the Lake's teasing voice sounded in my ear. "My knight, how is the one I chose as my divine favorite?" I rolled my eyes. This woman was clearly doing it on purpose. When gods choose divine favorites, they may look at faith and talent, but in the end, it still comes down to the god's own will. In theory, A god can choose whoever it wants. Yalisha had decent talent. In the future, she might become a rank 8 Sky Knight, but that was all. She didn't even have the potential to become a Grail Knight, and under normal circumstances, it was utterly impossible for her to become a favored one of the Lady of the Lake. But now, the Lady of the Lakes was almost permanently residing within her body. I had long realized that Yalisha becoming a favored one had a great deal to do with that one glance I had given her back then. As for the Lady of the Lake, who was full of mischievous tastes, I could only feel helpless. The next morning, Yalisha woke up and discovered she was completely naked, and her little face instantly turned bright red. She found that I was no longer in the tent, so she hurriedly got dressed and rushed outside. "Good morning, Prince Hardy," she said upon finding me on the deck, bowing like a loyal knight. She didn't notice that the gazes of the red dragons around us were extremely complicated, especially when they looked at me. Red dragons had always looked down on golden dragons, thinking us hypocritical. But at times, they had to admit that some golden dragons really did have something special. For example, I had made these red dragons look at me in a new light. Before the divine descent yesterday, they had no idea that Yalisha was a favored one. What made them even more doubtful about dragon life was that over the past few days, Yalisha and I had grown very close, to the point that they couldn't even tell whether the one close to me was Yalisha herself or the Lady of the Lake behind her. Although the Lady of the Lake was not as famous as the mother of evil dragons, to the local red dragons, she was still someone to look up to. The Grail Knight order under her command was enough to make even swarms of legendary red dragons keep their distance. Just as the red dragons were questioning their very existence, Yalisha's temperament suddenly changed. The Lady of the Lake descended into her body, naturally took my arm, and looked at me with gentle eyes. This scene immediately made the red dragons bury their heads in the sea, wishing they could seal off all 5 senses. The confusion in Rake's heart also vanished. It had previously been baffled by how I could precisely locate the red dragon's nest. Now the truth was clear. The Lady of the Lake had been helping me track down red dragon traces. At that moment, Rake mourned for all the red dragons in the Wasteland Archipelago. There was nothing they could do against this cheating golden dragon. But aside from mourning, Rake also felt a bit of schadenfreude. If only it were itself being captured, that would be too tragic. Having a few more of its kin join it would make it happier. My dragon capturing journey was still continuing, but I didn't know that at this moment, the entire Wasteland Archipelago was already in an uproar. The pirate ships that had fled had spread the news. From the descent of the mother of evil dragons, to the Platinum Dragon God descending into my body for a confrontation, and then to my chasing the magic battleship after the Platinum Dragon God left, quite a few ordinary pirate ships took the opportunity to escape. After they fled back to their tribes, the news spread rapidly across the entire Wasteland Archipelago. Some didn't believe it, thinking how could there possibly be such a huge golden dragon? And since golden dragons and red dragons were mortal enemies, a golden dragon enslaving a red dragon was beyond ordinary understanding. They thought the pirates must have seen things wrong, and that the one who destroyed them had to be a legendary red dragon. The reason must have been that the matter of forging a magic battleship from red dragon bones had been discovered, provoking red dragon retaliation. After this speculation spread, many people believed it firmly. Given the red dragon's vengeful nature, it did make sense. Most of the pirate bands that had originally wanted to capture red dragons gave up, and only a small number who feared nothing or had absolute confidence in their own strength were still persisting. Unfortunately, without the help of the medium and small pirate bands, it was very difficult for them to keep up with the red dragon's speed on their own. Meanwhile, in Delmrim, the fire giants subdued by Tydel had already arrived and established a new fortress near the Monster Mountain range. Although the Mosul Wasteland had no volcanoes, fire giants had their own methods. After finding a suitable location and confirming that there was a fire element ley line underground, they first transformed the interior of the mountain into the shape of a volcano, then opened the fire element plane and, by making a contract with the fire elemental lord, summoned vast amounts of magma and lava elementals. With the fire element ley line and the lava elementals ensuring the temperature, although it still wasn't a true volcano for now, in a few decades it would be no different from an active volcano. While the fire giants were busy building their homeland, Tydel was busy transforming. During the time I was away, Tadel's height had surged to 45 meters. The Titan bloodline that had once vanished from the material plane had now fully reappeared in him. Tydel has awakened the Titan bloodline. Both the cloud giants and the fire giants were incomparably excited. To them, following a Titan was the highest honor, just like kobolds yearning to follow dragons, a pull and reverence from deep within their bloodline. They wanted to follow unconditionally, even if they had to throw themselves at him. The cloud giants had once scorned kobolds' fanatical worship of dragons, thinking them brainless. But when the legendary Titan appeared before their eyes, the Cloud Giants and Storm Giants' behavior wasn't any better than the Kobolds. They were all the same. True Titans possess a special ability similar to Dragon Aura, one that can subtly strengthen the bloodlines of giant kind in the surrounding area. Though not as powerful as Dragon Aura, it was still extremely formidable. However, Tydell had only just awakened his Titan bloodline, and he wasn't a pure blood Storm Titan, so whether he truly had this ability still needed time to be verified. Annabelle and Iminst were both extremely shocked by this. As silver dragons, they understood all too well how powerful Titan bloodlines were. If Tydell was a pure blood Storm Titan, his bloodline would be even nobler than theirs. In this era, there was no ancient hatred between metallic dragons and Titans, so they were only shocked and astonished. The only ones feeling bitter were the miserable white dragons. No matter how stupid white dragons might be, they still realized that Tydell had awakened a bloodline more noble than theirs. The bloodline instincts engraved into their bones made them hostile toward Tydell. However, when they saw this giant fellow, the white dragons all very sensibly hid their hostility. There was nothing they could do. Tydell really could lift these white dragons with one hand now. Some white dragons with especially peculiar thought processes even became somewhat condescending, believing that even though Tydell had awakened Titan blood, he was still a vassal of the dragon race, and dragons were still more noble. Annabelle, who was supervising the construction, vaguely sensed these white dragons' bizarre thought processes and finally understood why the elders of her clan had said white dragons were idiots. But she didn't pay it much mind. As long as these white dragons didn't cause trouble, that was enough. Tydell was very proud and wouldn't bother arguing with 5th and 6th tier white dragons. At most, these white dragons would get beaten up by Cloud Giant warriors. As long as it didn't affect the progress of the canal construction, Annabelle pretended not to see it. White dragons were thick-skinned and tough. A beating wouldn't matter. The Cloud Giant warriors also knew their limits and wouldn't kill them. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of February. I was preparing to leave the Wasteland Archipelago. Behind me followed more than a dozen red dragons. The red dragons led by Rake all wore bitter faces, completely clueless as to what kind of future awaited them. The only thing certain was that whatever was waiting for them probably wasn't anything good. I felt both happy and regretful. Happy because I had captured so many red dragons. Regretful because only a few days ago I had learned that there was still a blue dragon family in the Wasteland Archipelago. 2 legendary blue dragons, more than a dozen adult blue dragons, and a great many dragon whelps. Unfortunately, after hearing about my deeds, they had directly fled with their treasure. The Lake Fairy helped me locate them with divination, and I found that they had already left the Wasteland Archipelago and were flying toward the Numenor Archipelago. My mouth twitched. Forget it, I won't chase them. I waved a hand. After all, blue dragons had never been part of my original target. The Numenor Archipelago was farther away than the Wasteland Archipelago, and there was a powerful human empire there. They possessed advanced seafaring technology and could build the finest long-range warships. Even the races of Ionar continent acknowledged them. Their legendary powerhouses weren't as strong as the Holy Grail Knights the Lake Fairy had trained using cheating methods, but crushing a blue dragon family was still as easy as crushing ants. What a pity. I sighed while standing on Rake's back. I was very curious about the Numenor Empire. When I had traveled across the continent before, I had only moved around within the mainland and hadn't gone to the overseas archipelagos or the subcontinent. The world of Aona is vast. Besides the main continent, there are the Wasteland Archipelago, the Numenor Archipelago, and the subcontinent to the east. On the subcontinent, there are human kingdoms such as Battania, the Khuzait Khanate, and Aserai, all of them fairly strong and pressing the non-human races hard. If they weren't constantly fighting each other, the subcontinent would have been rid of non-humans long ago, especially the elite fine champions of Battania, archers in heavy armor, able to deal damage from range, and also wield two-handed greatswords to chop people down head-on. If it weren't for Sylvanas helping train the Ranger Legion some time ago, I'd have wanted to go to the subcontinent and recruit warriors like them. The Lake Fairy saw that I was interested in Numenor and looped her arm through mine, saying, "When you have time, we can go take a look together. There are also golden dragons there." The previous High King was even good friends with the legendary Golden Dragon, and there's a brass dragon in the adventurer fleet. My anticipation for Numenor instantly dropped by more than half. Metallic dragons really are the biggest drifters in the multiverse. They're everywhere. It's not that I don't want to see them. It's mainly that the moment I do, the novelty is gone, like I'm going home. I nodded, planning to go see it with the Lake Fairy in a few years. In early March, I brought the red dragons back to Dheeram. The Great Canal was nearly ready for navigation thanks to the White Dragons' efforts. Seeing that their disgraceful days were about to end, the White Dragons became even more motivated. At that moment, I flew over with a large group of red dragons. Seeing the white dragons digging the canal below, the red dragons felt that the rest of their dragon lives were bleak and colorless. If the white dragons were reduced to digging canals, their fate probably wouldn't be any better, maybe even worse. The white dragons, on the other hand, showed gleeful expressions. Although they were all part of the chromatic dragon camp, chromatic dragons were nowhere near as united as metallic dragons. Infighting was a daily occurrence, and white dragons were at the very bottom of the contempt chain. Being called idiots by metallic dragons was one thing, but even the chromatic dragons of the same race, red dragons, blue dragons, green dragons, and black dragons, thought they were idiots. Some even advocated expelling white dragons from dragonkind, saying they dragged down the lower limit of chromatic dragons. So when they saw me bring back a huge flock of red dragons, the white dragons were especially happy. Red dragons were indeed the leaders of the chromatic dragons. But so what? Weren't they also being captured and brought here just like them now? The white dragons stopped working and gloatingly looked at the red dragons. Roar! The red dragons led by Rake noticed the white dragons' expressions and immediately got irritated. Being enslaved by a golden dragon was already bad enough. Now they were being mocked by stupid white dragons too. How could the notoriously savage red dragons stand that? They let out low growls, scarlet dragon fire brewing in their mouths. They couldn't do anything to me, but could they really not handle a few 5th and 6th tier white dragons? Shut up, I growled from directly above the red dragons. Listen carefully, if any white dragon is too injured to work, then you'll take its place. The red dragons instantly became obedient. They didn't want to dig the canal with their claws like the white dragons did. It was far too humiliating. If some nosy metallic dragon recorded that in the dragon race's inherited memories, they'd be laughed at until the day dragonkind perished. Leave this kind of humiliating work to the white dragons. The red dragons didn't need to get involved. Rake and the others barely suppressed their anger and refused to look at the white dragons below. I withdrew my gaze in satisfaction. The large dragon nest outside the cloud giant tribe had been built with the expectation that more and more white dragons would settle in, so it was quite spacious. Since there was enough room, I was too lazy to build a new lair and planned to have the red dragons and white dragons live in separate areas. But if I didn't give them a warning first, that night there might be many white dragons who got their bones broken by irritable red dragons just for stepping into the lair with their left foot. With a warning like this, the red dragons would have to consider whether going down in history or venting their anger was more important. My enormous body swept across the sky, and the cloud giant warriors and half-elves on the ground all dropped to one knee, standing only after I disappeared from view. But I didn't notice that directly below where I had just passed, 2 silver-haired elves were looking up at me excitedly. Even less did I notice that those 2 silver-haired elves were actually silver dragons in disguise. Annabelle, that's Prince Hardy? The female silver dragon said excitedly. Your letter never mentioned that His Highness Hadi is an ancestral dragon. That graceful figure was absolutely gorgeous. The male silver dragon had also been excited, but when he heard her say that, his expression instantly stiffened a little, as if he wasn't quite so excited anymore. These 2 silver dragons were Annabelle's parents. After seeing in their daughter's letter that she was serving as a governor under the legendary Golden Dragon, they decided to visit and, along the way, see their daughter. But they never expected that the moment they arrived, they would be greeted with such a huge surprise. Annabelle felt somewhat helpless.